It's gonna
button.
be cold for you.
That one.
Cold shakshuka for you.
Yeah. So it appears everything's working fine. I should probably drop new links around.
You got 200 views on the first part.
Damn.
Yeah, I wonder why that happened.
Yeah.
Almost as if a very highly respected project came in and like give their 2 cents.
And they, they went a half hour. Sorry, they went like an hour and a half over, I think.
Yeah.
Congratulations, though.
And apparently shit got crazy while I was watching the Broncos absolutely demolish the Bills. I am on cloud 9.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's awesome that you had Encore here for so long. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did pop in a couple times, and they seem to be having a fun time with it.
Oh god, they're and Doc's here still, but they're all fucking amazing.
They're
honestly.
all great people.
Yeah, they're
The time
really
I
cool.
was in here, I got along with all of them.
Son of a bitch,
Yeah.
look at the stream. I forgot you have me in the fucking GIMP suit in my fucking...
oh yes. Racist Stone is removed from campus.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm making some of the stuff get ready, and I'm dropping links in various storyboards of
all right, welcome back, everybody. Now that you're done with Encore, the good part of the stream is over, so you can leave.
Damn it.
Now this is the part where it gets really bad
It's
again.
time to rot!
It's time.
It's time to drill a hole in your skull right now.
I fell asleep. Smooth Rock, you called it entirely.
Oh,
You called it. I fell asleep I fell asleep at like 3 p.m. for like 20 minutes.
I fucking knew it.
I don't know what you expected. I said I was partying.
Well, you gotta go with the fuck to sleep, Oates.
I don't.
Jesus Christ,
I don't
why
usually
are you
sleep.
up
My
so
eye
early?
bags speak for themselves. Okay.
Oh God.
Mom,
All right, well, this is a wonderful way to do Oats after dark. How fantastic!
all right.
Do
I
we
don't
just
know
name
what
this
we're
section
gonna-
Overnight Oats instead of Meister Tea Revengeance?
Oh
Overnight Oats,
shit!
yes.
Overnight Oats is good.
please do that.
There's some peanut butter
damn.
and jelly with some granola crunch. You got a really good meal out of that, actually.
Time to slap some Swiss cheese on a peanut buttered piece of bread.
Oh,
What?
God, wait, no. That sucked. Hold on.
Huh?
There we
What?
go. Wait, no.
Nah.
Fuck. How do you...
What?
Hmm.
What'd he say?
Everyone
There.
unanimously didn't.
I'm
what?
I'm still
Have you
spreading
tried it?
stream links around just to let some people trickle in. We had like peak concurrent views of like 20. I think I've only beat that once.
Damn.
Nice, good job.
What?
We're gonna talk about peanut butter and jelly. Let me just give the appropriate. There we go. There's.
I'm eating like cold
Oh.
fried rice right now. Like
Hey, Jam.
fried rice.
Actually, wait. I don't know if you go back to the start of this, if you can see me pulling open the canvas. There may have been a spoiler. Anyway,
I'll cut it out when I do the sectioning.
no, I know. I just want
Put a
Jam to see
silly
it.
Stella image on the screen.
Smile. How do you draw Stella? She's like
Cute.
meh, and
A
then
wall.
you like
Exactly.
Draw
Draw
and
like
then you
fucking,
have like
what's that guy from
nose, and then you have
Spider-Man?
like 2 here, and then you got titties, and then you got like 2
A wall.
here, and then you got bump, and you got smile, and then you
Don't forget the hair
have
buns.
Miles,
you
Don't forget the hair
have
buns.
choker.
don't forget her hair bun in her hair.
My bon.
Okay.
A
Oh
bob
right.
of buns.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yes. Buns. So it's like
You could do that.
then you do like the
She
bun.
does have front
and then
bangs that poke out.
Do the other bun.
I think I covered most of our bases for what we usually
Oh,
throw links
look
into.
away. You'll get too excited and have a heart
It's
attack.
too late.
A heart attack.
All right,
It's
all right, and now
fine,
we'll
you
draw
killed.
Oats, and he is oh dear.
Oh,
Oh,
that's a cute
bother.
Stella.
Hold on. This is accurate so far, but Meister, where's the desk?
You gotta make sure you accurately depict the craters.
The divots.
Oh, you mean the craters?
Oh yeah, you know.
Fucking brought up the color wheel.
We need some smack sounds in there too.
I did it twice, and also like due to work, my knuckles, like the skin is like not in good health. I probably need to get lotion for my hands.
Get lotion.
So that's to
Easy.
say
Put
that
lotion on the
if I do a
skin.
third hit, my knuckles might start bleeding.
Gold
It puts the
bond.
lotion on the skin, or else it
I
gets
don't
frozen
have
again.
lotion in my house. I don't know why.
Go get gold
Get
bond to
some-
help me.
Acquire
Get some
Vaseline. Yeah.
Get some Vaseline. That's all you need.
That would burn
There.
my hand. No.
I could just drink
Or some
pain Krill and
petroleum
ignore
jelly,
it.
I guess.
The jaunty little doo-doo hat.
Why does he have? Wait, why is it duty hat?
Because I'm a
'Cause he's
stinky
got a
head.
hat.
Goddamn.
There.
You stinky poopy head.
There.
You're
There's
poopy
your,
head.
over, there's your overnight oats. Alrighty.
Oh, this is retarded.
All right. So for the first inaugural session of Overnight Oats, we're going to be talking about
Dinner.
Food.
goblin meals.
I wonder what's for dinner.
Now, what exactly defines a
wonder
goblin
for
meal? Anybody want to take a guess?
Meals that make you
shit,
less
that's
of a
a
man.
meal.
Shit that you clobber together in your depressive stage.
Ding, 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 ding.
Craft singles and
Depressive.
dried
I would
noodle.
I will argue,
Lanny
not necessarily
meal.
depressive, just manic.
No, I wouldn't even say manic. I would just say
Panic.
Another beer.
At the disco?
when
Yes.
goblin meal is when I don't want to follow a recipe, but I want to eat food, but I'm not unmotivated to make food, but I don't want to do something complex.
Sounds
Make
like
an
what I do.
amalgamation of bullshit.
Yes,
Sounds like what I
correct.
do.
That is
So-
exactly
Second
bullshit. Go.
So
The
imagine
bullshit
this.
go.
Visualize for me. White bread, peanut butter, cornflakes, Swiss cheese.
Yummers.
How
Have you
could
have
you?
you done this before?
Everyone
Yes.
has a goblin meal they go to at some point.
It's a comfort meal.
I've yet.
I mean-
I'm trying to think of
Okay,
something
so-
I've done.
So there is a difference between a goblin meal and a struggle meal.
Yes, very much so. I would fully agree with that.
That's true.
Damn.
Because a goblin meal doesn't necessarily, right, have to be right again made in a depressive state, or again, right, struggle meal could also imply like financial struggle as well, because right, that's kind of where the origin of the struggle meal came from.
I don't thinking about it. I don't think I've ever
bread
done
with ketchup.
anything crazy.
Ooh, bread with
lucky.
ketchup. That's actually something I've done before.
That's a struggle meal.
Oh.
Yep.
What?
And also why I don't like
there,
ketchup.
there it is.
What about
There
slice
it
of
is.
cheese and ketchup?
I-
You gotta
I've
put
done
it. You gotta
that
put it on
one.
the stream, Master. You gotta put it on the
Yep,
stream.
yep, yep.
for
No,
the
no, no.
stream.
It's getting in there. It's getting in there. Don't worry.
I,
don't worry,
yeah,
just-
no. For the reason that that's what I was able to consume in my childhood when my family was financially struggling. I don't like ketchup anymore.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
fair enough.
I actually
Fair enough.
despise the taste of ketchup.
Aha! There it is.
What?
There is
I
the
wish-
goblin meal.
Probably the most-
same way for me with ranch. I
Probably the
can't
most
eat shit
blandest,
anymore.
the blandest thing I've
Oh,
ever
what the-
done is just
Mustard
eat
and
butter
hot
bread.
dog.
I've
butter
just
bread.
eaten butter bread.
Mustard
dog.
in a hot
Butter
dog
bread.
bun. That was mine.
But butter on bread is an acceptable snack.
Yeah,
Corn
just,
dog on
you
corn
know.
dog.
So just to reiterate, Meister, what is the struggle meal we're looking at right here?
You are looking at a 2-course struggle meal. So on the left here, we do have instant, or sorry, not instant. We have craft box blue meal, but clearly it has just been dumped into a small prep bowl. The powder on the bottom, the noodles on the top, and there's a spoon sticking out of it,
And you eat this dry?
dry.
Mm.
And then on the right, we
Yummers.
have dessert. That is Aunt Jemima's pancake mix. And yes, it was Aunt Jemima's because it was an old box. Yeah, Aunt Jemima's pancake mix and mixed with water
Yes.
and then consumed with the same spoon. But after I was done eating the mac and cheese.
Okay.
That
So-
is what I have in frame of reference in mind for when I think of struggle meals. It's just absolute lack of willpower to do anything besides the bare minimum.
Yeah. And see, the
Oh,
funny part.
question.
And see, the funny
Oh.
part is, I actually don't even eat those when I'm in that state. I just eat them because it's like, I want to do this.
Actually, I have done something like that today. Jam on a tortilla.
There you
fine.
go. There you go.
Fine.
There you
Just
go.
tortilla chip or just tortilla?
Tortilla.
Just put jam on a tortilla and rolled it up.
Dude, I do the same. Both. I do the exact same
Bro.
thing.
That's more common than you think.
That's like my. I woke up and I feel bad today. I don't want to get out of bed. I'm just going to get a tortilla with jam on it and call it good.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Oh God, Doge, we're more alike than we are. Oh, I don't like
Spanish PB and J.
Yeah. So
What's
it
Spanish?
is. Yeah.
God
Tortilla.
forbid a white boy speak a little Espanol.
that. Espanol.
Españolo.
Español.
Espanolo.
Bother you about it.
Oh God, that's a big fucking image. Holy shit.
Oh God, this thing.
What?
Ugh.
Oh, let me go get my mushroom
Is
concoction.
that a homunculus of chicken tortilla?
The
Homunculus.
homunculus of food.
No, oh God, the fucking homunculus. Oh God,
Guys,
is
I
this?
feel
Oh,
like-
actually, no. So yes, no, that's correct. So my goblin
What is
meals,
that,
they are
salsa?
actually the vats in which I spawn more little meisters. This is how I
Oh
make
my
my
God.
homunculus.
What the fuck?
Meister, you're a
What you make?
fucking.
Is that like
Mate.
chicken?
You took
My
chicken tortilla
homunculi are
made
a
to
one-pot meal.
homunculus. Why?
Jesus. I'm
What's
gonna
the
get
orange
you
God,
stuff?
hang on.
in here.
Are those
What's the-
peaches?
Oh yeah, you showed this
No,
earlier.
no, they're not peaches. They're apricots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because
Gotta
that's
get-
better.
No,
Alright,
okay, no, sorry.
so-
Let me clarify. The apricots are like much smaller. This is butternut squash.
So when Encore
Okay.
started, I received my plate of Japanese sushi. As if there was any
What
other
in-
kind, because they call it something else in every other culture.
I
every other
just
culture.
tapped in. What in the fucking suspicious stew is that shit?
Don't worry about it.
A
This
homunculus
This is
of
my
chicken
first
tortilla.
homunculus meal.
This is
It's
my
th-
this
just-
is my
just-
goblin. We're talking about goblin meals, so this is my goblin.
Yeah, Duck, you got any?
Just call it
goblin
the
meals?
stew.
Actually looks like
The
fucking
brew.
like
Fuck ass
suspicious
stew.
Stew
The
off.
Look in
stew
the
of
look in the
life.
voice chat.
The,
Look in the
the
voice chat.
concoction.
Look in the
Why
voice
am I
chat.
looking
Look
at
at
it?
it.
Now that you added,
Welcome back,
Exactly.
ladies and gentlemen, to the shit show.
now that you
Look in the chat.
Concoction.
Look in the
I'm
chat.
sorry.
Yummy.
Yeah.
squash,
Yummer.
I'm gotta
Ah,
try it.
suspicious stew.
This is going perfectly.
It's
Can we
so
put that in the
sweet.
stream chat?
Chaos.
This is
Chaos.
true. Yeah, this was.
Generally, what am I
Delicious
looking at?
stew.
What kind of stew is
stew.
this?
Put the
So, Doc,
Oh.
you're now coming in.
Oh,
just
hey,
fine. You're looking at
you.
struggle
Yeah,
meal.
so all the other encore people left. I'm sorry you're still here. Sorry.
Hey, I'm
What?
supposed to be here.
You're trapped
Still
here with
behind.
Anon now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hi, Sudaka. Welcome to Goblin Meals. Do you have a Goblin meal you'd like to share with class?
Oh man, I'm sorry. I came unprepared. I don't have one.
Alright, what is the
Dude.
most out of left field concoction you make when you just need to eat something?
Just a ham sandwich. That's the most basic thing that I could do. But if it's just
let me put this way, because my
anything-
wife made a goblin meal today.
a
So I
goblin
go
meal,
out to make dinner before the stream, and I see my wife eating salad out of a like Tupperware because it's like leftover salad. She reached in and got a bag of potato chips, crunched them up, and put them into the salad for crunch.
Oh, that's fair.
No.
Yeah, my mom does that sometimes. Honestly, it's not so crazy.
And she just looks at me and just starts grinning while eating her food, and I just like look back and say, "What the fuck is this girl dinner shit I'm looking at right here?"
Girl dinner.
It's just why would she give you that smile? What was the smile about?
Like the
Whenever
fucking
you're married long enough,
SCP
doesn't matter.
096 smile.
It's like she knows what she did.
Yes,
Something
yes,
like
We're gonna
that.
do it again.
But guess what? I've also made like awful culinary creations that are in the front to God in all His glory. So I'm not gonna like shit on it beyond anything else I should.
Based.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, at least I don't eat
I just-
dry mac and cheese like Meister does.
You know, there's this one
It's
image.
extra
I don't know if
crunchy.
if anyone
You
has
say that like
sent
it's
it.
an insult.
It's hold on. I'm trying to look for it. I had this somewhere. Hold on. Here it is. I found it. This image in particular, what I'm looking at is just it reminds me of this. Now look at the VC chat.
Yes. No, that is exactly what this is.
Yeah.
I made
Yep,
some
yep.
bullshit.
Goblin meals.
If you guys really want some bullshit meals, in the Soviet Union, we have something called khaladits, which is
Oh,
literally
yes.
just fucking meat jelly.
Yes.
Meat
Yummer.
jelly.
It is.
Yes.
Ew.
Yep.
It
Let
is
me get
exactly
Ah.
what you. It is
Let me get
exactly
it.
what you
Oh,
think it is.
No,
I
to
don't
be
like the
fair,
sound
No,
of
thank
that.
you.
Yeah,
most people in
exactly.
America
Jello.
had fucking meat
It is
gelatin.
exactly what you
So,
think
yeah.
it is. It is meat that is solidified, frozen, and then taken out to eat, usually during some type of
Famine?
like meet up with family members or something of
Like
the
a
sort, or
picnic.
holidays.
Jesus
And,
Christ.
and people eat this, and I don't know how. It's really disturbing. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so that's not too far off from what 1950s and 60s America made with gelatin having literally
I
every
hate
fucking food group
gelatin.
in it.
I hate how
Animal
that looks.
collagen.
I would not even eat that if it was my last meal on the earth. It was the last thing that I would have to eat. I
I
would
guess-
not eat
So-
that.
So have you
Ever had
ever
wisdom
had
teeth taken
spam?
out?
Have you ever had what?
Spam.
Spam. What the hell is that?
Special
Okay,
American
so
that's
no.
accent.
corned
Oh,
beef.
boy.
Never had
He
spam,
doesn't
dude.
know.
Oh dear, here we go.
Sudaka,
Here
have
we
you ever had this
go.
Hold
corned
on,
beef
hold on,
can,
Meister. Bring up the
dude?
timpano.
Oh God,
It's
what?
Okay.
It is the one of the more expensive goblin meals you can make.
Oh God, what am I gonna be shown? what am I being
Here's
indoctrinated
here's
into?
spam.
Oh, El Tempano.
Yeah.
Wait.
Spam.
Oh,
There
I've
are
thing.
never
fucking
seen
boiled
this in
eggs
my
and
life.
shit.
What is that?
You have a sticker of that? Is that a sticker?
Bring in the timpano.
Yeah,
Ever
buddy.
heard of Cincinnati?
Yeah,
chili?
There are
buddy.
boiled eggs in that bitch.
What the?
Oh
fuck?
my God. Oh my
Absurd.
God.
Ew.
Oh
What
man, this
the
is like my
fuck?
final boss. Holy
So this
shit.
is just
I love
this
this
is
shit.
this is a breakdown of
It is
carbs,
delicious.
carbs.
Oh, this is hilarious.
I'm gonna
There's meat
vomit.
sauce and gravy
Jesus
in there.
Christ.
I'm gonna bring.
I'm gonna vomit all over everybody.
I make
Jesus
one a
Christ,
year.
this-
Look at
this
all
is-
those carbs.
I make
Look
one
at
No,
of
I
those
don't.
a
I don't
year.
want to look at it. I don't want to look at it. If I don't look at it, it doesn't exist.
If I don't look at it, it can't hurt me.
It's gonna hurt you.
I
if you
don't.
don't
I'd
look
try
at it.
this. I would try this.
Consume.
Okay,
I
okay.
would try
now,
this.
now I want to post a picture of something that I legitimately think is good. That is spam mutabi.
musubi. Yeah.
Okay,
spam
I've
musubi.
tried
Sorry,
I-
musubi. Thank you.
I
Yes.
tried
I've
it.
never.
I'll be
Okay.
right back. I
I've
need to
tried
do
It's
something
better
on the computer.
fried.
How does? Okay, so what is spam? How does
Only
spam?
is
onions,
it is
tons of
a
meat
meat
blended
slab.
up and emulsified.
Let one
Jesus
person
Christ!
speak.
Oh my God!
Okay,
Jesus
Master,
Christ!
I'll join in on this.
It's a meat slab.
Yes.
Meat
It's a-
slab
It's a
of
salted,
what?
cured meat product
Yes.
that's made typically
It-
of pork, put into a
Breaded meat.
can to be stored for
Decades.
indefinite storage.
So,
Yes,
fun fact: back in World War II, this was rations Americans used in the Pacific. Eventually, people like Hawaiians,
The
they just
Japanese love
like to taste
spam.
enough, they start buying it. So, eventually, we brought it stateside after the war, and it just came as standard of lunch and meat here in the U.S.
Kind of like
Well,
government cheese.
Interesting.
And one of the reasons, the reason why so many Pacific Islanders, right, Hawaiians, Samoans, and a lot of other small island nations in the Pacific, they really like spam is because during World War II, the Americans, right, gave them rations. And that was what they had to eat. That was their meat. So they took a liking to it. And
Can I
now,
add-
like, Hawaii per capita, I think,
Can I
consumes more
add-
spam than any other state.
It does.
There's also at
Not
one
if I can
point
help it.
in the Philippines they have a thing called banana sauce. It's similar to ketchup. It tastes like ketchup.
Huh.
But it's bananas because they didn't have
That's
tomatoes.
bananas.
Interesting.
Honestly, it doesn't sound like the worst thing ever. I've
not.
probably had worse.
Oh no! If you just sit and describe spam, right? It's the leftover parts of. Sorry, it's not.
It's
I don't think it's
pork
just like the
renderings.
leftover parts of the pig. It is like right. It's like the scrapings from the bones. Kind of like some of the gristle
Oh.
in
It's
other
salty,
stuff,
I hate it.
and then they grind it up right into a kind of a homogeneous texture, and then they spice
Hmm.
it, they salt it, and then they cook it into a shape, and then they can it. Right? It doesn't sound that appealing, but if you've ever had a hot
Yeah.
dog, it's basically the same thing.
Oh.
In a can.
Okay.
It's
Yes,
I mean,
saltier than a hot
that's
dog, though.
It just comes
that's
out as a
actually
brick.
that's actually
Welcome
probably a good way to describe it. It's a hot dog in a can.
You know what?
Yeah.
have
gummy
it.
candy,
Extra spices, mind you.
gummies used to be the same way. They used to have cartilages and
Well,
all
they
that
still
other
have
stuff.
collagen.
Ooh, I
Mhm.
think somebody just posted
Mitbrötchen.
Mitbrötchen. Get that. bitch in
Mitbrötchen.
So
here.
this is
What?
a national thing
This is
in
a
Germany.
German thing.
This
Yeah.
is a German thing. It's called Mitbrötchen, which is basically just meat bread. It
Meat
is
bread. Raw
raw
meat.
minced pork on top of a slab of bread.
Mhm.
At least make a tartar out of this, man. Come
It,
on.
it kind of is a tartar, but
It is
essentially,
a tartar.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
essentially,
nice.
the German meat industry is so protective and so rigid that it is actually safe to consume raw pork there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried.
It's the most
And this is
anti-Semitic thing in
considered
Germany
a
since the
rather-
obvious thing.
This is
I have-
honestly,
I have had this before. It is delicious.
yeah. What
It
they
is,
normally
it-
do,
it is
they-
very interesting.
you put a lot of Zenf or mustard on top, and it is like a staple. But legitimately, when I
Mustard?
think of struggle or goblin meals, this thing sits atop of me for Germany. This thing
Oh.
just sits up there.
You know, I just remembered. You guys want to hear of a really disgusting goblin meal that I had in Thailand?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Worrisome.
Not the
Straight
Thai
up-
food. Not the Thai food.
Straight up bugs.
What the
I mean,
That's
Straight
not
up
crunchy.
bugs.
How are they prepared?
are they
So
prepared?
it's fried in garlic oil of some sort, and
Oh,
it's
okay.
I'd eat that.
almost hollow by the time that you actually eat it.
Oh,
So the
when
you say
majority
that,
of
that's
the-
bad.
crunchy.
I was gonna say it
Yeah.
probably just tastes like texture. It probably doesn't taste like anything.
Bugs
It tastes
also
like
have the
being
It
highest
tastes like
per capita of
garlic
protein
chips.
per-
That's all I can say.
Bugs
Uh,
typically have the highest yield of protein out of most food groups.
I'll be honest,
Yes, they
it
do.
didn't taste
Thanks,
bad,
but
it's-
no, I'm not gonna eat a freaking
Oh,
hopper
neither.
or
It's
something
a
like that.
bug.
Just like that.
You
I
will
would-
see bugs and you will
bugs.
like it.
I would gladly
The Goyim
eat
will
a
own
bug
nothing and
to
be
try it
happy.
out. I mean, Sadaka, your avatar is Spider-Man. I mean, be the
No, he's
spider,
Deadpool.
my guy.
What?
Discord,
I mean,
You guys-
Spider-Man and Deadpool. I mean, true, but like, man, I could give it a shot eventually. Maybe if the
weird.
opportunity comes, I'll probably give it a
No,
I'll
shot.
try anything, man.
There's
That's how I
these
found out I kind
cheese
of like the taste of
crickets.
chicken heart.
There's these cheese crickets,
Oh,
and
I
I
love
tried it with something else. I tried
Hey,
it with
that looks
something
like-
chocolatey. It works really
On
well
it-
for some reason.
Honestly, that looks like the most edible thing here.
So
Oh, that's
far.
yummy. What is that?
I mean, this is just like fried rice. You know, a typical fried rice, and then they just have like fried mealworms on it.
Yep,
That's
that's
not
all.
bad. That just means they're crunchy.
Worms?
That
Right,
and a-
exactly. It's just
Wait,
texture.
worms?
Yeah.
I thought that was
Little
meat.
worm. It's a type of.
No,
Oh, I
no,
thought that
no,
was
no, sir,
meat.
those are-
Have you eaten
how
that
they
motherfucker?
get you. That's how they get you.
You can't back down now, Sadaka.
You can own nothing and be
I was
happy.
waiting for the
Exactly.
reaction.
Oh.
Here, let me get you a nice pile of them.
Oh,
Oh, man.
Southeast Asian
Honestly?
food, delicious.
honestly, give me some
Oh, I
like
hate
sriracha
that.
mayo, and I'm pounding that shit.
freaking, I freaking hate that. Get that away from me. I have
Y'all give me the word,
discriminimize.
and I'll show
Oh
you
my
some
God.
real food.
I'll show some real food as well. I'm waiting for this to.
Some
I
real
have
good
less of
food.
a reaction. No, I'm gonna. I'm
All right,
not
all
gonna
right.
say.
If we want to talk about real food, let's somebody throw something out there.
Okay.
Time to
So
go
for
back
my
to Europe
birthday,
and-
which
Okay.
was recent, I received a gigantic. This is literally thicker than my Bible. A cookbook called Greece, the cookbook by Vefa Alexiadou, published by Phaedon. And it has pictures, which I will be showing if y'all want to see it. And like, how many pages is in this,
Enough.
not including the index. So like the actual cooking stops at about that should give you a good sign that I'm struggling to find it. Let's say yes, the glossary begins at page 656.
Nice.
So
Guys.
650 some pages of pure unadulterated Greek cooking, and brother, euros and that other fast food shit is only a couple. I have the keys
Yummer.
to the Hellenic Republic right here. I will get
Give it-
a Greek woman to marry me.
I am
with this
rapidly approaching the location
A
of
Greek
Greek
woman.
woman.
And You might get a Greek man, actually.
I'm Greek.
Honestly, that would be more authentic.
I'm trying
Well,
to go to heaven. What,
well, I
what
just
the
dumped
fuck are you
everything in
talking
the
about?
chat.
I wanted,
so
I
let's
wanted to,
see how
you
this
know, we were
happens.
talking about real food. I'm gonna share a Chilean meal we do here, which is
Ooh.
called guatitas. These look like this. I don't know if this is a common thing in any country. I'm posting
can you
a
spell
pic.
that? I'll pull up a picture. Oh wait, no, I
Oh,
got it.
I
Yep,
love the
got it.
carrots.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
all gonna have to pull up pictures for
So,
me because I can't like.
That's
stream
a
book
picture.
to
That's a
chat, so-
picture. Okay.
Like a vegetable
So-
stew.
That thing is a stew, yeah, that has animal guts in it.
Oh, like
Oh,
awful.
okay.
Lovely.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
tripe.
like
It looks like
they
tripe.
just like
Yeah, it does look
slice
like
them
tripe.
up and stuff like that. I don't know if it's a common thing out there. It's just something that I thought it was a little like just something to share from around here. We do like those kind of stews, and I hate how they taste. The smell is horrid. You can smell the grease and the dead of the animal,
I
but
like morcilla.
it tastes a little bit good,
Hold on.
honestly.
You got,
Hold on,
Meister, if
let
you're
me
gonna
go
put the
get
condiment titty
Morcilla.
up there, you gotta put the bratwurst next to it too.
I was gonna say, yeah. Here's a smooth squeezing the condiment titty. Is that a mayo titty or
Oh, this is a mustard titty.
mustard titty?
Mustard?
Okay.
Yum.
Mustard?
Mustard.
So this was back last year. I went to Europe for a vacation.
What the fuck?
and fresh made bratwurst in knock, just like in bread with like all kinds of like mustard on top.
That's a
A
funny
lot of
little
stalls. The Germans love their mustard enough. You just like have a hanging condiment titty, and you just squeeze
Yeah,
it out.
fucking
Nothing
a mustard udder.
Yeah,
well, you know,
exactly.
you know,
A
they
mustard
actually
udder.
have
If you want
have
to send,
those.
you must mix the sense titty. Sorry, go on.
They have those at like
Kvass.
Blake.
Yes.
No. Remember when we went to that barbecue thing?
Yeah.
They had those for the barbecue sauce.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I just
So
heard.
who we... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, no, you're good.
So who here has heard of kvass?
Yeah.
Yes, I
For
have
me
heard
from
of kvass.
D8, I found out what it is.
All right. So
D8.
for those who haven't heard what it is, kvass is a Soviet drink, mostly in Eastern Europe as well, Poland, all that stuff. It is a
Okay.
drink that is made of fermented bread.
Bread water.
Bread water.
It is basically bitter, Swedish, bittersweet type of bread water that is left to ferment out in the sun for days on end with a little bit of sugar and whatnot. And it is considered a soft serve in some parts of Russia.
Yes, I've heard
So-
of that.
That actually
Huh.
looks pretty nice.
Soft drink. My mistake. Yeah,
Yep.
soft
It is
drink
considered
in
a
some
soft drink
parts of
because it's got a
Russia.
low alcohol content, right?
It's very, very low, like
Yeah.
not even 0.5%.
Technically,
pretty
alcohol
sure if I
fermentation
ate
happens, but only so much to like carbonate it, basically.
Yeah. Nobody in my family except for me likes to drink it.
Dude, I make my own kvass.
You're the weird one
Yeah,
out.
same.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm
It's
pretty,
not much surprise.
I'm pretty
really
sure if
good.
I tested
No, you
Voss,
shouldn't
even
be.
if it has so little alcohol, I would just
I've
be
made watermelon wine before.
hungover.
And the thing is, when it comes to kvass, it's not even made with bread that's like good. It's mostly from what my parents told me in Russia that they made it with slightly stale and moldy bread to bring out the bitterness as well.
Oh.
I see.
I'm dumping something in
That's
the
weird.
in the chat. Some photos.
It is
very
weird, but you
weird.
know what? It's fucking delicious, and I love the shit out of it.
Got something really good too.
As long as it
Get a load
doesn't
of,
do
what I
anything
just
to your
dumped
body,
in,
then it tastes
I
fine,
mean, so
guess.
that's the funniest fucking thing, and we'll get back to Meister's topic here of like just food. You know, people just eat just the most random shit that really shouldn't exist in the first place.
Pickles,
shit,
pig's
that's the
feet.
wrong chat.
Oh well,
love
actually, I was
pickles.
going to say caffeine. Caffeine is a highly toxic chemical to most animals.
Yummy.
It will fuck them up, but humans, I mean, we just like we captured that shit and made it on lock. We got that stuff down.
It's like
Yeah,
crap
we-
for us.
You know, can I jump in and just tell a bit of a long form joke? I love how humans and animals have our defense systems completely wired in the opposite direction.
Exactly. Like
Like,
fucking humans are the
we-
only like mammals that intentionally eat hot foods, like
we
shit.
eat poisons and defense mechanisms for funsies.
Yeah, like mint.
plants will develop for hundreds of years, developing spicy and counter spicy flavor profiles with chemicals designed to keep animals like mammals from like fucking with them. And we just we say, no, not spicy enough. Let's breed it to be even hotter and hotter and hotter. And
Yum,
not only that,
capsaicin.
but like the
Basically.
theobromine in chocolate will like put down a bear, and then we
Yeah.
eat it because it's sweet and
Exactly.
tasty. Haha,
That's
chocolate
how we
tasty.
got our niches.
And then caffeine is like, maybe it gets goats high, but like it keeps us awake at night so monks can do their prayers. And now it's a staple and everybody's addicted to it and it's normalized. Thanks, monks. And then on the other hand,
Alcohol.
like dogs will literally eat their own shit and vomit and other dogs' shit off of the grass and be completely fine and look at you with puppy eyes like, yay, I love walks. And then us will like have food dropped on the floor for like 10 seconds and be fighting for our goddamn lives for like 10 days afterwards.
Yeah. Well, then you gotta consider like alcohol, and it's just like, oh, this is just gonna fucking kill a horse, and all of a sudden we're just like,
Oh, did
3
you grab a
whiskeys
picture
in,
of
and I
watermelon
need
wine?
another.
Yes, it is violently red.
No, this isn't watermelon wine. This is
Health
this picture I
potion.
just took this picture like 15 seconds ago.
Oh,
This
can
looks
you
like a
can you go
blood.
into Writer's Roundup chat, by the way, and grab the stuff that I posted there? I meant to put it in voice, but it went to Write-Up chat.
Oh, where'd you post it?
Writer's Roundup, the normal channel.
Yep, gotcha.
This is
You know,
my
I
Greek
have
cookbook.
I have a dog here that he can eat basically anything that you feed him into. Like he could just eat whatever he wants. He just eats avocados and raw food somehow.
Aren't
and
those
just
bad for dogs?
he tanks
No,
them.
right?
He's a field dog here. He's a dog that has been like out in the streets for
You're out of rotated.
whoever
Does
knows
that.
how long. And he just eats the avocados, the whatever we feed him, he just eats it up and he's a happy little dog.
God. Okay, so I've got to complain about fucking dogs and food and shit real quick.
Oh
like,
no.
like our local like a little voice actor started the prompt off with earlier. So okay, so there's a thing for plants called blood meal, which is like this little pellet stuff that's made to kind of break down, get into the soil, and kind of like help enrich it for gardening purposes. Last year, I found out my dog loves the taste of blood meal and started eating it up when I wasn't looking. And then it's like, okay, how bad is this? Internet search says, well, it could cause constipation and death. I'm like, fuck. So then that's how I found out it costs $300 to get your dog's stomach pumped so they throw up everything that was meant for the fucking plants.
Huh.
And then, like we found out a few minutes ago, then they'll just go around, eat their own shit, and be perfectly happy and fine. And it's like, motherfucker, can you make up your mind, please, about what you're going to try to eat and make sick, please? God damn it.
If you feed him chocolate, he's just gonna die. Oh, but he eats his own vomit and he's fine. He's
Exactly.
His body wants to. We'll be fine with the second time around.
If there's one,
so
if
these are the pictures that.
Okay, and
Sorry, I
talking
don't
about
know. What should I?
animals
should I
eating
put you as
their own
duck
waste.
Scent.
Oh, what's going on?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, I
These
got
are
more.
These are the photos that Anand sent after he had a nice cooking session with Sage. Oh God, Arlock's behind me. Ah!
My God.
Arlock.
Am I will drink that.
Oh God,
yummy.
he's right behind me, isn't he?
So is this, hello, Arlock.
Hey, how's it going?
Wait, is that
So
ginger vodka?
no,
Doge?
okay. So since it's on the topic of alcohol, mostly in Ukraine, we also have something that's a bit weird called hrenovukha in Russian. That basically means horseradish alcohol.
What the
That's
fuck?
cool.
I've had this before.
What?
Yeah,
Horseradish
so
alcohol,
it
what is
is
that?
basically it's an infusion more like. It's not just horseradish, but it's basically a bunch of spices with horseradish that is infused with in Russia moonshine, which in moonshine in Russian is samagon. So it's basically moonshine with horseradish that is diluted a bit so it can be turned into vodka. So it's at 40-45%.
So I have a
Oh,
quick
that must
little
taste
nitpick,
horrible.
Doge.
So this is Russian tequila, except instead of a worm, you use horseradish.
Yeah, pretty
Damn,
much. And
us
I've
and the
got,
Russians,
I
why
was
can't we be
gifted,
friends?
I was gifted
Why
a,
can't we ever
a
be
bottle
friends?
of this a few years ago when I was at work, and it was the most delicious fucking thing I've ever had.
That's impressive.
The horseradish
My
root.
gosh.
So Doge, quick thing. You call it moonshine. Is it really moonshine, or is it something more
Yes,
similar?
yes, yes. So in Russia, we have a moonshine in Russia means samagon. It is actually made similarly to what you would make it down in the south, because Belarus is known as the potato producer, the biggest potato producer of the world, and they make the most amount of vodka. So majority of when it comes to samagon and stuff like that comes from Belarus and makes its way around Russia and stuff like that. So a lot of the things that we make when it comes to alcohol is always infused with something different. It's not always completely straight fused, and this is one of them, being horseradish. It's really good.
So wow, okay, that sounds. I would try the shit out of this.
Oh yeah. The
This
thing
would
is,
kill
I
me.
don't know. The guy who gifted it to me. There used to be it was in a very, very, very good like professional bottle, but I don't know where to buy it because he said that they were selling it for like a limited time, and I don't know where to find it anymore.
Okay, so I've got
Imagine
something in
that's the
mind as a
case.
product that comes from Tibet and China, and I want to get people's opinions on this one. Has anyone ever heard of the product called kumis?
I don't like that name, especially with how that looks.
No,
Kumis
I've never
is
encountered it.
fermented yak milk.
Yak milk.
So this is kind of like it's kind of like kefir ish.
Yes, essentially. It's
Kind of
like
jumping into a bit of a Mongolian territory here with
Yeah.
fermented milk.
All right.
Okay. Go on.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to keep going. Mistake. So the thing is, like, it's fermented milk, which like getting milk towards fermentation sounds it sounds iffy to most people because you think, oh, that's just yogurt, but it's just pure liquid. So what the fuck is that? So I'm just curious, like, who all would actually eat this? Because I'm like, I keep going back and forth.
I would try it.
Sorry.
Ever
hold on,
heard
let
of
me,
your
let me-
cult?
Let me pull that up.
I think if it's proven without
how
doubt
failed
that it
this
is
bottle is.
safe for consumption, I think it would be good.
Always give everything a shot.
Is it sour? How's it
It's
taste?
alcoholic.
Okay.
Here, I'll.
Do you-
Have
I'm
you heard
just-
the audio of that?
Did the white yogurt come from the container to the right? Because I would have questions.
It did.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I'm positive that I like that at all in any capacity.
Okay, there we
Yeah.
go. All right.
Let me get the audio one.
There.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
best.
Yep. Perfect. Mm-hmm.
God, this
that'll
is
feel
Great hot miking going on. in the background.
See, you'd have to
What played
have that.
through? What played
You'd have to have that container set up so it's like the Tabasco sauce ones where you have to shake it back and forth to get it all out.
Stir the fuck out of it to get the sediment to come out as well.
But yeah,
Again-
back on the food thing. Anybody heard of a fucking Juicy Lucy?
Oh yes.
Yes,
I-
I'm well aware of Juicy Lucy's.
Are
I
those
hate
like
them.
these stuffed burgers?
Then you got the bad one then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
On the other hand,
The ultimate counter. Yeah, you just got a bad one. Doesn't count. It's like
You just got a bad one.
Go
Don't
on,
worry
go on,
about
go
it.
on.
And then pair that with Scotcheroos.
Wait, what?
Why?
What?
Scotcheroos, you ever heard of them?
No, I have.
is
I'm just
that?
kind of curious what the logic behind that is.
I mean, like one of my places nearby just kind of does like that as like an order.
I mean,
Just something spotting.
it's because peanut butter. Because if I'm understanding what a Juicy Lucy is, that's a burger, right?
Yeah.
I think
Okay.
I've seen one of
Peanut
those on the
butter
burger.
with burgers is not
Those. Those
that
look
extreme of a
interesting.
concept. So the Scotcheroos having the peanut butter, you kinda get They're sorta, but
I mean,
that does feel like a weird combo.
Some people have made burgers with peanut butter on them before.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like it's a completely optimal concept,
You
but it's
guys,
like
you guys know what this reminds me of? What's that sandwich that that Elvis likes to eat?
I know what you're
well,
talking
not that
about.
he's dead, but
Yes. It's peanut butter
It's
and
like-
banana.
Peanut
Yes,
butter, peanut butter and bananas.
Peanut butter
And then
and
bacon
It has
on top of it.
it has a specific name.
I believe it's
It has a
General
specific
Loaf.
name. Hold on.
If I remember correctly, it's peanut butter, bacon,
A pound of
jam,
peanut butter, a pound of
jam.
jam, a pound of bacon on a French roll with the inside carved out.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And
So,
he was
to be fair-
on record like
And fried,
going
mind you.
and eating like
20 of them.
20 of them. Yeah,
God,
with like 5
and
of his
this guy
friends.
died on the toilet. That's really surprising.
Okay, it's
Well, I mean, it
Probably
may
knocked
have
him
been
out.
that in a
Something-
copious amount of
There's
drugs
something that is
in the
not
system,
mentioned
but that's
often
not
is that
important.
he ate ice cream so much. He was a big ice cream guy as well. So just
okay.
like
It's referred
all
to
that-
fool's gold loaf.
Yes, it is
Yes.
just called the Elvis, and it's just peanut butter, jelly, and bacon, and on an entire loaf of bread.
Crazy.
Again, I'm surprised the guy's not still alive. It's shocking to me, frankly. It's
I
crazy.
honestly don't know how you can eat that and still be alive because that just they would just destroy your arteries, wouldn't it? Or you
I
couldn't
have
live
long
long
bit
enough.
of news. He did
Nacho.
not survive, actually. So,
Dude,
it's-
if you ever come to the
No,
United
but
States,
for the
you will
amount
see
of
people
time-
that will make you question how they're alive.
Yep.
Dude, I've
Okay,
never been
in the United
US.
States, we do have restaurant chains that give you stuff for free if you eat over a caloric limit. So, I mean,
Oh, what?
Heart
What
attack
is
grill.
going on
Yep.
over there?
This
Oh,
is
yeah, I
a
was thinking
juicy
about Heart
Lucy.
Attack Grill.
Yeah.
This is a juicy Lucy.
That actually looks pretty good.
They
Yeah,
are.
It's one of those. I feel like it's good in concept, but I'd probably hate putting it anywhere near my mouth in
This
practice.
was something.
It's really
That's
good,
what
but
she said.
hard to do right.
If you like putting meat in your mouth that
That's what she
squirts
said.
when you bite down on it. then
Ah, no,
So in
no,
other
no,
words, if
wait,
you're
wait,
homosexual-
wait.
Now you get the
wait,
joke.
wait, wait.
So in other words,
bite
this is
into
my
the
favorite
meat.
way to
There's
consume
just
a
this.
hamburger.
You bite into the meat. There's just this thick coating that goes all over the back of your throat.
White cheddar.
Oh baby.
White cheddar and Gouda.
You know.
Wait, they,
this
instead of like
reminds me of-
cheddar cheese, they put like fucking cottage cheese inside.
I've never
this
seen
is
it with anything
replaced-
other than cheddar, but
If this is replaced
Okay,
with blue
here's the
cheese, I'd
thing.
be a lot happier.
Fuck.
I'm gonna
I'd
jump
also
in here.
observe
I mean,
that
you
it's a
can get
sesame
that.
seed.
Hold on.
but-
I'm gonna jump in here. Let me put you all in game for a little bit. A
The ones
juicy
that they got-
Lucy. Hold on, but just a little
Yeah.
less cheese in the middle. You need some more proper meat, and it needs to not go when you bite into
here,
it.
I think I
Um,
found
But then
one- I
it's
think I-
not
I
fun
think I found one that's a little
anymore.
better, so-
Okay, homo. But no, let me put you on game, okay? Yes, kind of like this, but feta cheese. You can make a Greek burger
okay,
with it. Greek
yeah,
American
okay.
burger.
Feta would be
Yeah.
interesting. Feta would be.
Yeah,
interesting.
That would
there we
be
get
interesting,
somewhere.
I
And
guess.
feta would work better because it would where it's a little bit less moist, so it would stay a little crumblier.
Yeah.
And also,
Less
And it works
salt,
better with ground beef.
because the cheese
Yeah.
is salty.
Ooh, you know,
Yeah.
I completely.
No, you
agree
put
with
some
that. It
Greek
would work better with
seasonings,
ground beef.
a little bit of tzatziki sauce, like on like the sides of the bread.
Tzatziki
Like,
sauce.
So nice.
The one that they do here is they use like a pretzel bun, and then they use like beer cheese.
Oh, that's why.
Okay.
Pub burgers
This
are
is
good.
distinctly northern now. From
Yeah.
those
I think
three
it-
words
I-
alone.
I think that. No, no, get that out. Somebody ban him.
What?
Ban him. Oh
What you
my
said?
God, ban
It's
Balak
leaking!
right now.
It's leaking!
the
Oh no!
Is that a croquette?
Ban him right now.
Too bad I can't post gifs on the screen.
Who wants
Get that
that
ass
in their
banned,
mouth?
you worthless
Genuinely.
specimen. Oh my God.
What the
Who'd want that
hell?
in their mouth?
I completely missed it. I'm just basking in the chaos at the moment.
We do a little trolling.
I
Yeah.
feel like Shuhan is like salivating at the mouth seeing that gift, probably.
You know
He
what?
We need like a censor bar over that. We need that fucking pixelated.
No, that
Hold on.
peanut
Let me
butter reminds me
All right,
of,
quick question. Quick question. What are y'all's thoughts on coleslaw? What are your thoughts on coleslaw?
I hate it.
Not a
I'm
fan.
profoundly, aggressively
Vomit.
indifferent.
Vomit.
Okay, it depends.
I-
So Southerner here. It depends on how you make the coleslaw, but coleslaw
Exactly.
can be really
Hold on,
good.
hold on.
Yes.
Vinegar
Where
or
are
mayo?
you from? Where are you from? What state?
So I like to joke that I'm no.
Dox
I think
yourself.
she's talking to me.
Oh.
Yes,
Oh, I'm bleeding.
Hold on. You are a she, right?
I'm she. Yes.
Okay. I was about to say that was gonna be really embarrassing if I got that wrong on chat.
That's so funny. It's okay.
Anyway, yeah, so I like to joke that I was.
I heard that noise, Meister.
I went to blow my nose and now I'm bleeding.
Get your laughs in.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just
I
so
wanna
dry.
know-
So I to answer the question, I like to joke that I was raised by the military
It's just so
industrial
dry.
complex because I haven't been raised in one particular location. I was born in Georgia, but I kind of jumped around the world because my folks were Air Force.
So I lived in Georgia for 10 years. I'm born in Florida, and I lived in Georgia.
I live in
Alabama,
Florida currently, so we got it reversed.
Yeah.
Okay, so that brings me to a question: mayo-based or vinegar-based slaw? There's a big difference.
Good
Oh.
question.
I can go either or, but vinegar, I like the taste of vinegar, so
I like.
I
yeah.
don't like
vinegar better.
mayonnaise, so I kind of tend towards vinegar based
Okay,
coleslaws.
that's good. That's the
I'm
appropriate.
fine with mayo, but I feel like if you're doing coleslaw, you need the tang for it, so I'd say vinegar.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's what I'm thinking.
So I will say to
Potato
the best
salad.
of both worlds. You use a little bit of mayonnaise and then you use a little bit of vinegar, so you have something that's very
right.
creamy, but it's also tangy.
So
Well,
the
it
thing is,
mixed
if you have
though.
coleslaw, you typically have some kind of starch to go alongside with it, and the starch is a carrier for some mayo-based product, like fries or something.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Hush
I guess
puppy.
my problem with a purely vinegar-based slaw is that it would be way too liquidy, and the liquid wouldn't like stick to it as well. You would almost have to like drain it before you put it on something.
Wait, how the fuck do you not make slaw then? What?
You take right your shredded vegetables, you add mayo to it, you add vinegar to it, then you add like mustard and celery
not-
seed and salt and pepper,
Hold on,
and then
hold
you
on,
mix
hold on.
that shit up.
Do you not like press or beat the veggie strips before?
Oh no, you keep that shit crunchy.
What?
What
We're
fucking slaw are you eating?
I don't
You're
like
supposed to
it.
dip it a
As,
little bit.
as somebody that doesn't
regional-
really eat slaw, I'm perplexed with the concept of not having
Okay,
crunchy
so-
slaw. What's going on
So
here?
if you
No,
use
it's
the
still
vegetable,
crunchy, but you just
hold
heat
on.
up the water a little
I
bit.
have a really cheap meal that me and my brother do, where we grab like the vegetable mix for coleslaw, and we put it in with a pound of ground beef, and then we cook those together, and then we grab some crunchy noodles.
Honestly,
and throw it
that
in there.
doesn't sound bad.
I'm gonna be honest. I do the same thing, except I do it with
Throw
just like a
some,
whole head of cabbage,
Cholula
and then I
in
do it with pork. It's just like pork and cabbage noodles. It's
Nice.
really good.
So
Yeah, but no, like
like
coleslaw needs to be at least gently crunchy. It doesn't need to go
Yeah,
so
it's
deep.
crunchy.
Everybody right
what do
into
you
it, but-
pair your coleslaw with, Doc, by any chance?
Generally, when I have
seafood?
coleslaw, it's
with a fried
usually
chicken patty.
alongside stuff like good,
Seafood-wise.
good old Southern comfort foods, fried chicken and the like.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah. Fried
Coleslaw is
chicken,
best with fried
brisket,
chicken.
pulled pork.
Brisket,
A
pulled
legitimate
pork.
question I have.
Sometimes
As a
burgers.
coastal
It depends on what you're
person-
doing with the burger.
Coastal person, I would pair it with some nicely seasoned grilled fish.
Ooh.
Even
Okay.
black.
Yeah, I can see it.
That is my favorite thing, and also getting
That's
some
true.
hush puppies too.
All right, I'm
Hush
gonna start
puppies, yeah,
pulling
of
up-
course. Something
I'm gonna-
fried.
I'm
Something
gonna start
fried.
pulling up some pictures of
Yeah.
All right.
So I
in the first front row.
I
what
like
is
to
your question?
cook. Okay, I like to cook. I've made stuff from around the world. I think the only continent that I've not
Around the
made
world.
anything from before is probably Africa. But then again, neither have they.
Wait, what's the food you made from Antarctica then?
No, I just said I haven't made anything from Africa, and neither have they.
I said Antarctica.
But yeah, Antarctica. Okay,
Oh,
no,
what
everybody
the
knows.
let me tell you about some African food that I've made.
What?
Everybody
that
knows.
mean?
Okay, hold on. Everybody knows
Carrot
Antarctica
salad.
doesn't count.
What?
But snow salad. But
No.
now I've made.
Oh.
So okay, so
God, you really are an on.
In particular, thank you. In particular, I really like to make Greek food, but I've made a few things. I've made a pretty good Yeongju Chaofan. It's a fried rice, traditional Eastern China, but that was very intensive. A lot of the time, I prefer to make very well spiced things with beef or with chicken.
Mhm.
I make a really killer stifado, which is a kind of a beef stew.
Ooh, hell yeah.
But it's marinated in it includes cinnamon, nutmeg, various other spices you wouldn't think play well with beef, and some good red wine.
Nutmeg.
I think one of the best things, like the most knockout things that I've ever made, and I've bragged about this a little bit in Snoot Club, but Parthian chicken, and I can't take credit for the recipe, but it is like a 2,000-something-year-old recipe for basically what was the KFC of the Roman Empire. You could get it at just about any taverna. The De Re Coquinari was probably printed more times than the Bible before the printing press was made. Just about every damn Roman household had it. Everybody knew, like they'd teach slaves to read just to read that motherfucker. So, Parthian chicken was a really, really good roast chicken recipe. That is, usually they'd use the whole chicken for it. I get around that by just using thighs. Skin on, bone in. You throw, basically, it's the easiest damn thing in the world to make, which is crazy considering how good it tastes. It does not taste like it's that, it doesn't taste like it's simple. It tastes like it's complicated, and it's really not. You just take a Dutch oven, you throw some chicken into it, just raw, and then you pour over white wine, a cup of white wine. I usually use a sweet white wine from Greece. Kotaki Samos Muscat is my preferred. You throw in a couple of different spices. Fish sauce is the other main ingredient for the liquid. They use liquamen, is what they would call it in writing. Garum is the other
garum,
word for
also
it.
known as
Garum,
Yes.
garum, liquamen, garum. They would throw in. I'm trying to remember here. Oh yeah, there were some ingredients that I literally couldn't use. Mainly because the very first versions of this recipe used an herb that the Romans ate out of existence.
Oh,
So
damn it! Bastards.
later imperial recipes substituted. I think they substituted it with lavage or lovage.
Now, one thing I want to make
lovage. You can't use lovage in the modern day, mainly because you can still get it, but it's also an abortifacient.
Yes, it is.
So don't serve it at the function if you don't know for sure that nobody is pregnant.
Yes,
I want to say.
I was gonna say I actually grow lavage in my garden. I got seeds
Nice.
from my
Can I get
Romanian
some?
neighbors growing up.
Nice. Can I send me some? Send me some dried. I'll make Parthian chicken.
Cooking I've watched the process. I would assume, based off your knowledge, that you know a man called Tasting History.
Yes.
Yeah, he's made a version of Parthian chicken before. I use a slightly different translation.
Now, watching him make that was a very interesting experience.
Oh yeah. No, I do love his recipes, and I made his take on the 1870s version of beef stroganoff. I loved that. I'm probably gonna make it that way from now on. Because like the modern American like the 50s housewife version of it just does not hit the same once you've had the original. And yeah, you know what? I'm going to say something controversial. I know that it's safe edgy to hate on the French and everything like that, but if you've ever had good European food in your life that wasn't Italian, chances are a French chef made it.
I wholeheartedly agree. The French hate is unwarranted, and their food is absolutely delicious. And anybody who thinks
the French hate
is a fucking food midget, and they deserve to die. Sorry, go
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Outside of somebody being a moron is entirely like making fun of your sibling.
The French get hate because most of us are like Anglophones, and like we have like a traditional like a genetic memory hatred of the French.
Exactly.
Here's the thing. So the French
it's like you bully your brother because this is
basically,
what you do as a brother.
Yep. But if you can get out of the French hate just for like the genetic memory, just for a second to think about French hate, really, I think what it is the fact that like French people, in terms of like the contributions that they've had to the world, they cook like the Italians and philosophize like the Germans. Fucking nobody understands them, and it's usually a justification for pedophilia. But and they don't even have the engineering chops to back it up.
That is stock footage. That is stock footage of somebody driving down the highway, and then you just clip in a car flying off a cliff. That's what that sentence was.
What? Anyways, while we're having this conversation, here's Cookoven.
I was just gonna say that, like, for all the French hating that we do, objectively, the second anything bad happens to the French, we usually show up with a whole bunch of guns.
Yeah.
So, like,
no, it literally is the little brother that we all bully. Everybody's freaking out like they haven't figured out who Michel Foucault is.
Oh
The
god.
Marquis de Sade.
Wow, you are bad.
Screen is gone again. Oh,
Dude, hey, Anana's literally me, okay? I will bait as many of you as it takes.
Damn, he is
Okay, fair.
Okay,
That isn't fair.
now the
yes.
allegations of the French being okay, smooth.
Dude, all you gotta do
Here's-
is 5
here's
minutes on Wikipedia for French philosophy that doesn't come from
don't
Catholic
tell
I
priests.
just
Tella.
have like a non by accident one
Don't
time.
tell
What did you
Tella.
can do?
Okay.
Uh,
What am I looking at? What is
Yeah,
that?
this is law. Okay.
It's like a okay. What country did this come from?
United States.
This looks like
What,
vomit.
okay, what state did this come from?
I don't fucking know. Probably the Midwest.
Oh, so therefore it sure does have mayonnaise in it then.
It does.
That's a very
It's
legal law.
very obvious for me. Like you can see
That's
the
a
white
leaky
there.
law. I don't like that. That's a
Yes,
leaky
yes, it
law.
is. It's now it's almost thick, right? So if you put a spoon in there, it would coat the back of a spoon. But yes, it is drippy.
I love my cheese drippy, bruh.
Shut the fuck up.
I like my Lucy's
Somebody
nice and
kill
juicy.
him.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Juicy Lucy, is that what we call ending 3.5 thing?
All right, okay. Oates, can you kick him, please?
No,
Damn.
no.
I didn't say anything out loud. I mean, I was just.
Who?
Maybe I'll
He's
just kick you
tired.
from the other server.
Fuck you. That was great. That was a good joke.
Beer number 3. It was a good joke.
Dry January.
Well, actually, wait. What do you mean ending 3.5? It can be ending 3. They have a kid in 3. I'm sure they do.
Yeah, but 3.5 is when she's like doesn't lose the baby weight.
What?
Oh fuck off. All right. It's a little early in the night for All right, that's talking from
Down.
the King BBW enjoyer. Shut the fuck
Okay,
up.
stone soup.
Is this related to
Because
Snooty
we are
Game?
going
Because
we are
I-
going to boil the rock.
Anybody who's heard those memes about me, by the way, I
No,
want
it's
you to know I
the-
am
it's the
literally
whole thing
1%
in-
West African. It only exists for that effect.
The 1% that
Is this
counts.
here? There you go.
Exactly.
Smooth, we're fucking putting you in the pot.
One drop rule.
Also,
I was gonna say
speaking
it's
of
that that one thing that like cropped up for a little while is like a really stupid trend over in China where they just like have the rocks that they would sauce.
Yes, flavored rocks. Ugh.
Yep.
What the fuck?
That was weird as
What?
shit.
No.
Yes,
Yeah, that
yeah,
happened.
let me find it.
No, I'm sorry.
That's exactly-
This is
Flavored
real. This is
rocks
real.
is something
Yep.
that American teenagers would come up with as a struggle meal.
Unfortunately, we're
only-
not that innovative, or fortunately, depending
Okay,
on
no.
who you ask.
Hold on.
We stuck with the American way of eating Tide Pods like everybody else. All right.
See, that's the bullshit that makes me think that flavored rocks has to be an American thing. What the fuck do you mean the Chinese? I know the Chinese like eat bats and shit like that, but like
Look at you, this thumbnail.
No, it
This
was a
looks
flavor.
like a
It wasn't-
YouTube thumbnail.
It wasn't something you eat. It's something you just suck on, or put
They
into
basically
flavor.
have the hot plate. They
you're
do
not
sauces
good
and
for
stuff like that
your
to coat it, and then you basically just suck
That's
on them.
not
and
good for your
spit them out.
teeth.
Who's called
don't
this
chew, you
good?
suck on
Who
it.
would actually eat this?
Still-
Eat something edible, please.
You know your teeth move forward or back if you stuck on something too long.
Yes. Yeah, that's
You're
not
not
good.
That's why if you suck your thumb for too long, your teeth go book.
Yeah.
MS will say this is good.
Oh,
and
that
not eat a bowl
explains
of
Chinese
spaghetti.
caricatures.
Oh my fucking god.
Wow.
Just eat a bowl of spaghetti at that
Low-hanging
point.
fruit.
Honestly, it's much more better.
I know, low
It's
hanging fruit.
exactly
I know,
that
it was
face.
low-hanging fruit. I had to earn the
Oh,
voice roll, dude. I had to earn the
I was
voice
gonna
roll.
say, clearly there was some dude in China watching some dude visiting from America eating sunflower seeds and spitting the seeds out. Just went, bet I could do something better.
Although one has to wonder just how much of Chinese like street market cuisine is just them trying to fuck with tourists. Because I was there. I've been there.
I would say some.
Yeah, I've been there for
not
about, I was there for a
100%,
week
but
spring
definitely
break.
not zero.
2013
Definitely
during
not
the Ebola outbreak, I went over to Beijing with my family. I was living in South Korea
my
at the
God.
time.
What,
Yeah,
were you going for a freaking medical insurance
During
scam? What was the
that?
plan there?
no, but I did get sick.
It keeps happening.
Surprise, surprise.
Oh
You
man!
don't-
So let me tell that story. So it was during the Ebola outbreak. They had you know how they have metal detectors? They had like literal like thermal detector gates. Like if they caught you with like a temperature too high, they would like take your ass out back.
Shoot
So
you.
I narrowly, by a factor of a couple of hours, I missed.
When
having
you
the
get
fever,
stopped by
like-
the cute like
Dude, no, it was
gate
like that
guard
quarantine-
girl, and she says that
Lit-
you're too
yeah.
hot, but then they're loading a 12 gauge.
Yeah, no, it was literally that quarantine zone game on Steam that just came out that Queso's been playing. It was literally that shit, dude. But I managed to get through just in time to like not have a fever for the gates, but I had a fever later that night because like I think it was pollution shock. I really do think it was pollution shock because I don't usually get that sick that fast. But my ass had a 103-degree fever climbing the Great Wall of China. Yeah, no, the air put my ass out of commission, and like my folks couldn't read the labels on any of the medicine. We had no way of knowing what the fuck was Tylenol, and like what would have killed me. Like, we had no idea knowing like what was like street market ketamine, and it would have like put me out for the rest of my life. But anyway, so yeah, 103-degree fever climbing the Great Wall of China, by the way. But anyway, point being is while we were wandering through some street markets, they had things like fried tarantula and other bullshit that I know for a fact they don't actually eat. They don't actually eat that shit. That had to have been just for tourists. Like fuck with the guaylo.
Probably. No, I'm just hearing you describe like your trip to China, and I'm just thinking like, okay, like when I go places, I just go for vacation. I didn't realize that you load into a PUBG server.
Genuinely.
Dude, yeah, I was fighting for my life, dude. Oh man, yeah, no, I was
We
fighting
hit
for
the ground. We gotta get medicine. I am already in bad shape.
Oh,
like,
yeah,
it
down
just
to the
tells the
cannibalism. My tour
story.
guide took us to a Peking duck place.
That's
Okay,
cool.
okay. So if we're talking about like vacation sick times, I was in Japan 3 years ago, and I was in Osaka. We went
Nice.
to this underground mall, and I came across this like probably 4-person wide room that was all selling like tokdan, katsudon, oyakdan, things like that. And this grandma gives me some katsudon, which is just like fried chicken in a bowl with noodles, broth, things like that.
Katsudon is fine. What happened
It
with
came out rubbery, and that scared me. I was a little concerned. I said, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten for like 10 hours. I'm going to eat this katsudon. Go back to the hotel, and I start sweating. And I think, okay, I've been working out a lot today because I've been walking for like
Trichinosis?
10 hours. I start sweating, and then I start shaking. And all of a sudden, it's a matter of I am sick in a foreign country, and I feel like I'm about to die. Oh, God. Luckily, my wife goes out and uses like a fucking app to scan Japanese medicines to see which ones work. That's when we found out apparently a lot of Japanese cold medicines have caffeine in them. So,
oh
God.
I get
yeah, I'm a
drugged up.
salary man. Cold. This cold won't kill me. I gotta do this reports.
Exactly. So I go to sleep like death, and I get fed this medicine the next day, and it's like, huh, I feel pretty good. I can't eat anything, but I feel pretty good. What's up with this medicine? This we found out, oh, it's 10 milligrams of caffeine in it per pill. It's like, oh, huh.
I'm gonna need to take 4.
I did take 3, so yeah, it worked.
How did you? Oh, okay. If it works,
So
I
the
mean,
cure
it
for the
works,
common
right?
cold is White Monster.
Apparently so, yes. Don't tell Arkin that. He might actually
No
fucking...
wonder
Let's go.
So yeah, kids, there's the oat stream lesson for the night. Drink caffeine, you'll feel better from a cold.
Yes,
Yeah, and
sir.
apparently don't take street ketamine from Chinese men. I think, or I don't know. It was just a mess of jumble. I could barely keep up of the
What about
conversation.
some Chinese women?
Also, SARS extremely good at Escape from Tarkov.
They have a really in the gift shop at the fucking Great Wall of China. I'm dead ass at the gift shop for the Great Wall of China. They account for all like the white people who show up there, so they have like little guaylo bait, like philosophical quotes and shit like that on T-shirts and shit. There's a fake saying, it's like one is not a man until he has climbed the Great Wall. I did it with a fever of 103 degrees. What does that make me, bitch?
Sure.
See, this is why you know that China's not communism. The sentence and observation of the gift shop in the Great Wall of China.
Yep.
It's right there.
That's literally true communism.
Dread it,
What are you
run
talking
from it.
about?
The gift shop arrives all the same. They have one. Dude, they have a
Exactly.
gift. The Catholic Church operates a gift shop at the actual Virgin Mary's house in Ephesus, dude. It's inevitable.
Oh yeah.
Have you not approached the Pope Mobile to get your ice cream sundae? Like,
Doc, welcome to Lenin's grave. Have T-shirt.
I mean, like, I went to a Catholic church in Germany that said they have the bones of the 3 wise men, the Magi, and they had a donation box nearby saying, "Hey, you saw this? You want to donate so we can keep it clean?"
Jesus.
Yeah, no, that's real.
Oh,
Jesus.
God, my brain went to a weird place since we're talking about food. I'm like, do you have a special bone broth for that?
Dude, I half expect there to be a gift shop at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre when I go.
All right, next topic: long pork.
God no.
No, God.
How does this all
Kill
tie
you.
into food? I'm just
Guys.
confused.
It's food for the soul. It's food for the soul.
It's just I love how they're just yapping about anything and they just would tie it back to food. That's
Hey,
insane.
Oates isn't here to tell us
I am
otherwise,
here.
so we can do what we want.
I am here. I'm
Nah.
just spaced out.
Oh, you're not saying
we
anything,
can
so-
almost hear his voice on the wind.
Yeah.
But
Did you
tragically,
guys
he's
hear
not
anything?
present.
No, I thought.
Damn,
I
guys, it
didn't
was
hear
so
it.
tragic that Oates got kicked from his own server and then he, deleted his Discord.
I wouldn't
Crazy,
doubt it.
damn tragic.
I mean, I feel kind of glad that Sierra took over. He's gonna like keep things with an iron fist.
Mm-hmm.
Sierra.
What is the
Yoda
ambient
noises.
What is the ambient Stella ratio that Sierra's going to run here, though? That's the real question.
Negative 1% as he gets like a 99% uptick in Raptors.
There's
Oh
already too many.
Okay, now I'm compelled to freaking do a version of Stella where she's got a feather duster taped to her thagomizer just to try and pass the raptor check.
She's looking at Sage like, do I pass? Do I pass?
Do I pass?
Sage just over there, freaking raptor face. Can't believe we're doing this.
No, it's called feather facing.
Yes, thank you.
Feather facing. Yep.
And then suddenly she starts floating away.
Oh man, this conversation is taking a fucking brain rot down spiral.
What is
Oh,
happening?
now it's taking the brain rot down.
There is
spiral.
excessive
Okay.
pressure with
Very
my
recent
frontal lobe.
development.
I like how sharing things that have actually happened to me in real life counts as brain rot now.
Yeah.
That's just the kind of life I lead.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
I've been. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, here's one thing that I want to add. This is something I had from Canada. Where is the picture that I have?
While you're getting that, this is ramen that I ate. I don't know.
Bean, rum
ramen.
eravole, rum maple donut.
So I was in Canada.
Oh, I like the pirate bear.
2 years ago, and we were in a little museum thing where they had gift shops, and they were selling this. It is donuts that are literally like infused with rum and whiskey.
Ooh.
And it is the most delicious fucking thing I have ever tried,
Russian's
especially
favorite
coming
meal.
from Canada.
That's
It's
Canadian.
literally-
as fuck, actually.
Damn. Look at that.
It's because they're up in the frozen north, so it helps them feel a little warmer in the
Jam
morning.
here?
Get the
Most
blood
likely.
flowing.
He's sitting there. It looks like.
Get that with some chocolate milk, and it's
yeah,
it's a nice breakfast.
Ho ho! All right.
I've never seen
It's gonna
anything
feel
like
so
that
good
before.
when we finally annex Alberta.
It's so good.
Damn, that's a pirate bear. That's hardcore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
It's basically like syrupy when you take it out,
Mhm.
and
Pirate
it's
Bay logo?
mostly like added when you on ice cream and stuff like that.
Oh,
That's the
That
Pirate
is.
Bay logo. What the
oh
fuck?
my god, that literally is the Pirate Bay
It was
logo
probably stolen from that.
without
No,
the
it's
Hydra.
pirate. It's just a slightly different profile.
That's really, really close though.
They pirated
really
from the
funny.
pirates.
Will
Brilliant.
the Pirate Bay make a trademark claim against this place?
Oh, the irony.
Little known fact, that's actually where they got their logo from.
Imagine.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Sending that to Bears are cool real quick.
What?
He'll get a kick
What?
out of that.
Oh, that's the best food, right? I mean, that's the best kind of food, I imagine.
Hell yeah.
The sage and reed art. Sage and reed.
This
Best
is
food.
Meister slop food.
Yes,
Nice
this
to
is
slop.
1,000% extra slop. So
yeah, this is-
no,
Doge
no
gay
smooth. I'm
slop
not
baking.
posting that. Or sorry, no Doge. I'm not posting.
Those
Slop bacon.
When your boyfriend a snack.
Yeah, sure. God.
I'm just trying to fucking imagine what it's like to eat like a whiskey infused donut. That sounds amazing.
Dude,
does
oh my
sound
god,
pretty
that's
nice.
not their only flavor too. Hold on.
There's more.
They have they have the maple rum, the whiskey infused one, and triple sec.
Triple sec.
Oh,
Okay, so
hold on,
triple sec is
triple
kinda
sec.
citrusy.
They have
Fucking
dark
donut.
beer and
I'm gonna
apple
say
and ice cider.
What?
What
Yeah,
was
so
the?
here's
What is that image? What is that image?
I forgot why I had this.
Meister,
yes.
Why?
buddy, you have a
Shit I've
problem.
never seen.
what the fuck?
No.
Oh man.
If GBH weren't,
It
if
could have been worse.
co-op weren't
It could-
cowards, they would have this
Nicholas,
bonus chapter.
It could have been so much worse. It really
It
could have
could
been so much worse.
I
Could've been
sent the
Rosa.
link to I sent the link to the website where they sell these donuts, and they're out of stock. But
That's an
Oh.
unfortunate name.
Why is there vor there?
Or
Why is there vor there? I don't like.
Don't tell Reed. Don't tell Reed.
Dude, I have personal experience with
Chef
vor.
Jeff
I'm not
noises
gonna
sometimes
try
fuck.
to attempt that.
I'm sorry.
Why
Wait.
would you
Everybody
lead a
shut up, everybody
conversation
shut
with
up.
that
What?
Sadaka? Goddamn.
Don't tell Reed.
Oh, these,
What do you
vor.
See, South Park was right. Blame Canada.
Yes.
You know, maybe
Blame Canada.
What is that?
Canada.
Like, I know they're trying to go for carnivores, but Jesus fuck, guys. God damn it.
You know what? I'd actually eat this.
I'm
I'd
pretty
try
sure
it
it's
out.
just French, but there. We'll just.
Whale me.
Oh, yeah.
No, no,
This
no.
is little
Meister,
smiley
Meister,
face.
you need to take the jar of that and then put one in each of his hands.
There you go. There you go. All right. All right. Falling. Take it away.
No.
Okay. All right.
The LDR, he's eating fermented whale meat.
So
That long ass pause. No.
so if you guys, I think I mentioned before, if you've watched the stream, if you know, you know. I usually take my trips into Scandinavia, and one of those trips took me to Norway, in a very small town called Narvik, which is in the Arctic Circle, very high up, very small, like mining town. I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of it. But one of the things I learned about it is Narvik and a good chunk of the region has a local delicacy, and it's pretty much straightforward. It is whale steak. It's you think, well, that sounds weird. Whales, remember, if you know, whales are mammals, much like cows. So when you cook them, butcher them, everything like that, in presentation and overall texture, they are very similar to a steak. Now the flavor is a little bit different, but you know, if you really blindfolded me, I'd say this was kind of a marinated steak, basically. It's a very
Kinky.
interesting thing.
You know what? That actually looks pretty delicious.
It was tasted. It legitimately was not that crazy expensive wise. Like locally, I got that and like some potatoes and some great little like veggies for $34.
Damn. Okay, that's
Nice.
actually pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And this
It's
is
gotta
for
be
real?
100% honest. When he said falling, take it away, my brain immediately diverted to the sewer burger, and then mimetic mutationed that into the bit from Hot Fuzz where they keep asking what's your perfect
Well,
Sunday.
Starman depends on where.
So it's just
you're
like,
at.
what is your perfect Sunday sewer burger? And it's just like, oh god, that's a
That's
freaking
actually
question and a
a
half.
great segue, Olaf, is what is everyone's perfect Sunday? That is a good question.
My perfect Sunday is tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Nice one.
Butterscotch.
Why the
Gun.
hell is there a Glock? Can I eat that gun?
That is not a Glock.
Did you just call that a
that
Glock?
is
Did you
not
just
a
call that a
Oh no!
I haven't said anything. I haven't said anything.
Okay.
I haven't said anything.
Okay. My apologies. My apologies. I am sorry that I said such offensive words. Okay.
I didn't say anything.
I'm gonna have to
Why
make
the
a
fuck were you
YouTuber
yelling at
apology
me?
video. I am so sorry.
I'm sorry.
For the words I've said.
Get out your
I
ukulele
know I
right
hurt
now.
so many people. I apologize to that
Is it
group,
a Luger?
and my thoughts are with them.
Get your
sorry.
ukulele out. It's not enough. You have to use the
He just called it a Luger too. All right, we gotta round these Germans up and we gotta put them in camps.
Sorry, I'm not a
Moving on to
gunner.
the next topic.
How dare you? John Moses
Actually,
Brown
this
is
one-
rolling in his grave right now.
Yeah.
Well, actually, good question. Starman in the chat actually asked, "Is there an ethical problems to eating whale meat?
Hold on, ethical problems?
Like ethical issues?"
I mean, I
should
brought
say,
it up
ethical
earlier, but
issues
it
to
depends on
eating
where
it.
you're at.
There is a no. So here it is. There, given that Norwegians are only able to farm whale meat at certain times of year, they have a season much like that of game. So it is a tightly regulated process that is officially condoned by the Norwegian and Icelandic governments. Though they confine to strict restrictions, given obviously they don't want to overfish and everything like that. And I don't think there's farms much to say. There are whales are huge, but there's a limitation of how much they can do and when they can do it.
Yeah, well, it's an ethical problem when it's not in my stomach. So
When I first learned about
do
it,
love that
I had to ask a friend, like, is this like legal? Is this fine? It's like, yeah, no, that's perfectly. If you look it up, it is condoned by the Norwegian government, which makes the Norwegian government terrible people.
But gets you delicious meat.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so next topic of conversation is spaghetti, and so here we have some nice Swiss folk, or maybe they're Italians, harvesting from these. And for those of you who are non-Americans here who are unaware, spaghetti actually does come from a plant.
Yes.
It does?
Yeah.
What?
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm a big fan of spaghetti. How
Did you
did
not
I
know
not
that?
know this? Oh my fucking god!
Carla.
You motherfucker!
I love this gif. Look at him eat it. Look at his nose here.
Arlong, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you.
Good times, good times.
No.
I'm sorry. I don't know gun terminology. I'm a newbie. I'm sorry. I'm not a gun nerd, unlike y'all.
Save yourself the embarrassment.
Sadaka's over there like the like mom that's like, are you enjoying your Nintendo?
Oh God.
Are you enjoying your Sega Saturn?
Do you think any moms knew what a Sega Saturn was? Please. Everything was Nintendo, including the Sega Saturn.
Yes.
Yeah.
They call a Nintendo a calculator. I'm almost certain. They're thinking
I need to find the menu that had the $1,200 steak on it. Give me a second.
What is it?
Oh God.
Oh my god. I'm not a gun nerd. Unlike y'all.
One here's gun nerds.
The only gun that I have is a Mosin.
Yeah. I actually
Like,
hate
I know-
guns.
Dog?
I know guns. I know revolver is one, right?
Guns
I
kill.
know rifle.
Yeah, there's that guy named Revolver Ross, so I know what Revolver is.
Single Action Army. The most
The
powerful
greatest
handgun
handgun
ever
ever made.
made.
Yeah, like
Engravings.
any pistol.
No tactical
6 shots, more than enough to kill anything that moves. It's like, dude, shut
Six
up.
shots mentioned?
And he walks over to you and grabs your crotch. Wait a minute. Those are balls.
Technically, that was the president. Okay, so that different guy. Not even
That
joking,
wasn't the
that's
president, that was
of the United
Colonel
States.
Hogan.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the president.
Yeah.
My bad.
Raiden had a very, very strange
Oh my
24
god.
hours there.
Sure did.
Raiden, we need you to go in there and stop a vampire, a fat dude, and a psychic lady with a railgun. Also, the president might molest you.
What the fuck?
That's not how revolvers
Oh,
work.
never mind.
It's cool. A Russian MILF will help you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how revolvers work. I'm gonna do that if I ever get a revolver.
Oh, the juggling?
Okay, sure. I can point
Don't
you to
worry,
the
you'll
exact
get help
one.
from John Pliskin. He'll help you out.
Falling down,
Yeah,
falling
right.
down.
It's cool. He escaped from New York once. He's well trained at this. It's fine.
He escaped from New York, yeah.
Down, boy, down.
I think the second most interesting thing I've ever had, food-wise, is jellied
Mustard,
eels.
God damn it.
Keep going.
Mustard, get rid of that. God damn you.
What? It's gonna go on the
Smooth,
burger.
I
It's
hate
not a
you
big
so
deal.
much. Smooth, I hate you. I hate you, man. I am just getting slandered here. I didn't do anything.
What is that?
That
on
is
the
so.
bowl?
That is a pie and mash and a bowl of jellied eels. So it is boiled eels
Oh
and a
dear
thing
lord, I
of
need to post
gelatin.
this. Hold on. Screw this.
Interesting.
So how
Is
are the
that
jelly
gr-
eels?
I had this. This is a
Eels? Wait,
local.
what?
Yes. So this is a East End London delicacy that apparently basically they would fish them from the Thames and cook them up. So it is a
And
parsley liquor sauce on a mincemeat pie with mashed potatoes and then the jellied eels themselves.
And I look at the color palette and implied texture of that picture and go, "Yep, that looks like British food."
Yeah.
Exactly.
British.
It
You know,
looks like Britain in
British.
general.
I have no doubt the flavor profile is fantastic, but God, the Brits have a problem with food that looks ugly.
Well, you know, so the jellied eels themselves, the pie and the mash were great. The eels were a unique experience. So there's the gelatin, which it's
There's
just like
mashed
eating
part.
gelatin, and then you get to the eel.
Is that not the most loaded way to describe a food in human language? It was an interesting experience.
Then you
Oh
go
my
to
God,
bite
Jack,
the
that
eel
ass-
itself.
oh
Now
my
it's
God.
you get around the
Oh.
gelatin, and then you get actually into the eel, and then you realize there's bones. One.
Oh.
They're very
Eels are
tiny
full
bones,
of
right?
tons of little needle bones.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
they're crunchy.
They're more snappy like a sausage.
Yes. Yeah. I've had like barbecue eel.
So snap into eel bones
No.
like
We
you
are
would a
not
Slim
on the
Jim.
same
different.
page. We are
I'm
not on the
not.
same page.
You
Oh,
guys have some weird foods, man. The most I just eat like rice with eggs. That's my regular meal. What
Where
the
are you
hell are
from?
you guys eating?
Where are you
Chile.
from?
Chilean.
Do you go? Okay, hold on. Let me ask a question. Do you guys do a form of like arepas in Chile or no?
Arepas? Hold on.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know what
Let
arepas
me-
are too. Those are really good.
Are
It's,
arepas Chilean or are they like a multi?
They're Colombian.
No,
They're
these are
I was gonna
Colombian.
say yeah. I thought they were.
These is
Colombian.
Venezuelan. What we do is empanadas.
Oh, Venezuelan. Excuse me.
Yeah, no, empanadas are
Empanada.
different from arepas, though. Just to
No,
tell
no,
you.
no, no. Empanadas are different from arepas. Arepas are.
Those are meat pockets. These are, I think, corn-based flour patties. I thought they were corn-based patties, like pancakes.
It is.
Not really.
It's more like here. I'll post a picture of it.
I remember making them once.
Those are weird empanadas, dude. I have never seen empanadas like that in my life.
No, those look. They kind of look very, very yellow, more so
No,
than
no.
white.
These. So there's two versions. There's these ones, and then there is another one that has a sweet corn one. Those are very yellow. So those are the normal white ones. These are the very sweet corn ones.
Oh.
All right.
Your empanadas are those how that you make your empanadas?
Yes. These are.
That's a crazy pull. Crazy pull. My empanadas are like this.
Oh yeah.
folks,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
wait, I bake mine, so.
But these like
as
those
opposed to
include
eating
like
them raw.
Yeah.
No,
see the
baking them is
dough.
not raw. It's just a different way of cooking it. It's better for you than frying it. But,
I don't know
your
why
way
you.
in cooking
Hold
has
on.
that.
Why? Hold on.
Yeah,
This
Starman,
is
you
some-
can come in if there's room.
There's some regional difference going on here because neither would I bake them or fry them. I cook them on an open flame over the stove with a specific little like pan thing that has holes through it.
You pan fry it.
Oh yeah.
No. There is no
No?
pan. There is no pan. It's basically a metal grate that you put on top of, like the
Mine
stove.
look like these. I'll show
Here.
you what they look
Well
like
played,
too.
Mr. Sturman.
This.
See, this is
Uh-oh.
what Uruguayan empanadas look like.
This
but
is the
with
tool.
small
Oh, yeah.
spoonful.
Mr.
Let me see the tool.
Swelsman.
Oh,
You're gonna have to
that
expand the
looks
canvas.
cool.
Yo,
I know. I know. We're running out of space here. Yes.
Yeah,
so those are the empanadas, and then here are the arepas.
Looks like Wine Escape's not getting proof tonight. Oh well.
Well, I mean, One Escape isn't getting proof tonight because I'm drunk.
Oh, that's even better than gets to work.
Hey, we're both drunk. Let's go.
Hey, I still got
Corn
one more beer in
cakes
the garage.
and Venezuelan cuisine too.
I have school tomorrow. Yippee!
Well, that's you.
I don't got work.
Sunday school?
No, flight school.
And you're
I
gonna
mean,
be
then again,
hungover.
it's also an
Great.
okay day on Monday, so a lot of people have day off too.
I don't.
Nope.
What's your
Oh, you
biggest
guys
cooking
coming up?
failure?
My biggest. Okay, hold on, wait. Let me actually.
I have
Somebody else
one.
can go first because I got to think about that.
So
Cooking
when I was first starting
failure?
dating my wife, I tried to make.
What was the question?
What is your
biggest
biggest
cooking
cooking
failure?
failure?
I tried to make a Thai coconut rice and it came out tasting like grits, dude.
Oh God, that sounds awful.
That's okay.
Like an
That's
overly
fair.
overly sweetened grits. It was awful, dude.
Sweet grits is weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, my failure was I tried to make roast beef for my wife when we first started dating. I added in pure red wine instead of red wine vinegar for it, and I don't really know how to describe mushy, winey beef besides just that.
Wine beef.
That doesn't
Do you
sound
rate
too
that
bad,
above
but I
or
don't
below
know.
milk steak?
What is that?
Jack,
Jack.
Oh my god, that looks
all right.
just
Let me pull up the
sad.
photo.
Yeah,
looks
I tried
sad.
to make the cookies
Let him
from
talk.
Starbucks, where it's like a white raspberry chocolate chip thing, and I thought by putting a little syrup on top, I could replicate it. And as I cooked the syrup, I realized maybe baking the syrup was a bad idea, and I was right.
So,
yeah,
Jack,
that
I'm
was
gonna be
a
really
batch of
frank.
cookies.
Okay.
That looks
Okay.
like
Oh my god.
little shit for corn nuggets.
I know it looks so god awful. I have no idea because this was a long time ago.
Let me go open up my archive.
Yeah.
Oh God, we're consulting
looks
the
wrong.
archive.
I know it looks so.
Yeah.
Beans?
I thought those were maggots for a second.
Listen, dude, you can't just post pictures of shit. That's cheating. Come on, man. We have standards.
Yeah.
The biggest
man.
cooking failure I think
Every
I've ever done.
recipe when I get through with it, mine's nothing particularly special, but it was definitely I'm pretty sure I had a migraine at the time, so I probably shouldn't have been standing, but like wife was at work, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna do dinner and we'll keep it simple. So I cooked rice, but when I cleaned it, I was too clearly working it too hard, so it pretty much particulated, and I was out of it, so I didn't notice. So when we cooked the rice, it basically was just like this mass of gluten mush, and I'm just staring at this thing. I don't know how this happened. So we're not having rice tonight.
Oh, it sounds like maybe rice sticky in a way.
It's just I was just there's no rice in here. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Sometimes I make my rice too wet. It sucks because, you're supposed to be able to cook rice if you're Spanish, but goddamn.
I don't know.
I can't cook
have
rice.
I failed my ancestor.
I have a cooking fail to share. So for a while I was doing little personal pizzas, but I was trying to do keto pizzas. So cheese and stuff like that's fine, but you tried to avoid a lot of other stuff. And for a bit, I was toying around with other types of sauces. So like I did like a barbecue chicken one. That was fine, right? Sugar-free barbecue sauce and some chicken that worked.
Oh, that sounds good.
But then I bought some other like random sauces from the store, including one I didn't bother looking at. Turned out it was mayo based. So I put this into the oven for 12 minutes, open the oven, and my entire apartment becomes so rancid that I had to fucking like open the windows. I was almost puking, like how bad it smelled. That was an oops.
Hot mayonnaise.
Oh man.
When you
Delicious.
walk up to the Walmart employee of the sauce aisle, just go surprise me.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
That's
what's my worst cooking fail? I'm actually trying to think.
My sister made popcorn once.
Oh.
Once. Never again.
Thank you.
And
Thank you for reminding me. Oh, sorry, go on.
So important to make sure you do not press extra zeros and then walk away and also forget that you were making popcorn.
Oh no. No.
Because did you know that like butter can like aerosolize?
Yes.
Because the entire lower floor of our house was like yellow haze, and it's just like everything is awful. We cracked open the bag and it was just this like charcoal brick at the bottom of the bag. It was bad.
My worst cooking fail is I made a beef stroganoff that was sweet.
What?
What the fuck?
What'd
you put in it?
Explain.
It's from the vegetables I used, I guess. I didn't like do anything super weird.
Carrots.
I don't know. I guess I just had a weird batch of vegetables. Or something. Or maybe my spice mix was off.
We're gonna do the sauce base. We're gonna get the meat in there, sweet peas.
But it just tasted
My dad.
off. And sweet.
Shoot. I just remember my dad made like French toast and he accidentally put cumin instead of cinnamon. It was the one time he fucked up. It was great. It was great because the French toast, I didn't even try it, but my brother was like wincing at it. He didn't. He was trying to be a good sport.
Oh, it's really great, Dad. Thank you.
My tummy feels crazy.
The biggest cooking failure I ever had involved a very large tomahawk steak. I had never cooked one before. I had cooked plenty of meat before. This was only a few years ago, but I had cooked plenty of meat before on the grill, and I had a style. I have a pretty good cooking style that has worked great for like say about 16, 14 ounce steaks, everything. But this tomahawk ribeye was big. This was a thick boy. I think it was like $60 or $50 at the time. Bone, everything, and I did it on the grill. Had a lovely char, beautiful char. It looked amazing. I said, "This is going to be a great steak." And I brought it inside, and I went to cut it up, and it was so fucking raw inside.
I was gonna say you cut into it and you hit an artery and you got sprayed in the face with blood and.
It wasn't done yet.
No, actually, that wasn't the big. No, the biggest one is when I tried to cook fish for the first time and ended up smoking out my house. Cooking fish on a pan.
It is
cooking
time
fish
for
on a pan.
Starman's slot to begin.
That is true. So we can vacate. So
I
I'll
don't-
just leave.
Yeah, I'm not in a hurry. I mean, you guys
All right,
chat.
all
That's
right.
fine.
I gotta go, man. I gotta head out.
Talk for
You guys have fun.
run on food.
You guys have fun. This has been great. It was great being here. You guys have fun and.
Meister, what the fuck?
Meister, we're talking about food, not the server lore.
Hey, listen. You can always get a snack from the fridge, as Oates would say.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right. Well, I'm going to lead by example, be the responsible one, and
Yeah.
duck out somehow in
too.
Starman's way. So you
Yeah.
guys have fun.
I
People-
will,
yeah, it's all good.
I
Appreciate you guys.
will save off this canvas and post it as well. So, Mr. Man, take it away, and I will catch you all
Appreciate you.
later. Peace.
Have fun gambling.
Oh,
dang it.
Gambling.
Gamble. and share my crap here. Applications, slides. I'm going to full screen mode. If you hear a cat screaming in the background, I apologize. She will not shut up.
Meow.
It's insane.
Oh.
Ugh.
Oh.
What do you do? She's doing it so the other cat is now curious. Like, what's happening? Why are you being noisy?
Meow, 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 meow.
All right. So, hello everybody. Hi. Well, okay. Welcome to the stream thing. I'm Starman. I have done these in the past. Did you get the stream? Like, am I actually on there?
Yes.
I'm invisible.
No, I fixed it.
On YouTube. Oh, okay. It's got a little delay on it. All right. Well, hello. As always, I like to hop into these things, or I guess Oates actually like holds me ransom. He comes by to my home with weapons and various poisons, and I really don't have a choice. Like, I just have to do this. So I think he's he's holding the antidote.
I was actually a little more chill this time. You're just chained to a radiator now. After all.
Right, but if I'm chained to the radiator, why was the poison also necessary? Like, you could do one or the other.
Listen, the poison's in the kitchen, and you have a hacksaw.
The antidote is in the other room. Better cut your fucking foot off to go get it. Live or die.
I didn't say with a dull or cheap hacksaw. You know, give it an hour or two.
Oh my god. So, for people who have been around, hello, it's me. I'm this guy. Whatever. I got these slides that I just kind of copied over from the last thing. One of my other presentations was actually about writing. This one is not, of course. I'm just kind of hanging out to have fun and talk a little bit about a game I like. But if anyone's interested, I wrote a book. You're welcome to check it out. I'll have an advertisement at the end. This is my payment for doing this. Someone go buy a copy of my book. That's all it is. So the last time I did one of these, I covered how to play Magic the Gathering. Before that, I did writing stuff, but Magic the Gathering is a pretty fun card game.
You also
Today...
Warhammer.
Oh, shit, you're right. So maybe Magic was 2 times ago. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I think Warhammer was last time. Oops. All right, 2 times ago, I covered how to play Magic. So today, we're going to cover how to play another card game that can cost you way more money than Magic if you're not careful. And, of course, that is the lovely sport of poker. So we'll be talking through the basics of Texas Hold'em today. Real quick, stupid little amount of background. It's a variant of poker that's been around since the early 20th century. It has, of course, become the most popular version of poker on the planet. It is easy to learn, difficult to master, easy to lose lots of money. So here's a very shitty picture I found on online. I don't know. I think this was like a fucking Apple Texas Hold'em game made in like 1996. There you go. Merry Christmas. So what I would like to cover, or what we will be covering in this little session, we're just going to go over the basics of the game. We're going to talk first about hand rankings, terminology, and play progress. Of course, the dirt fundamentals. Then we'll go into intermediate tips, and we'll talk about some beginner mistakes and how you can actually avoid those mistakes. And we'll be discussing beginner math and probability. So we'll talk through, again, this is like, if you've never ever played the game before, this will give you a little bit of info. If you've played it a little bit and you want to know how to get a little better, we'll kind of help you with that. What the session won't cover are incredibly advanced techniques. I am not a fucking magician. I can't, do insane stuff and make the... that's why it stopped being live. Gotcha. I don't have like insane levels of skill. I can't tell you like a bunch of crazy techniques and things like that. I also will not be giving you the secrets to getting rich quick, because that is not what poker is about. You, of course, can gamble. You're welcome to just blow loads of money on it, and sure, you might get lucky, but you'd have just about as much luck playing a roulette table, right? If you're going to go do a casino game and gamble, feel free. But poker, in the long run, is more about kind of like consistency over a long amount of time, being able to weather downturns, and being able to kind of eke out your edge against weaker players. Now, the disclaimer at the start of this, of course, this is only for informative purposes. This is not financial advice. Please don't sue me about anything. This is not, again, I am not actually giving you any real financial advice or anything like that. I would highly recommend that you do not proceed with learning how to play poker if you have a horribly addictive personality or if you're bad with finances, right? These are just kind of standard things to keep in mind. Obviously, it's gambling. Gambling, just like anything, if you don't do it with responsibility, it can be very unsafe. You can end up, in a shit ton of debt, gambling your money that you can't afford to lose, and all of a sudden you're in a really bad spot. So don't do that, right? The note I have at the bottom, it talks about the best players do something called bankrolling, which essentially means if you're going to play poker, you want to have a little bit of money set aside, and you never go outside of that little bit of money. You could start a bankroll. Let's just make a quick example. Let's say you've got $100 and you could lose that $100 without batting an eye, right? It's like, okay, if I lose that, I'm fine. I'm not going to miss my rent or anything like that. If you start a bankroll, if you take that $100 and you go and play in a $100 tournament and lose, well, there goes your slush, right? Are you going to go start pulling more money out of your mortgage payment or your rent payment or to pay your electric bill? No, don't do that, right? Normally, your bankroll would be something you set up and you only use small percentages of that bankroll to play. So maybe if you've got $100, you go and you play in $10 tournaments. And then you got 10 tries instead of just one. And if you manage to cash in one of those tournaments, let's say you do well in a tournament and you win $200, put that $200 right into your bankroll, right? It is possible to sustain, and there are figures like even 10 tournament buy-ins might not be enough to bank a tournament and get first place. But these are kind of the fundamentals of if you are wanting to play but you're concerned about money, only ever play out of a side bankroll. Whenever I have played poker, even though I've never played huge stakes or anything, I have never played out of pocket. I've always used a bankroll. I've had money set aside for it. And if that money gets chewed up, then I take a break from poker for a few months so I can recover and then set a little bit aside again. That is A-OK. Just be careful. That's all. Anyway, now we got all the fun nitty-gritty shit out of the way. Before anything, you do need to know what poker hands work, what beats what, and the basic rules of the game. I won't spend a ton of time on this because I'm sure virtually everyone on the planet at least understands what poker is. There are a couple of minor confusing things like what hand is a straight or a flush better, or is a flush or a full house better? Like, sure, maybe, right? So we'll take a real quick look at that. But it's real easy to learn. I would say there are a lot of free options, including apps you can get on your phone and computer games that can teach you the very basics with only play money, right? You don't have to spend a dime. You get 10,000 fake, slusho coins or whatever that do nothing. You can play with those. If you lose them, you're fine. Don't go spending money on a fucking app to get more play money coins. That's a waste. Actually, another recommendation, if anyone has VR or VR headsets, there is a Poker Stars VR game. They've added a lot of other casino games, but the poker games in that are actually pretty darn good. It's play money. Again, you could spend real money, but it's a free-to-play game. It's play money, and you can go in and just, dick around in VR. People are throwing around little props, and you can chat with people and have... It's like a nice balance between playing in person and playing on just like a website. That's literally you just see an avatar and a little hand graphic or whatever. So now here's a quick look at the poker hand rankings. Again, I won't spend a ton of time on this, but this is the order of operation as to what beats what. Weakest card or weakest hand in the game is just called high card. That means you have no pair, no straight, no anything. It just takes into account what your highest card is, right? An ace high beats a king high if neither of you have a pair or better. So whatever your highest card is, that's the weakest hand you can have. Pairs and then two pairs are, numbers 2 and 3 as far as lowest. And then a 3 of a kind will beat both of those. So trips is also called, or a 3 of a kind, also called a set. It kind of depends on what you have in your hand. But those will beat those two hands. A straight beats a 3 of a kind. A flush beats a straight. Now again, just real quick definition, a straight is 5-card sequential. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 is a straight. Quick note, ace does function as both a 1 and above a king. So you can have a straight that is 10, jack, queen, king, ace, and you can also have a straight that is ace, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it can work both. It does not loop around though, so you can't go queen, king, ace, 2, 3. That is not a straight. A full house beats a flush, and a full house is both a 3 of a kind and a pair in the same hand. So you notice here 3 aces and 2 threes. That is a full house. So a full house is honestly like, for most intents and purposes, a full house is about the strongest hand. The other 3, of course, 4 of a kind, straight flushes, and royal flushes are better than it, but they are incredibly rare, right? This is like when you get to percentages, 4 of a kind and better are very, very rare. Honestly, statistically, all of these are in order of how rare they are. So like technically you'll get flushes more often than you'll get full houses. You'll get straights more often than you get flushes, but it's a big jump moving from full house to 4 of a kind. Now that can be changed a little bit, right? And I'll kind of talk about how that works when we look at the playing a game and what cards you're using and things like that. There can be instances where it's a little bit, a player will get a 4 of a kind and you might have been able to tell that it was going to happen. But we'll kind of cover that as we go. So 4 of a kind makes sense, obviously. 4 cards, all the same number or rank, right? 4 aces, 4 nines, 4 twos, whatever. A straight flush is both a straight and a flush. So whereas a flush is just 5 cards of the same suit, a straight is 5 cards in a row regardless of suit. A straight flush is both of those things combined. And then a royal flush is technically a straight flush, but it's just the best one you can get. Ace, king, queen, jack, 10, right? Whenever looking at these hands, one other thing about them, the rank of the card cares about, or the rank of the card will determine who has the better of the 2 hands. So for instance, you will end up in situations where both players have a flush, but whoever the player is that has the higher card of the flush would end up being the winner. So, just as an example, what you're seeing here, king 10, 8, 7, 5, even though this flush is very strong, if another player also had a club flush but had an ace in it, their hand would win. So, again, you go kind of by the ranks of the cards. Ace is considered the highest rank, everything down, king, queen, jack, and then 10 through 2. And then we'll talk more, we'll show you some sample games here in a few minutes, but we'll talk through how those ranks stack up against each other a little bit more, but that's kind of the fundamental part there. So, when it comes to Texas Hold'em, a game of Texas Hold'em can be played with anywhere from 2 to 9 players. Occasionally, you'll get 10 or maybe even 11 players at a table, but that's pretty rare. 9 is kind of like the soft cap, or I guess a lot of places, usually you won't support more than 9. 10 you'll sometimes see at tournaments, but it's like your table gets real crowded at that point. 11 is very tough. 6 is a pretty common size, 6-player games. A lot of places that have poker rooms or casinos will actually do 6 max, they're called, where it's 6 players is the most you have at the table. 4 max sometimes is a little less common. Heads up would be 2 players. Again, it's uncommon to get a heads up game unless it's you and a friend bullshitting around, or if it's a big heads-up specific tournament, right? There are occasionally heads-up poker tournaments that'll happen where it is literally one-on-one. But again, less common. Usually, 9 players is pretty standard. Whenever you play poker, players will take turns betting, calling, or folding based on the strength of their hand and the perceived strength of their opponent's hands, right? That's pretty obvious. If you've ever seen poker, you've basically seen how the game works. When you play Texas Hold'em, you are dealt 2 cards. These are sometimes called your whole cards or your hand. And you'll use these cards in combination with 5 face-up cards to make the best 5-card hand that you can. So at the end of a hand of Texas Hold'em, you're going to have 7 cards total, and you'll use 5 of those 7 cards to construct your hand, right? Again, of what we just said, trying to get pairs, 3 of a kinds, full house, you make the best hand that you can out of what's available. You are playing against your opponents, and the whole cards are going to end up making all the difference. So as I just said, I have no clue why there's a fucking blue Yeti in this picture. It's just there. In the center of the board is going to be your 5 community cards, and then your 2 cards are what make the difference against what everybody else is playing. So, again, your 2 cards, if they're total garbage and you're just playing the board, more often than not, your opponent's going to beat you because they're going to have something better in their hand, and they're going to end up with a better final, hand that they've constructed. So quick, I want to just define a couple of terms when it comes to poker. Your whole cards are the 2 cards that you're dealt. We just said that, right? Your hand. The flop are the 3 cards that are turned face up after the first round of betting. The turn is the 4th card that's played, and then the river is the 5th card. So you'll hear this a lot if you watch poker or something. It'll be the flop, the turn, and the river. Sometimes they'll call them 4th Street and 5th Street. It just kind of depends. They're sometimes colloquially called streets, but flop, turn, and river is pretty standardized. There's a round of betting between each of these actions, and then one more after the river card has come. And again, I'll kind of show some examples of that once there's a stupid little poker application I booted up just to kind of show you the way it looks. Bets are wagers made when no other wager has been made so far, and a call is a matching amount to another player's wager to continue playing. I didn't write it in here, but you can also raise. A raise is technically an overbet where you're going above another player's previous bet. It's not a big problem, but some new players will say raise when there's been no action in front of them. It's not technically a raise because you're raising nothing, right? The bet is 0, so you're just making a bet. When you fold, or sometimes called muck, you forfeit your cards and you give up the hand. They go into a face-down discard pile, so they're out of the game. You cannot retrieve them and play again if you decided to fold and then a later card would have improved your hand. It's too bad you're out. Going all in, sometimes called shoving, is when you wager all of your remaining chips. And then showdown is when players reveal their cards to see who wins, right? So again, after all of your betting has been done, showdown is you're flipping over your hand to actually reveal what you had. There are some situations where you are allowed to fold your hand after showdown has occurred, but there are a couple of rules about it. I'm not going to get into big details, but you will sometimes see players will get to the river, one player will flip over their hand, and then the other player will just fold their hand face down. Sometimes that's okay, sometimes it's not. It just depends on the rules of the tournament you're playing or where you're playing. Usually, it's so long as you're not the first to act or the first that needs to reveal, you're allowed to do that. It just depends. But of course, if you throw your hand in face down, you're giving up. You cannot say, oops, I didn't mean to do that, grab them out of the muck and flip them over. It's like once they're folded, they're folded. And then a couple other things you might hear. Being on tilt is playing really recklessly after a loss or after a string of losses. You'll sometimes hear of people going on tilt. That just means that they're upset, they're annoyed, they feel like they need to win a hand because they've lost a bunch and they get emotional and don't play well. That's being on tilt. Slow play is betting lightly with a strong hand to mislead others. So it's like slow play is like a little more advanced of a technique, but essentially you are pretending that you have a weaker hand than you do with a small bet to try to encourage other people to call you. That's slow playing a big hand, right? Bad beats, that's when you lose to a stronger hand on the final card, and typically when it has a low probability. I'll talk percentages a little later. Sometimes it's like you lost a hand even though the opponent had a 60% chance to beat you. That's not necessarily a bad beat. It just means you got beat, right? A bad beat is like, I had a 95% chance or a 99% chance to win the hand, and the player miracled the one card they needed. Yeah, that's kind of a bad beat. That's what that is. Sometimes you'll hear about people getting rivered. That, again, the river is the 5th card. That's when you win or lose because of the last card. You got rivered. It's usually what they say. This is kind of a famous example. This was a World Series of Poker that happened, gosh, I don't know, 06, 07, something like that. And this was early in the tournament. There was the World Series, like the big $10,000 tournament. There were still thousands of players in, and one player had quad aces and lost to a royal flush. Like, that's a bad beat, right? That is, you have the second best hand in the game and you lost to the best hand in the game. This guy here is popping off because he's the one that hit the, the royal flush, knocking out Mr. Mabuchi here. It's like, oops, get fucked. So, now I want to address a couple of quick misconceptions about poker, especially with brand new players. Sometimes someone starts playing the game, they've watched a TV show or a movie that talked about like, oh, I saw them play poker and this is what they did. There are a couple of misconceptions. First off, you can only lose what is on the table, right? If you have $20 of chips in front of you and your opponent bets $100, that's okay. You just call them with your $20. All you can win is $20 of what they bet, right? So there's a little more math that goes into it than that, but you don't have to, like if someone overbets you, it's not like you can't call. That's something you'll see a lot of times in movies. They'll be like, well, I don't have enough money to call you, but here's my gold watch or here's my wedding ring or something like that. No. That does not happen, right? Unless you're playing some real seedy backroom game, that's not the way poker works. You only play with the money that's on the table. However, vice versa, that is also important because, like, let's say you've got a small stack of money in front of you and you start a hand and you look down and you've got a really strong hand. You can't then suddenly put more money on the table because now you want to gamble a big amount. It's like if you started the hand with this much, you got to keep that much. Right? Cash games will sometimes allow you to do what's called topping off, where essentially, like if they have, let's say a cash game has a $300 maximum and you're down to $150, you could put another $150 on the table to get to that maximum, but you're not allowed to do that mid-hand. You have to do it between hands. You usually have to talk to the dealer about it, and they have to authorize it and all that fun shit. One other thing, etiquette is important. In almost all cases, chips talk. What that means is if you throw chips into the pot, that usually means you call. If you don't say anything and you're being shady, again, your chips are making the communication for you. So putting chips in front of you normally means you're betting or raising or whatever based on the amount that you're pushing around. Angle shooting is something you'll hear about. It is heavily frowned upon and occasionally punished harshly. Angle shooting are like dirty tricks or like little kind of like shitty things that can cause another player to slip up because of kind of like the circumstance of it. A good example of an angle shoot is picking up a big stack of chips and moving your hand like you're going to call, but then pulling them back, or like, you know, kind of like waving it across the table like you're going to call, but not actually doing it. That's an angle shot. A lot of tournaments will punish this. You will actually get penalized for doing stuff like that and possibly disqualified from the tournament. It has happened. There are players out there that try to, you know, cheat the etiquette of the game and end up getting banned for it. So just be careful, right? It's not anything a brand new player is going to need to worry about. But if someone tells you, hey, this is an angle shoot, don't do this, don't do it. You know, easy enough. Other things, don't flip over other people's cards. You know, if they've tried to fold, you're not allowed to like flip it over to look at what they had. Another thing, don't talk about a hand that you're not involved with that has multiple players. Like if, let's say you fold and then the flop comes out and you're like, oh my God, I folded, you know, king, queen, and there was a king and a queen on the flop. That gives a ton of information to the other players. Again, not technically against the rules, but if you're playing a tournament, you could get hit with a warning, and other players are going to be pissed off at you about it. Don't do it, right? Because you're giving information that shouldn't be at the discretion of the active players in the hand. You're not involved. Don't yap about it. And of course, don't be a dick, right? Poker is, depending on where you're playing and the stakes for which you're playing, it is an emotional game because people are playing with a lot of money. I have almost gotten into a fight at a casino once because my opponent was incredibly drunk and lost a lot of money and started, you know, shooting his mouth off. And it happens, right? If alcohol's involved, people get, you know, sometimes fisty. It just depends. You know, just be careful, be chill, don't be a dick, don't gloat. You know, if you won a big pot and you won $100 from a guy, don't laugh in his face or something. It's like, yeah, you win some, you lose some. Just be cool about it. You know, it's a game with money on the line. Don't be a dick. That's all it is. So, when it comes to playing, whenever you're like, let's say you got a bunch of people sitting around the table, one player is going to be the dealer. If you have a dealer, such as at a casino, there will be a dealer button. They are represented, you know, basically the dealer position is represented. The player to their left is called the small blind. That is what is known as a mandatory wager, but it's half of the size of the big blind. So the player to that player's left is the big blind. That is a mandatory wager that you have to put out. So if you have $100 and you're playing $1, $2, that means that the small blind is $1 and the big blind is $2. If you're in the big blind spot, you got to put $2 out. You don't have a choice. You can't take it back. It is part of your opening bet, but you're not allowed to pull it back if you fold or something like that. You just lose that $2. Sometimes ante is used. Some tournaments will utilize ante. That's where every single player puts in a small amount. Usually, like large tournaments will start doing ante later in the tournament, so they might start off with just the small blind, big blind. But after an hour or something, they might start doing ante, where you have to put in a little, like each player has to put in a small wager that just goes straight into the middle. It just encourages action. It kind of speeds the game up, makes it so players can't sit and not play a hand for hours and hours. They got to make an action at some point because there's money in the middle, And then the dealer spot does move to the left clockwise after every hand, as do the other positions, right? So again, the small blind and big blind move with the dealer button. That is just the way that it moves around. So with that said, I found a free little application online. This is a very, very rudimentary Texas Hold'em app, but at the very least, I can show you all, just to start with. We'll show seating positions. We'll show how it works when you get dealt cards, what types of actions you can take on your turn, and we'll just go through. This is play money. This is robots. The reason I chose this is because if you play online against other players, you'll have timers. Like normally for online poker, you've got maybe 20 seconds or 15 seconds to act. And I want to talk through it. I don't want to be rushed by a clock and be getting our hand folded because I'm trying to explain something, right? So again, super rudimentary. These are robots. I have 6 opponents and me. So for some reason, there's 7 players at this table. That's not typical. And just to talk through what's going on, I am looks like I am to the right of the dealer button. So this person here, Samuel, is the dealer, Maria is the small blind, and David's the big blind. So Maria put out a mandatory bet of 20 chips. David put out 40. We've each started with 2,000 chips. So that is, a fucking 50th or something. It's a very small structuring for blinds versus what we have. But these were the starting players. And again, the cards got dealt out. The dealer technically dealt the cards, even if there was a dealer, if this was a casino or a tournament or something. But Maria and David don't have to act at all because their bets were mandatory. They're just where they're at now. So the first player to actually do anything was Gabriel, right? So dealer button, Maria, David, they don't have to make any choices. Gabriel is actually first to act. And I'll talk more about what these seat positions are called and what's important about them as we go further with this, right? So Gabriel called, Isabella called, Emma called, and what they're calling is that big blind. Again, that's a mandatory bet. From here, whenever it gets to be your turn, you will usually have the option to call, which is matching that bet, to make a raise, where you're increasing the bet to maybe 80 or 120 or 160, something like that. You can go all in, where you push all 2,000 of your chips into the middle. That is a rule with no limit Texas Hold'em. When you hear the phrase no limit, that's what that means. There is no betting limit. You are allowed to bet up to your maximum chips at any time for any reason. And then I can also fold, right? So with this current setup, this is obviously play money. If I was in a real tournament or something like that, would Jack 8 be a strong enough hand for me to proceed with? Probably not. I would honestly probably fold this. Maybe with 7 players, there could be a reason for it. But Jack 8's not terribly good. Just for our example, though, I'm going to go ahead and call. We're going to see what these other players do, and we'll get to a flop. Perfect. So Samuel called, Maria called, and for Maria to call, all she had to do was put out the... she had 20 chips out already, so she only had to play another 20 to match. And then since David already had 40 chips out, he gets to check. They would have also had the option to raise. So they are allowed to, make a bet above and beyond their blind once it gets to them if they have a very good hand. However, now that the betting has concluded, we have received what is called the flop. So you see here it is a 5 of clubs, Jack of spades, 6 of clubs. This gives me a decent hand. I do have a pair of jacks with an 8 kicker. It's a good hand, but it's not the best hand, right? I could very easily be up against an opponent who has like 2 pair or a set. If a player has a better jack than me, I'm also in trouble, right? If they're playing ace jack or king jack, they also have a pair of jacks, but my 8 doesn't do very well in those instances. So while I do have an okay hand, it's not great. The one advantage I do have is something called position, which is something I will discuss more in a few minutes after we've played a couple of sample hands. Position depends on like where you're seated, and since I've just seen 5 players check through, that indicates to me that these 5 players don't really have anything very good. If they did, they'd be betting, right? Why wouldn't they do something if they, if they had good cards? Why wouldn't they bet or make a action? So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and try to raise. Let's see what happens. Again, we're just playing a practicey game, so I'm going to go ahead and raise 160. It's about half pot size. 140 would technically be half pot. We'll do 160 and just see what happens. So Samuel's called, Maria's called, David's called, Gabriel has raised, and those two people have called. Incredible. So, yeah. This is one of the downsides of playing like virtual play money against robots. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're probably just doing random bullshit. Based on this action, right? First off, many of these players are probably brand new to the game. Like, let's just pretend this was a real game. Many of these players are probably brand new. What Gabriel just did, doing a min raise after checking, is maybe a tiny bit suspicious, but like if he had a really, really strong hand, I would have expected him to do a much larger bet, right? Because the larger your bet, the more likely you're going to be chasing people out of the pot. And an interesting thing about Texas Hold'em is even though you've got 5 cards, there's still 2 more to come, right? So let's just say, for example, let's say Gabriel has pocket 5s, right? So he has a set of 5s right now. He's got 5, 5, 5. That's a good hand. Trips are pretty good. And there's a strong chance that he's in the lead right now. But it's super easy for any of these other players to have 2 clubs in their hand. Maybe they've got like an ace king of clubs, and all they need is a third club to come out for them to get a flush, which demolishes a 3 of a kind, right? Now, he could potentially get a full house or something afterward, but even still, his action here doesn't make a whole lot of sense doing a min bet into all of the callers, right? It doesn't make a whole lot of logical sense. I'm just going to call, because play money, who cares? We'll see what happens. Oh, there was another fucking raise? Oh, I'm sorry, I re-raised. Oops. I clicked the wrong button. Well, that was a mistake. Okay. So just as we feared, there's our other club that just came out. So if someone has 2 clubs in their hand, they're doing real well. I do have a club, but it's a jack. So if a 4th club comes out, we may not be in good condition, because anyone has a queen, a king, or an ace of clubs, we're scuttled, right? We're not going to be doing too great. I'm going to go ahead and just check. We'll see what happens. I just want to show the river at this point. There's a 3. So if Gabriel had a bet of 40, really? So a bet of 40 chips into 3,640 chips doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but whatever. We're just going to goof with this. Oh, thank you, a min raise. Oh, robots. This is retarded. So at this point, I'm the last to act, right? So and I know I've kind of been going through it quickly. With betting, calling, and all of this stuff, whoever is the last person to make an action with betting closes the action. So at this point, it got to, who was it? Someone made a bet of 40. It went around. Samuel raised to 80, and now it's gone around again. I'm the last person to act. So if I decide to raise again, or let's say I shove all in, the action's going to reopen. But if I decide to call, everyone else is stuck. They cannot do anything else. If I call, Samuel, Maria, Gabriel, Isabella, and Emma cannot put in more chips. That's the end of the action. So I'm going to go ahead and just do that. Let's call 40, see what these doofuses have. I have won the pot with my pair of jacks. So my opponents had jack 4, so he also had a pair of jacks. That's okay, but he had a very weak kicker. Remember, when it comes to... Wait, why did I win this hand?
2 pair.
I shouldn't have won this hand. This should have been chopped. All right, I'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, this is just bad. It's programmed badly. So he had a pair of jacks. She had a pair of... Oh, no, I guess my 8 plays. Never mind. Okay. No, I do win. Okay. For some reason, I was thinking about the 6 playing, but my 8 plays. I'll talk about it in a second. Ace 5, she had a pair of 5s. Not very strong. Gabriel with his pocket 7s. That's why he was apparently going ballistic. But after the flop, he only had second pair, right? He had 7s, which is better than 6s or 5s, but weaker than jacks. King 2, I have no idea what this retard's doing playing. And 10-8 of spades, also retarded. They're women. We're just going to say that's why. I'm just kidding. It's robots. They're just playing randomly. So the reason that I won this hand, if you take a look, let's say Samuel is getting angry and he's saying, well, wait a minute, I had 2 pair as well. He had a pair of jacks and a pair of 3s. I had a pair of jacks, a pair of 3s. Well, why do I win the hand? The reason for that, if you remember from before, I said that you play the best 5-card hand that you can. So technically, my hand is jacks and 3s with an 8 as my 5th card. Samuel is playing jacks and 3s with a 6 as his last card, since his 4 is too low. If he had ace jack or king jack or queen jack or even 10 jack or 9 jack, he would win in the circumstance because his kicker would outkick mine. A kicker is the spare card. If you ever have like 3 or 4 cards that are being played, your kicker is the 5th card. And that can make a difference. As we see here, we can see that, you know, with pairs and 2 pairs, kickers are very important. So hooray, I won this incredible hand playing against these random robots. We'll do one more before I move back to my presentation. If you're playing, then ante up. That's technically the blinds. So the dealer button has moved over 1 position, right? Samuel is no longer the dealer, now it's Maria. David was the small blind, Gabriel's the big blind, and now we have 2 players who have called. I have ace-9, which honestly is not a bad hand, right? It's not great, but with 7 players, an ace is a high card. A 9 is not the strongest second card, but it's not bad, right? I could see a world where we can make an aggressive play if we weren't playing against robots playing any random 2 cards. So we're just going to, again, goof around. We're going to call 40. We'll see what happens. Samuel calls. Maria decides to do a min bet to 80, and almost everyone calls around except Isabella. Apparently 40 chips was fine for Isabella, but 80 is just right out when she stands to win like 500 chips. You know, who knows? It's silly. All right. So the flop is king 6-7 with 2 diamonds. I don't have much of anything, but I would have something called a backdoor flush draw. So what that means, you can have draws in the game where if you hit cards, you could potentially stand to improve your hand by a significant amount, right? Of course, if an ace comes out, I have a pair of aces. If a 9 comes out, I have a pair of 9s. But beyond that, I don't have a whole lot going for me right now, except that I have 3 diamonds, and if the next 2 cards are also diamonds, I have a very, very good hand because I would have an ace-high flush. However, the chances of runner-runner cards matching what you need are in the single-digit percentages, where I think hitting runner-runner for a flush is something like 2%. It's very low, right? There's a very low chance I'm going to get there. We're just playing for play money. I probably wouldn't chase this down, but if it checked through, who knows? Maybe I could improve, right? Oh my God, Samuel, knock it off. All right, so Samuel decided to, again, min raise. Some people have folded. Now we've got 3 players. And I did not get a diamond. So I'm basically scuttled at this point. There's almost nothing that could come that's going to improve my hand. At this point, I'm going to give up. I'm only going to check. And if anyone makes a bet, I'm going to fold, right? So remember, well, look at that. Maybe not. I don't know. A pair of aces on the river might not be too bad. Granted, that doesn't mean I have the best hand. The pair of aces is decent, but any 2 pair beats me. If someone else had an ace with a better kicker, they're now beating me. If someone had ace 10, ace jack, ace queen, you know, so on and so forth. It's not the worst thing ever. Let's make a bet. What the hell? Like I said, I plan to give up. I'm going to bet half pot. 440 chips. If you call me, you're a fool. Unless they have a really good hand. We'll find out. No! Samuel won with 2 pair. Okay. So he actually flopped 2 pair. Obviously, if he was not a robot, he'd be playing that a little more aggressively, but 2 pair is pretty strong. Pocket 5s were no good. And of course, my ace on the river is no good because 1 pair loses to 2 pair. Oh well. That's that. So, anyway. Those are basic hands, right? We're just taking a look at these stupid little, free poker things. Going back to Jan's slideshow, I want to talk next about what are called table positions, and we're going to discuss what is impactful about where you are about where you are sitting at the table. So in poker. And before I do this, there are some more phrases that you'll hear that have to do with seating, specifically in relation to the dealer button. Remember I said the dealer position is like represented by a button of some sort, normally a big white disc that says dealer on it. It's just an indicator for who's the dealer. These positions will influence how you can play hands on later what are called streets. Remember the flop, the turn, the river. Where you're at makes a big difference as to what you can do because of how much information you have. And I'll kind of discuss that on this next slide. So these are the positions of a poker table, what they are called, and these will change a little bit, of course, if you have less players. But remember I said 9 is a pretty common number. This is the rundown for 9 players, and these are the phrases. These are the names of these seats. First off is the button, right? We talked about the button. That's the dealer. Dealer button. They're on the button. They're the dealer. So on and so forth. To the left of them is the small blind. To the left of them is the big blind. Again, we discussed those. Those are the mandatory bets. The first person to play after the the cards have been dealt and the blinds have been posted is called under the gun. UTG, under the gun. You will hear people say under the gun or under the gun +1, which is the next seat over. These are very bad positions to play from, and the reason for that is because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more players after you who get to act. They don't have to do a damn thing until you decide whether you're putting chips into the middle or not. Because of that, early positions, which is under the gun +1, under the gun +2, these are called early positions. If you make a wager from these positions, you are indicating that you have a very strong hand because you are betting money, not caring that you have this many opponents after you who could have a better hand, right? Now, obviously, if you've got one of the best hands, let's say pocket aces, ace king, pocket kings, you expect them to be making bets from early positions. However, if you've got a middling hand like pocket sixes or king jack suited or things like that, you're taking a big risk because there are 8 more players who could very easily have you dominated even though you just put money in the middle, right? So playing from these positions, if you're putting money in the middle of the table, you should probably have a real strong hand. Next up are middle positions, right? MP is middle position. They are sometimes called the low jack and the high jack. So you'll hear the word hijack sometimes. These are a little stronger because, as far as seats, because now 3 players ahead of you have either folded or they've made their bet, so you have more information. If you're in the low jack, you only have 5 people after you instead of 8 who get to make a decision, right? So again, you can play a little looser. Middle position hijack, again, a little bit stronger. The cutoff is where it starts to get real fun because cutoff is a late position, and if you're in the cutoff, let's say all 5 of these players folded, you have only 3 players to worry about. The reason the reason it's called cutoff is because a lot of times the player here will bet to essentially cut off the dealer from being able to do stuff. The dealer button is the strongest position in the game. And the reason for that, even though pre-flop they have 2 more people to act after them, once the flop has come down, the play actually starts with the small blind position. So when you do your bets, again, pre anything happening, you put out the small blind, put out the big blind. They get the opportunity to see what everyone else does before they have to act before the flop. But after the flop comes out, they are all of a sudden in the worst position because they are now at the start of the line. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you're in the small blind. You got to watch every single person just limp in. They just called the little $10, big blind. You say, okay, whatever, I'll call $5, and then the big blind checks. You've got 9 players going into the flop, and all of a sudden, here you are, number 1 in line to now see 8 other players potentially have a way better hand than you after that flop's come out. It's risky, right? This is, again, part of the fun, interplay of poker, and this is why where you're seated is very important. Dealer button is the strongest seat. The cutoff is typically the second strongest. Pre-flop, big blind and small blind have lots of advantage, but even still, it's a big risk. Here's another fun little mini game. Let's say the under the gun. Let's just say almost everybody folds, but the cutoff, the button, the small blind, and the big blind all call, right? Or they call the big blind bet. So you got 4 players going to a flop, and it's random cards. It's like a 7, a 2, and a 9. Okay, well, you can make some deductions as to what players have based on what they bet or what they did based on their position, but for the big blind, they could have any 2 goddamn cards. Because if they just checked, or they just, they obviously don't have a very strong hand, but that 7, that 2, and that 9 could have easily, just absolutely smashed what he has. Maybe he had 7 deuce, which is like the worst opening hand, and he just hit 2 pair on the flop. You have no way of knowing. How would you know? He didn't have to bet anything, right? So when it gets to playing poker, especially at cash tables, once the stakes start to go up a bit, it's pretty rare for people to limp, and limping is essentially just calling the big blind. Almost always people are making bets, right? They're wagering more because they don't want that big blind risk. They don't want the big blind to be seeing free cards. They want to get him out of the way if he's got trash, or if he decides to call with decent hands, he's way earlier than them in line when it comes to going further down the streets, right? Well, you're going to have more information after the flop, the turn, and the river come out, and potentially be able to get away from big pots that could cost you a lot of money. So, and these next slides are just kind of explaining what I just talked about. Under the gun, if you bet under the gun, which are those very early positions, you represent a lot of strength because they know how many players after them get to bet and get to look at their cards. Players betting on the button can have a much wider range due to dealing with less opponents. When I say a range, it's like, if you have pocket aces, that's the best hand in Texas Hold'em, but you're not always going to have pocket aces, right? People play all sorts of cards. You could play king, queen suited. You could play pocket nines. You could play 7-9 offsuit if you really want, right? It's like, that's called a range. So like, normally people fold the weak hands and they play the strong hands. That just makes sense. It's just, standard anything, right? So understanding ranges is essentially saying like what types of hands do I anticipate my opponent being willing to play? You'll sometimes hear some terminology at the poker table. There's a phrase called old man coffee. Old man coffee will play at casinos, and they call him old man coffee because he's an old man and he'll sit there reading a newspaper and drinking coffee and looking at his hand and folding like 99% of his hands. But if old man coffee decides to get involved in a hand, you better fucking believe that he's got an absolute monster, because he's an old man who's retired. He can sit at the casino waiting for pocket aces or pocket kings to get dealt to him and just fold every single other hand, right? That's old man coffee. He's a very tight player. Old man coffee has an extremely tight range and is not aggressive at all, right? It's a weak play style, but again, that's kind of why it's called what it is. And then you'll see other play styles based on people being very loose, being very aggressive, being willing to play all sorts of random bullshit, or only playing strong hands. It just depends. Like, this is all information you gather when you play a game and sort of like make set up ranges for what your opponents could be doing. I skipped ahead of my slide again. That's what a betting range is, right? How powerful are a player's cards or hand based on where they're seated and what they bet? You'll rarely know exactly what's in your opponent's hands, but you can often put them on a range of cards to deduce possibilities, right? In person, you can sometimes tell based on how interested they are in a hand, stuff like that. That's usually, things called tells. If you're playing online, all you have are the numbers, right? You just see that this player is folding 95% of hands, but once they start playing, they're betting big, and almost every time they do, they have a monster hand, right? It's like, okay, if that's the case, when they start betting, you know that you want to get the fuck out of the way, right? Unless you've got them absolutely crushed, you're most likely crushed yourself. Just fold and get out of the way so you don't lose a bunch of money. Conversely, if your opponent plays crazy, like he's betting every single hand, then when you actually get a good hand, you could take them to, Smoketown and basically clean them out of chips because they're playing super duper random and you're just playing good hands, right? That's taking advantage of those positions. I just talked about this. If you're playing from early position and you make a big wager, you can bet that they're going to have a strong hand, something like aces or kings or ace king, stuff like that. You can modify your assessment of your opponent. If your opponent is a maniac, which is basically being willing to play any 2 cards in a very wild fashion, and you can adjust accordingly, right? There's no restriction as far as playing poker. You don't have to play any way. Some people just go to play poker because they love gambling and they'll just throw money at the table. Who gives a shit? They're just there to drink, have fun, and lose several $1,000s. Okay. If that's the case, everyone else at the table's like, thank you. We'll happily take your donation. When it comes to playing your own range, you should always consider what types of hands you're playing, what position you're in, what stack sizes are, the number of players that you're playing against, so on and so forth. Because of this, obviously within poker there are a ton of moving parts, but this means that if you're willing to put in a little bit of extra thought, there are a lot of ways to prevent losing stacks of money and even winning a little bit of money here and there, right? So, what are some powerful opening hands? Remember, in Texas Hold'em, you're dealt 2 cards, and your 2 cards to start the hand are very strong. Or, I mean, I'm sorry. Your 2 cards to start the hand are your hand. They can be very strong, they can be very weak. You will have some new players who say, well, why don't I just play any 2 random cards? Like, I don't know, the flop hasn't come out yet. Why wouldn't I call any bet with this terrible hand? Well, that's because, statistically, if you have pocket aces and the other person has 7 deuce offsuit, those pocket aces are going to win like 90% of the fucking time, right? 92% of the time. Sure, 7 deuce can win 8% of the time, but that's still not good odds. And if you're betting on bad odds, you're losing money overall, right? So pocket aces are considered the best opening hand. However, they are not unbeatable. Some people play pocket aces like there's never anything that beats them. Sometimes you have to fold pocket aces. Now, it would never be before the flop, right? Before the flop, pocket aces are the best. If you can get all of your money in pre-flop with pocket aces, you're smiling. Even if you lose the hand, you still got it in good. This is another phrase that you'll hear sometimes with poker players. Getting it in good means that when you made your bet or you made your call, you were in the best position and it just turned out that you got unlucky. Sure, it'll happen from time to time. If you get it in good, then over time, it's going to average out that you're going to be winning money, because if you get it in bad, then obviously you're losing money. Pocket kings are the second best hand. That is, of course, a pair of kings in your hand. Ace king suited, pocket queens, they're very strong hands as well. Smaller pocket pairs can be circumstantially decent, but again, be careful. If you've got pocket 2s or pocket 3s, they are very weak after the flop comes out if you haven't hit a set. That is, a set is a 3 of a kind. Sometimes people will play low pocket pairs with the intent to do what's called set mining, which means if you don't hit a set, you fold, no matter what. It's like, if you have pocket 3s and the flop comes ace, king, jack, get fucked. Your pocket 3s are nothing. You aren't winning anything with that. It's a super weak hand at that point. But if the flop comes ace, queen, 3, and you've got pocket 3s, well, all of a sudden you're in a pretty good spot, especially if your opponent has a pair of aces or something. You're beating them with your set. Suited connectors are also okay, but you got to be careful with them. So suited cards, that would be like ace, king suited is obviously very strong. King, queen suited is strong. That means, again, they're sharing a suit because you're increasing your chances of hitting a flush or hitting a straight. Once you start to get down to like 6, 7 suited or 2, 3 suited, you normally want to fold those. Again, there's some rare cases where you can play them equitably, but for the most part, low suited connectors are not good. Just because your cards are suited does not mean you should be playing them. That's another thing I hear sometimes. A player will be like, I had king 2, but they were suited. It's like, it's still a terrible hand. I know you've got a king in your hand, but your 2 is terrible. It's a bad card. So as far as weak opening hands, so there's something called ace rags, which would be like you have an ace, but then your other card is just nothing, like an 8 or a 7 or a 5. There are rare issues where they can be okay because, like lower, like let's say an ace 2, an ace 3, an ace 4, or an ace 5, they do have the opportunity to make a straight, right? Because again, if like let's say you've got an ace 5 and the flop comes 2, 3, 4, well, you've now got what's called a wheel. It's an ace through 5 straight. It can be good, right? They can be very disguised. Obviously, things like ace king, ace queen, ace jack are good, but those aren't considered rags, right? That's an ace with a strong kicker. An ace with a weak kicker is tough to play, but again, can occasionally be good if you hit a straight. Suited semi-connectors, that's where I said something like 9-7 or like 7-5 suited. Again, you almost always want to fold those, but rarely they can be okay. It feels real good when you're in like the small blind or big blind and you don't have a raise in front of you, so you just get to see free cards with semi-connectors. That's okay. Obviously, if you have 2 random cards, usually not worth playing, right? Well, I had a 9 and a 2. Those are fine. It's like, no, it's terrible. Right? I had a 7 and a 4 and they're offsuit. That's good. No, it's bad. Just fold it, right? And then 7 deuce offsuit, that is a 7 and a 2 that are not the same suit. That is the weakest hand, or the weakest opening hand in Texas Hold'em. You almost always want to fold this. The rare exception is there are some cash games where they will actually play what's called the 7 deuce game, where if you win a hand with 7 deuce and reveal it, the opponents have to all pay you money on top of what you just won in the pot. It's rare, right? Some big cash games will do that just because it's fun to fuck around with it, but unless you're playing the 7 deuce game, they're terrible. Don't play them. Even if you're playing the 7 deuce game, they're bad. You're going to lose to anything, essentially. So, how does all of this stack up? Like, what does this actually mean, right? Poker is obviously a game of percentages. When it comes to pre-flop, this is before any other cards have showed up, pocket aces will beat 7 deuce offsuit 89% of the time. That's good, obviously, right? Aces is the best hand in the game, but it's a little scary too because 89% is not 100%. There's still a small, 11% chance that 7 deuce offsuit will hit a 2 pair or something and crush your pocket aces. It sucks, but it happens, right? Again, aces are not indestructible. Ace king versus a low pocket pair is called a coin flip. So what that means is pre-flop, if ace king is up against, let's say, pocket eights, it's roughly a 50-50 shot that either of those starting hands can win. The reason for that is an ace king needs to hit either an ace or a king to improve to beat pocket eights, or obviously get like a straight or a flush or something, but those are, kind of on top of it. Many of these, when I say a coin flip, it's not exact. It's not an exact 50-50%. Many times it's like 52% or 49%, right? But roughly 50-50. And again, that can be modified by other factors, like if your hand is suited, how close the pocket pair is to yours. Ace king versus pocket queens actually loses some percentage points because 2 of the queens are accounted for, drastically reducing your chance of hitting a straight, right? A higher pocket pair will beat a lower pocket pair about 80% of the time. So that's, let's say, pocket 10s versus pocket 4s. Pocket 10s is going to win about 80% of the time. Again, there can be adjustments based on where they're at, what suits they are, things like that. But for the most part, it's about a 4 out of 5 that you're going to win if you've got a higher pocket pair. And with all that said, this is only pre-flop, right? So before the cards have come out, it's pre-flop. And here are some more exact percentages. You see there, like I said, ace king versus pocket queens. Even though it's pretty close to a coin flip, that's about the worst flip for ace king because it's a 56% chance for queens. Ace king versus a much lower pocket pair would be like a little more in their favor, right? Like ace king versus pocket 4s would be closer to 50-50. Ace king versus jack 10 suited, like if ace king offsuit versus jack 10 suited, that's about a 60-40, right? 60% over for ace king, 40% for jack 10. But you can kind of see, like even with this graph, on the left side are the stronger hands, and on the right side are typically the weaker hands. Like you notice, this player playing 10-9, even though they're connected, since neither them or the king-jack are suited, king-jack versus 10-9 is about a 65% favorite. So playing stronger cards is obviously stronger pre-flop. And after the flop comes, that all changes, of course. But this is just kind of shows and illustrates why it's important to not be playing bad hands. Not saying that ace queen offsuit is a bad hand, but you just see here like how these stack up against each other in these instances. Long story short, there is always a chance to win. However, you do mitigate how much you lose by playing carefully and not spewing chips with silly actions, right? You see these players go to these big tournaments, win hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, as is the case here with this gentleman. They did not get there by playing random bullshit. They also did not get there by being psychics, right? They're obviously skilled. They've been playing poker for a long time in many cases, and they do a lot of practice, and they do a lot of math, and they figure a lot of this shit out. But poker is a game of patience, and it is a game of luck. Of course, there are many instances where you do need to be a bit lucky, but this player here did not win this tournament but on pure luck alone. They won by being very persistent. They got lucky where it mattered, and then they just did the right play in enough times and played well enough that they got that number one spot. This is a bit dated, but there was a book I read. It was, let me find it here. There's a gentleman named Gus Hansen who wrote a book called Every Hand Revealed. He played a tournament and he literally logged every single hand that he played from start to finish. And the book goes over every single hand he played. It talks through why he did what he did, why he thought about what he thought. And one of the conclusions, he might have mentioned it at the start of the book, but one of his conclusions is, being a tournament grinder, he realized that when you play a tournament, if you play perfectly, you are at the top of your game, you're one of the best players there, and you play perfectly, you still need to get lucky about a half dozen times to stand to win that tournament. Because you are going to end up in situations where, despite playing perfectly, you have the worst hand and you need to get lucky, right? Did you put yourself in that position a lot of times? No, right? You put it in that position as you put yourself in that position as few times as you possibly could have, but you still need a little bit of luck to be able to make it. There's always that edge of luck, but the better you play, the better your odds are, right? The more chance you have of actually doing well at what you're doing. Okay. So with all that said, I guess I'll probably, does anyone have any questions, I guess, about anything I've talked about so far?
Yeah.
I've been yapping for an hour.
Yes.
So I gotta ask, Starman, have you ever played Red Dead Online before?
That goes for the YouTube chat too. We even have anybody YouTube.
Did you ever
There's people watching.
minute
Oh my
you beat
god!
the
What a
map
crowd!
poker,
Look out!
Did you get shot like the minute you won that entire
I have
round?
any
They
other
just
questions?
get up and shoot.
Willing to take questions. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and play a couple more hands. But let's think about our position and let's think about those hand rankings and stuff like that, right? We'll kind of apply a little bit of what we just learned. We'll think more about what is occurring with our hands, and we'll just try to play well. So we're going to continue. Dealer button moves up to David, Gabriel, and Isabella. And we only have 7 people, but at this point, I'm in pretty early position, right? Small blind, big blind, under the gun, and I would be either under the gun +1 or, low jack, depending on how you're calling it with 7 people. 9 players, you kind of use +1s and +2s sometimes. I have 5-4 suited. Now, this is a tricky hand because many players would say, well, it's 5-4 suited. That's not bad, right? You should try to play that. Well, remember, I'm the second to act. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players to act after me. So if this was real money, if I was playing a cash game, I would probably fold this hand, right? Even though 5-4 is pretty, I like it. If I was playing for real dollars and cents, I would not be willing to risk, from this early position, playing 5-4. I would happily play 5-4 if I was on the dealer button, because again, after the flop, I am the last person to act, and I can possibly play a bit tricky to try to, sneak out a win. But if this was real money, I would not play this. If I was playing a tournament, depending on how big my stack size was, I might play. If I was real short stacked, that means I've lost a bunch of hands and I have very few big blinds left, I might fold it. Granted, I do have $4,920 versus, Samuel's next biggest. So I guess if I'm taking stack into account, I could potentially play this hand, right? So again, cash game, I would fold this. Tournament really is circumstantial. I think in this early position, a fold is the correct choice in most cases. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I know it's not fun. We'll just let the bots kind of do their thing quick, and then we'll play the next hand. Now, obviously, hindsight is 20/20. Seeing this flop, 4-5 suited, would be absolute nothing. At the end of this, I had absolutely nothing. David up there has a full fucking house, so of course he wins, right? That's why I get away from hands like that. Again, trying to say it from hindsight, if the flop was 6, 7, 8 of clubs, I still would have been happy with my fold. Even though it's like, oh, you would have flopped a straight flush. It's like, yeah, well, you flop a straight flush like fucking 0.02% of the time or some shit. So it's like, yeah, it could have happened, but I'm not willing to gamble money on those odds, you know? So now that the dealer button has moved over, I am now under the gun. I have the worst position pre-flop and a pretty bad position post-flop. Ace 5 offsuit. Again, going with my fundamentals of what I've just said, if this was a real tournament, Ace 5 in this early position is not worth playing. Even if it was suited, not worth playing. There are rare instances where I could find myself doing it if I was playing against a super loose group who would be willing to just, call or, play for very little amounts of money. Whatever. That's all going to modify it as you go. It's sort of like the lower stakes you're playing, the less serious people take it and the more goofy people will play. If you decide to, let's say, play a home game of poker with your friends and you're playing for nothing, it's like, well, yeah, why wouldn't people just go all in every single hand? There's no stakes. Why would they bother? But even if you're playing with friends for, let's say, like $10, well, all of a sudden it's like, well, I don't know that I want to play super goofy because if I don't play goofy, I could win $40 from my friends, It's like, even though it's a small buy-in. So it's like the more money is on the line, usually the smarter people will play, but even that isn't necessarily true, right? Think about like a casino. If you go to a casino, 1-3, which would be like $1, $3 blinds, is about the lowest stakes that you'll find. Maybe 1-2, depending on where you're at. But that still means that the buy-in for the table is between $200 and $300. I'm a grown-ass man. I'm doing pretty well for myself, but even I would not be willing to just piss away $300 on a whim, right? That's a good chunk of money. That's a fucking, almost like a new console or, several brand new games on Steam, right? $300 is not something I'd piss away. But if you get a banker walking in there, it's like, yeah, he might be willing to piss away $300 and not care. So he could be playing real goofy because it's like that's chump change to him, It just depends. It depends on where you're at financially and how serious you take the amount of money that you're dealing with. So that's all. It does go into it. Obviously, I'm not saying, oh, if you want to have fun playing poker, you better save up and go play a fucking $5,000 buy-in or something. No, of course not. But the higher the stakes, the more serious players will take it, and usually the higher the skill level will be, I guess, is the right way to put it. So, just something to keep in mind. Anyway, I'm going to fold. Garbage hand. Again, we'll just let them rocket through here real quick, and we'll see what comes up. My ace 5 was nothing. My ace 5 is still nothing. My ace 5 is absolutely nothing, right? Again, if the flop was ace, 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 I wouldn't feel bad because pre-flop, when I didn't know that those three cards were going to be aces, I was still comfortable with the fold. If it happens, obviously it's like, oh, that sucks, but whatever. There's always another hand, Oh, good. A pair of eights. Good job, Gabriel. All right. So now I'm the big blind, right? So I have that forced bet, and pre-flop, I get to be the last to act, so I get to see what everyone else does. Call, 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 and I have pocket sixes. Okay. There's an interesting position here. So I was the last to act here, and I had 5 limpers and 1 fold. If I make a bet, there's a pretty low chance that these people are going to fold out, not just because they're robots, but based on their play pattern so far, I'm guessing they're going to call. And pocket sixes going into 5 opponents, your percentages are way down. If you remember, I just talked on the slideshow, we talked through those percentages. That's just heads up. If you have pocket aces and you go heads up against another player, yes, you may have something like an 82% chance to win. But if you play pocket aces against 3, 4, or 5 players, your percentages go way the fuck down. Because even though you still have the best hand, all of a sudden you're contending with 3 or 4 or 5 players. Super low chances of you actually pulling anything off, if you have that many opponents. That's why I say getting the money in good is important. If you're, putting in big bets with pocket aces and getting a bunch of callers, you're still happy about it, but you'd prefer for there to be less callers. You don't want to see 3 people, 4 people, 5 people on the flop when you have pocket aces, because there's a huge chance that one or more of those players hit the flop. That's another justification for why people make bets pre-flop. This is another thing I hear from new players sometimes. They say, well, why don't you just check, or why don't you just make a min bet and then we get to the flop? It's like, well, because I don't want 6 opponents on the flop. I want 1. Because I want to be able to win the fucking hand, right? If you have pocket aces and you limp in and you get 5 other people in the flop with you, good luck. Your percentage chances are way the fuck in the tank. But if you have pocket aces and you bet $240 into a $40 blind and you only get 1 or maybe 2 callers, you're feeling much better about that, because instead of being against 6 opponents, you're against 3. Anyway, pocket sixes, we are going to set mine. So this is a low pocket pair. I'm going to check, and unless there's a 6 on the flop, I'm going to be playing pretty passively. Let's see what happens. A 2, a 7, and a 10. Boo! All right, fine. So we have third pair. What that means, when I say that, I have pocket sixes. We are beat by pocket 10, or I'm sorry, we're beat by any pair of 10s or any pair of 7s. So if David here has 10 jack or 10-3, he's beating us either way. Anyone with a 7 is beating us, but we do beat a pair of 2s, I guess. That's still not good. I'm going to shut down. I'm just going to go ahead and check, especially since we're early position. Of course, there's 1,000 people calling. I would fold at this point, even though it feels a little bad. Pocket sixes are not good enough to continue wagering because we're more than likely beat. Any 7, any 10, any higher pocket pair beats us. Oh well, we just go ahead and fold this, right? We were set mining. We were trying to get that 6. We didn't get it. That's okay. Who wins? Oh my god! They were all playing rubbish. 8-3. Why? Oh, I guess he had 4 clubs, maybe. So he had an 8 of clubs and a 3 of clubs. So he had a 4 to a flush and ended up with a pair of 3s. That's retarded. Oh well. Okay, so it's like, oh well, I would have won if I stayed in. Yeah, well, there's too many opponents for you to know. It was still a safe fold. That's fine. Do I have the dealer button? Oh no, I'm the small blind. So we'll do 2 more hands. We'll get to the dealer button, and then we'll go back to our slideshow. So I'm the small blind. I have Queen 4. This is a terrible hand. Every single person in the game is limping in. Now, this is a small segue into our next segment, which is talking about odds. Talking about pot odds, implied odds, and lots of things like that. And when it comes to that topic, this is when poker starts to kind of get into the math world. If you're bad at math, you might not have a good time with advanced poker play. Just giving you a heads up. Whenever you're making a wager, whenever you're making a call, you sort of do a percentage chance based on how much you are wagering versus how much you intend to win, right? So right now, there is $240 in the pot, actually $260, including my 20 that's mandatorily put in. I only have to bet $20 to have a chance to win $260, right? $20 to win $260 is pretty astronomically good odds, right? That's a bet a lot of people would take. Now, there are methods of using that to calculate how good your hand is versus whether you should proceed calling or betting or things like that, which again, we'll talk about in the next section. But right now, since it's such a small call, I'm willing to do that. And Samuel is the only person still left to act. Sure, if he makes a tremendous bet and things get crazy, I could probably find a fold. But $20 to maybe win a big chunk, that's okay with me. Even with Queen 4, which is a pretty bad hand. Hey, look at that! Hey, okay. So this is fun. This is a fun little spot we found ourselves in. Remember what I just said? We spent a very small amount of money to potentially win a big chunk. And here we go. We just hit 2 pair, right? Do we have the absolute best hand? Of course not. Someone could be 4 to a straight, right? If someone has like 10-9, they could have an open-ended straight draw with 9-10 Jack Queen. Any king or any 8 would get them a straight, right? They could, there's no flushes out there. Someone else could have a better 2 pair if someone has Queen Jack. We do have something called a blocker. Since I have a queen in my hand, that does drastically reduce the number of queens that can be out there. Remember, poker is played with a standard deck of cards, and there's only 4 of any card in the deck. So there are a total of 4 queens, 2 of them are accounted for. One's in my hand, and one's right here. So the chances of there being another queen out here are much lower. I don't do anything to impact the chances of a jack being out there, but I'm not concerned about a jack. I beat jack 4. I beat... I don't beat queen jack, but I do beat jack 4, and I of course beat any single pair. Ace jack, king jack, jack 10, I beat all of those hands right now with a 2 pair. So, this is the dealer button. I'm first to act. If I was playing a tournament, you could do either. This is a position where you could either bet or you could check with intentions to call, right? So essentially, anytime you make an action, you always got to kind of think about, like, what do I intend to do depending on what happens later on, right? If I check and it checks around, that might be okay, but I would rather keep getting more money in the middle on later streets so I don't end up winning only $280 with what is clearly the best hand, right? Again, yes, someone could have pocket jacks. That's fine, but it's not... I don't have to like be super worried about that right now. If I check, though, I can reevaluate after the betting's gone through and kind of see what's going on. If I bet, then I'm encouraging action, right? I'm intending for people to call. I could potentially chase people away, but there's really not any favorable draws people are looking for unless they have 9-10 or they have... even ace-king would only have a gut shot straight draw because a 10 is the only thing they could hit for a straight, right? So the best hands right now, percentage-wise, my best opponents would be king 10 or 10-9. Those hands have the best chances of beating my queen 4 with the next 2 cards that come out. If they get a straight beats a 2 pair. So with that in mind, I could check, possibly giving them a free card, but kind of reevaluate. Or if I make a bet, I am indicating, since I'm so early positioned, that I have a strong hand, but I make them pay. If they want to see that following card, they've got to pay for it. And again, I'm getting money in good, they're getting it in bad. If they win the percentage game, that's fine, as long as I am comfortable with the bet that I made now, right? You always bet and you always play based on the information that you have at any given time. So with all of that said, I'm going to make a pot-sized bet. What this does is it's a very bad price for anyone who's on a draw to try to call. They could call, but it's going to cost them in the long run. Like, again, they're going to lose more hands than they'll win when they're behind in a percentage race. And if they're calling huge bets like this, it's going to cost them in the long run. I'm hoping for that. I'm hoping that someone calls my $280 with their 10-9 because percentage-wise, I'm going to win more often than they are. Will they win in the end? Who knows? We'll find out. But let's make that bet. Samuel calls, Maria calls, David raises. Incredible. Okay, well, you know how it goes with play money. It is what it is, right? These people are fucking goofy lunatics. So there's no way in hell that all 6 of these people have good hands. Again, the only hand that we're really losing to right now is pocket jacks or queen jack. There are only 2 hands that we lose to right now. So, with all that said, there's a tremendous amount of money in the middle. I'm going to go all in, and we'll watch 5 of these people call, and we'll just see what happens, right? So let's go all in. Samuel folds. Folds around. Oh, hi, Emma. What do you got, Emma? Show me your hand, Emma. Oh, kid, nothing.
Emma.
You stupid goose.
Yeah.
Emma's so good.
Okay, well, I just cleaned out Emma. I won a tremendous amount of money because people just blasted chips into the middle. It's play money, of course. This stupid shit will happen. Something like this would never happen in a tournament. Emma would not be blasting off most of her stack with literally nothing. Literally nothing. She would have had to hit runner to get anything. A pair of kings would be no good. She would have had to hit a 9 and a 10 to get a straight. What do I know though? It's not like I've been playing poker for some years. You daffy cunts. Bye. Bye, Emma. Oh, hi, Ava. Oh no, the Asian has showed up and she's got me dominated. Why do I have $8,500? What is this? She comes to the table with $8,500. Oh my god. Okay, this will be the last hand and then we'll go back to our slideshow. Jack 5. This is not a strong hand. This is a fold even on the dealer button. Remember I said this position is really good. Jack 5 is the type of thing I would fold in any case. Maybe if I'm playing a tournament, everyone else has folded, and I only have the blinds to deal with, I could potentially find a little bit of bully room here. But I will give up very quickly if I get any sort of resistance. This is like, you could bully a little bit to try to steal the blinds, and beyond that, this is not a playable hand. Right, not playable. We're just gonna, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna stick with what I was saying. I'm gonna fold it. If it was a better hand, it would be something to think about, but that's no good. Right. What was it? Jack 7? What was it? Jack 5? I already forgot. It was Jack 5. Yeah, it's literally, it was nothing. So, okay. Anyway, that's a little bit of a kind of a summary of, again, playing from position, playing, we're playing against bots. This is silly. They're doing goofy stuff, but I'm happy with the way I played, right? I played properly based on the cards I had, my positioning, and what I intended for my opponents to do. They went berserk and just called and then raised a humongous bet and had literally nothing. So it's like, okay, I just made, $4,000 off of their foolishness? Sure, that's funny. But anyway. So one more section here for our slideshow. And this next section is, like I said, we're going to talk a little bit about the percentages. We're going to kind of go into what is called determining outs for a hand. And then we'll talk about pot odds and implied odds. Now, we will get to a point, in this section, we get to a point where I run out of information, right? I've talked to you all, despite the wealth of knowledge, hopefully, I've provided you with, if I haven't bored you to tears, I'm not the best poker player in the world, right? I play recreationally. I play for fun. I've done okay. Like I've won a couple of tournaments. It's not like I've made, I wouldn't even say I've made 4 figures with my poker playing. I think my best tournament win was like $240 or something, right? But hey, what the hell? it was 4th place, but it was like my best cash in a tournament. But that was a tournament of, I want to say like 80 or 90 people. So I was like, hey, what the hell? Again, I'm not the best player in the world. I still have a lot to learn, but I do still enjoy poker, and it's fun that it's like you can always kind of practice at it, and you can find different areas where you can improve your thought patterns and sort of what you're figuring out about what to play, how you want to play, how to approach the game. There's a lot to it, right? It's fun. With that said, there's a lot more to poker than just the 2 cards that are in your hand. Whatever happens after the flop is very important, and it can make a big impact on how much money you win or lose. So this next section, outs are cards that you can hit on the turn or river to give you the winning hand when you happen to be behind, right? So what we saw with the little example games we played, in most of those cases we were ahead, right? We were doing pretty well, but you will have circumstances where you are behind. You are not currently winning the hand. But let's take a look. Here's an example. Your hand is you have a jack of spades and a 10 of spades, right? That's a pretty good hand, honestly. Suited connectors, very high. Very good likelihoods of getting Broadway draws or flushes that are pretty decent. It's a good hand, right? However, your opponent has kings, pocket kings, right? And this is a little rough. Right now, in this example, obviously, when you're really playing poker, you don't get to see what your opponent is holding. But let's just say, for some reason, our opponent flipped over their hand and they showed us pocket kings. Okay, well, we're in some trouble, right? We are behind. Before the flop, we are behind by a lot. A jack, and the reason for that, suited connectors underneath a pocket pair is something like an 80% underdog. I'd have to go back and look at that slide from before for the exact percentage. If the reason this is pretty bad is if a jack or a 10 comes out, we would still only have one pair and we would still be losing, right? So let's say the flop is like 10, 4, 2. Our pair of 10s still loses to a pair of kings. That's sad, right? However, let's take a look at this flop. A flop of 9 of spades, 8 of spades, and 2 of hearts is tremendously good. And what I'm about to talk to you about is that even though we don't have a pair and our opponent has a pair of kings, with this particular flop, we actually have a higher chance of winning the hand than they do. Don't believe me? Reference the numbers. So this is where the fun math comes in. So what an out is a card that can come out on the turn or the river that will give you the winning hand. And there's a couple of easy calculations you can do for this. To determine outs, you think about how many cards are still left that could give you the winning hand. What are the cards left that can give us the winning hand? Well, first off, there's the ace, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, queen, and king of spades. If you have 4 to a flush, that means you have 4 of a particular suit, it's very easy to know that you have 9 remaining suited cards, so long as your opponent isn't holding one of them, right? You have 9 remaining suited cards that will give you a flush because there are 13 cards of each suit in a deck, right? A regular deck of cards is 52 cards, ace through king of 4 suits, 13 of each. So we have 9 spades that we could hit to give us the winning hand of a flush. On top of that, we have 3 sevens and 3 queens that are not spades that would give us a straight. So obviously a 7, 8, 9, 10 jack would be a straight, which beats pocket kings. 8, 9, 10 jack queen would be a straight, which beats pocket kings, right? 9 plus 3 is a total of 15 outs. That is 15 cards. That means there are 15 cards in the deck that we can hit that would give us the winning hand. This comes out to an exact percentage, but there is an easy way to approximate the shorthand of this. Essentially, you take the number of outs that you have and you multiply it by 4 to give your percentage after the flop, and you multiply it by 2 after the turn to give you your percentage. So what that comes to is 60%. This is not exact, but it is approximate. The exact percentage, I think, is something like 61% or 59% or something like that. But this is a shorthand saying that in this exact instance, even though my opponent has pocket kings and I have jack 10 suited with no pair, I technically have a 60% chance of winning this hand with this flop. That's pretty cool. Now, obviously, this is like Winter Wonderland, right? You hit the best flop you could without technically getting a winning hand to get your percentage where it is. This would often be lower, right? Let's just say, for instance, we could hit a flush, but we have no chance of hitting a straight, right? So if we could hit a flush, we'll take out those queens and those sevens. So maybe let's just say I've got like jack 3 of spades and then 2 spades came out. That would be 9 remaining spades, which would be 9 times 4, which would mean I'd have about a 36% chance to win with a flush, right? Again, closer to 35% realistically, but roughly 36%. It's not great, right? You don't want to be under 50% chance of winning because that means you're going to lose more often than you'll win, but it's still a way to calculate your odds for hitting it. Now let's forget about the suits. Let's say I've got jack 10 of hearts and this is the same flop. In that case, I only have 6 outs. I could hit queen 7. I'm sorry, I'd have 8 outs. I could hit any of the queens or any of the sevens in the deck. 8 times 4 would be 24%, about a 24% chance to win. These are outs. These are the odds that you will win if you are behind in a hand. It's very important as you play the hand to kind of figure out where this is at. At the bottom where I say times 4, because the reason for that is when you have both the turn and the river, you've got 2 chances. Once you only have the river, you've got 1 chance. So again, if the turn came and the turn gave you your 4th spade, you've got only a times 2 multiplier now. So again, for a flush, you've got 4 to a flush after the turn. You've got about an 18% chance of hitting it on the river. One other thing to keep in mind, even if we hit one of our outs, there is a small chance the opponent could have what's called a redraw chance. Let's give an example. I have an 8, a 9, a 10, a jack, and a king of spades, which has given me the winning hand on the turn. Hooray, I hit that 60% chance, which means I am now ahead. However, since my opponent has a third king, a flush loses to a full house. So now my opponent has the following outs. They could hit any 9, any remaining 9, any remaining 8, any remaining 2, or what is called the case king. Obviously, the case king would give him quads, which is tremendously good. He would still beat my flush. And any 9, any 8, or any 2 would pair the board, giving him a full house. And that would say that his full house beats my flush. So after I hit my 60% chance on the turn to get my winning flush, he, in this particular instance, would have a 20% chance redraw to potentially still win the hand after I just took the lead from him. So keep it in mind. It sucks when it happens, but it's not an impossibility. Obviously, if the turn wasn't the king, if the turn was, let's say, the 7 of spades, he has a 0% chance of winning. Because I have a straight flush, he's totally scuttled. There's nothing he could possibly get in the world. He has a 0% chance of winning. So, yep, that's what it looks like. When you win on the turn and then lose on the river, it sucks, but it happens. So, what does this mean for us, right? So we determined outs. Well, okay, you look at your hand, you say, I have this many cards that I could possibly hit to get the best hand. But what does that actually do? Okay, well, great. I have 15 cards I could hit to win this hand, but what does that mean? Should I be betting? Should I be folding? Should I be calling? Like, what do I do? This is called calculating pot odds. When you calculate your outs, you can actually use that metric to determine what are called your pot odds, which is a representation of how often you need to win the pot for your play to be profitable. Technically speaking, the exact pot odds number is how often you need to win the pot to break even. So you actually want to do better than your pot odds. I say to be profitable, but like you want to do better than your pot odds to actually make money in the long run. This is just a break even. If you play exactly 100% to a T, you played your pot odds perfectly every single time, you would never win or lose money over a long enough period of time. You'd be completely even. So, but you want to do better than that, right? This is obviously a tougher thing for brand new players to kind of wrap their head around. If you're just starting with poker, this is obviously, you don't need to worry about this too much. But let's say you've been playing poker for a few months, you like it, and you want to get a little bit better. This is a good avenue to kind of start to think about, to figure out what you should be betting, how much you should be betting, and how often you should be calling and things like that. This is how you get to that. So what you're seeing on the right here, this is a little like a little percentage chart for what type of hand you have, how often you should be, how often you're going to hit your percentage on either the turn or the river based on your outs, and then shortcuts. The shortcut over there, the shortcut I'm talking about, that's the ×4 rule. So on the left are the exact percentages, on the right are the estimated percentages. So you notice how it's close, like FD, with 9 outs, it's 35% to 36%. It's close enough. Obviously, it's a tiny bit different for each one, but it is what it is. So let's take an example. Let's say that the pot is $10, right? There's $10 of money in the middle, and your opponent makes a bet of $10. So this means that the pot is $20. We would have to call $10 to potentially win 20, right? Remember I was just talking about, we had that play money game where there was fucking $260 in the middle and I only had to call $20. That's tremendously good pot odds, but this is a little tighter. Calling $10 to win $20 is called 2-to-1 odds, or it's 1/3 odds. There's different ways of kind of representing it. To break even, we would need to win that hand 33.3% of the time. If our hand has a whole bunch of outs, this is a profitable call, right? Remember, we just talked about that hand where I had 15 outs giving me a 60% chance of winning. Well, if I have a 60% chance of winning the hand and my opponent has made a bet where if I call it, I only need to win 33% of the time to be profitable, that's a really good deal. Hell yeah, let's take those odds. That sounds great, right? That's playing your odds versus your calculated pot. You're playing your outs versus your calculated pot odds for your bets. However, let's go to the extreme. Let's say that the pot is only $10, but your opponent rips $200 in. That means you need to wager $200 to win $210. Now, there is a shorthand here for actually like calculating your pot odds. What you do is you take your matching wager divided by the matching wager added to the pot that you will win, right? So this would be 200 divided by 410, which is a percentage of 48.8%, right? We need to win 48.8% of my hand for that to be profitable. Getting higher than 50% odds is super rare. Remember, I said when we had 15 outs, we had 60%, but that's very rare. If we only had 9 outs, we would only have a 36% chance, meaning that this would not be a profitable call. The flip side, right, and like I said, this is all break even. We obviously want to win money in the long run. The flip side to this, right, this is our calculation on our side determining whether it's profitable for us to call. Our opponent has done something very foolish here because they bet $200 to win $10. They made a tremendous risk to win a very small amount of money. If we had a monster hand and we were crushing them, of course we're going to call $200. Please give me more money, right? Can you give me all of your money? Is that acceptable? Like, yeah, the only time we're going to be calling egregious overbets like that is when we win. We're just going to fold every other time. That's why, even if you see brand new players just betting over like ridiculous amounts of money, it's not profitable in the long run. They're going to be losing money because they will be blasting chips away instead, or, blasting money away. And the only time they ever get called is when they're absolutely crushed. Like, that's just the way it goes. You have to play smarter than that. It's somewhere in the middle. It's kind of a sweet spot. When you bet, you want to bet just enough to win the hand, but not so much that you really hurt when you lose the hand, right? Of course, you're going to have bad beats. Sometimes you'll make a bad call. That's okay. It happens. But you're trying to mitigate that. Poker is all about losing as little as you can while winning as much as you can. So some other shortcuts based on betting in relation to the size of the pot. So this is kind of a quick chart. If your opponent bets double the pot size, we need to win about 40% of the time. If they make a pot size bet, we need to win about 30% of the time, and then it goes down from there. Again, this is like if you want to learn a shorthand and just do a quick, so you don't have to sit there and take out a calculator at the table. This is one of those tricks where, like, if you learn these 6 numbers, you can approximate it, right? Okay, there's 500 chips in the middle and my opponent just bet 160. Well, what is that exactly? I don't know. I'd have to take out a calculator. But 160 into 500 is about a third, right? Because 160, 320, 480, so it's close to a third. So I need to have about 20% equity to make that a profitable call, right? I need to be doing better than, 20, have a winning hand about 20% of the time for that to be worthwhile in the long run. Now, a step further than this is something called implied odds. This gets into the hairy portion of this, and honestly, this is kind of where my skill level dries up. Implied odds go a step further by assuming or implying what actions your opponent is likely to take on future streets, right? Because obviously, there's the before the flop, and then there's the flop, and then there's the turn, and then there's the river. There's at least 4 opportunities for there to be rounds of betting. You're not always going to hit your outs, so is it profitable to keep trying until the river every time? Sometimes it isn't, right? If you can imply or basically assume that your opponent is just going to bet no matter what happens, that can impact your odds because you basically kind of like factor in that, okay, even if I call here, I need to be cognizant of what's going to happen on later streets because if I don't hit my outs, this could have been a foolish call right now, but if I assume he's going to be doing something that could end up being profitable for myself, then again, mathematically, it could be wise to make that call or even, potentially raise. It just depends, right? So, like I said, this is about where I tap out as far as what I know right now. I'm still learning. It's still something I'm practicing. There is a ton of reading material you can get about poker. If this is something that has, been of interest to you, if it's something where you want to kind of do a little more homework, there are a lot of books. The one thing I will warn, there are a lot of, books are risky because they've been printed, and many of them have been printed years ago. A good example, hang on, I've got a stack of my poker books next to me. There's one, it's called Doyle Brunson's Super System. For a long time, this was like the holy Bible of poker. This was very good because it taught a lot of different types of poker games, and it taught a lot of fundamentals. Some of those fundamentals do still apply, but this book was originally published in like the 70s or something, the 60s or the 70s. It is a old book. So with that being said, originally published in 1978, under the title "How I Made $1 Million Playing Poker" by Doyle Brunson. I think he passed away recently, but he was like one of the legends of poker, right? He's just was an incredible player for a long time, was still a very good player even in his later years, but it's 1978. It's been, 50 years since then or some shit? So the reason I'm saying that is poker has changed, right? The game has evolved. There are what are called solvers out there now. There are automated systems that will actually calculate and run numbers to essentially solve what you should be doing in these particular instances based on pot odds, calculated odds, implied odds, all of this shit. Like there's tons and tons and tons of resources out there. That said, you don't get to have those things at the table unless you're playing online, in which case, there are some online grinders who will sit there and just let a fucking algorithm do it for them. That's lame. Play poker, play it in person, and actually use your smarts to kind of do your best. It's a challenging game. It's a different game. If you decide to read books about it, make sure what you're getting is either a bit newer or just supplement it with material online to kind of see what has changed recently, what's adjusted. I would recommend against. There are a lot of websites out there that are like, hey, if you pay us $100, we'll teach you how to win at poker. It's like, no, those are almost always scams. There are some class websites that could be reputable, but again, it's like you're spending a bunch of money just to learn how to play poker and probably lose money at it. Most likely not worthwhile. Learn yourself, play low stakes, do something a little, less investing. I would recommend, obviously, from free avenues, there are YouTube channels you can check out that give tips. One of my favorites is a gentleman named Brad Owen. This is him over here. He has a YouTube channel. He's got a good sense of humor. He basically shows cash games that he plays, and he talks through his hands, right? So he'll talk through why he's doing what he's doing, observations he's making about his opponents. It's very informative. I enjoy it a lot. There are several channels like this, bloggers who will just talk through their poker, and he plays big cash games. This guy is a professional poker player. He does this for a living, right? So he's obviously a good player because he wins money, but he will also show his losing sessions, right? He will just as quickly show you the sessions where he did badly, and he'll reflect on it, and he'll say, this is what I screwed up. I went in there with a bad mental state, or I had a real bad run of luck, or whatever. He's very analytical about it and very honest, which I like. I think he seems like a good dude. He's the type of guy I'd like to have a beer with at some point, but Anyway. Poker is mostly solved. There's mathematical decision making that can be profitable, but that is not 100% of it, right? There are, especially when you factor in that you're playing against a human opponent, there are other factors that can be essentially exploitable, right? Remember that thing I talked about before called tilt? If your opponent is on tilt, while it's a bit sad that he's playing recklessly, it's his decision, right? You can make money off of that, because if your opponent is playing recklessly and stupidly, you can very easily exploit that and make oodles of cash because he's being clumsy, right? It's also, Like I said, there are some people who play poker and just don't give a shit. They'll just, gamble. They're there to gamble. And it's again, if you're playing smart, you'll be profitable in the long run playing against those types of players. As far as getting started, if anything I've said has been of interest and you say, hey, I want to try to play, I would recommend home games with friends. It could be a fun way to spend some time. Obviously, we'll check with them about low stakes options. Again, if your friends want to play for $5 or $10 or something, that's fine. I don't recommend playing for nothing because again, there's no reason why people don't just play clumsy. But if you're playing for 10 or 20 bucks, it's like, hey, if you win, you can buy dinner for yourself, right? It's nothing, right? If you have the means, if your friends are comfortable with it, you could play for $50 or $100, right? Obviously, don't go crazy. And do be careful, be cautious of your local ordinances and laws about gambling. What I will say, this varies from state to state or country to country, I guess if you're outside the US. Different states will have different laws on this, and the prevailing opinion is cops will not come and knock on your door and arrest you for gambling unless you are being really retarded about it, right? If you're playing a $10 game with your friends, you're having fun, and one important thing is don't have money on the table. Like use chips, use some other representation. Take the $40 and put it in someone's pocket or put it, in a kitchen drawer or something. If a cop walks into your house and sees you playing poker with chips, that's fine. He's not going to harangue you and be like, this is illegal. I know because I'm a psychic that you're playing for $10 and arrest you. It's like, who cares? Honestly, a lot of times gambling, even if it came to that, a lot of times gambling would be like a citation or maybe a misdemeanor, but like even that's so outrageously rare. Like the thing that they don't want, the thing that these legislative things exist for is so you're not running a home casino and you've got thousands or tens of thousands of untaxable dollars coming through your door. Don't do that. Like I said, I was here to get anybody arrested. Don't be retarded. If you're going to play for a few bucks, just don't have the money on the table. Don't get the cops called on you, right? If you're being loud and playing, outrageous music and your neighbors call because they're pissed off, yeah, if the cops show up for a noise complaint and they see that you're gambling, they could hit you with a ticket. Like, don't be stupid. I'll say, like, for myself, I've played dozens of home games. It's never ever been an issue even once. Like honestly, I played at bars, and at bars we quote unquote played a free roll, but we still kind of played for money. Nobody ever cared. It's like honestly, a couple times we had cops come in and just play with us. It's like almost never do the cops care. It's like when it comes to gambling, it's when they get called about it and they're pissed off. It's like, okay, we got called here because you're playing your music too loud and you're getting in fights outside of your house. We gotten called here 4 times already. Okay, yeah, we're going to arrest you now because you're also gambling. It's like, don't be stupid. Just be cool, Play for small amounts. If you do want to dip your toes into higher stakes, there are casinos, of course, depending on where you're at. Some states don't have casinos, some do. Casinos are a little bit tough because, like I said, usually the cheapest games you will find at a casino would be like $100 or $200 buy-ins, which again can be quite a bite for where you're at financially, just depending on where where you are at as a person. Sometimes tournaments can be cheaper. You'll sometimes find casinos that do like $30 or $40 tournaments. The only thing to be cautious of with that is tournaments are much harder to win money at than cash games. And now that sounds kind of weird, right? But cash games, if you're playing a cash game smart, you can be profitable pretty easily, depending on your opponents, right? If you're the best player at the table, you're going to make money. If you're the worst player at the table, you might lose money if you're being stupid, right? If you play tournaments, your rate of return goes drastically down because it is very hard to win cash in a tournament because they typically only pay out to the top 10% of players. So just for example, let's say you play a $40 tournament and you have 100 players. Only 10 of those 100 players are making any money at all. So right off the bat, if you're one of player number 11 through 100 who get knocked out, not a dime. You get nothing. But if you make it there, you make it to number 10, even if you get knocked out in 10th place, you might walk away with $200 or $300. And if you get first place, you could win $2,000, right? Whatever the distribution would be, right? It just depends on how they break it up. You could win a big chunk of change for banking a tournament, but that's not going to happen unless you're outrageously lucky or you play very well, right? It just depends. Even the best players. It's like the best players in the world, have a collection of like tournament wins, like rings and bracelets and stuff like that. But even then, they don't win every single tournament they play. They win a percentage of tournaments they play, right? It might be a decent percentage, but it's still like, the best tournament players in the world still lose a lot of tournaments or don't cash in a lot of tournaments. Just depends. So just keep that in mind. That's the end of my presentation. Quick promo. I do Writer's Workshop on the Snoot Game Discord. You're welcome to check that out if you're interested in learning how to become a better writer. I still do those. I took a break for a couple months, but they are still going on. And of course, my book. Help me make bad financial decisions and gamble my money away by buying a copy of my book. every copy of your book, I make like $5. We'll get there, baby. If you're not aware, I wrote a book. You can DM me on Discord or something. I do personalized signed copies. They cost a little bit more because I have to ship them myself. Or you can find it on Amazon. It's paperback or ebook. You're welcome to check it out. It's on Kindle Unlimited. That's it. Okay. So anyway, I had a little tip here, or a little thing here to play if we still have time, but I see we only have like 5 minutes left, so I might.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, spin.
What? Huh?
Spin.
I think we have another
Hey,
hour.
does anyone have questions about anything I talked about?
What do you mean 5 minutes? I thought we had.
Hang on. Hang on. My headset's off. Unbelievable. Okay, great. I have no clue how long my headset's been off, so if you all have been talking to me, I've just steamrolled past you. I apologize.
We were listening for the most part.
We've been
I am very
That
sorry.
makes sense now with Jack asking a question. There's just one question.
What was
Yeah,
the
so,
question? I'm very sorry.
Jack asked how many times have you got shot and read in online for Wayne Texas Hold'em?
How many times have I gotten shot playing Texas Hold'em?
Yeah, and Red Dead Online.
Oh, Red Dead Online. I haven't actually played it online. I played a little bit single player, but no, I never really got into the Red Dead. I did VR chat poker for a while. That was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I like to play that with my brother, and we had fun just goofing around with it. But yeah. No, I forgot my headset like times out if I don't have any audio for a while. It just turns off and it doesn't even make a sound. It just turns off. It's like, okay.
Stupid.
Now that you said that, you could probably skip
All that
Matt
gambling
set
money,
that
you
up.
should get a new set of headphones. that
Shut
doesn't do
up!
that.
It's very
Tell
little.
him out. Tell him out.
Damn.
So
He does well.
I wish. So, like, full disclosure, like, at one point when I was a younger man, I was like, this would be fun to try to become, like, a professional poker player. It takes so much goddamn work. It is insane. Like, I don't think I'm ever going to be anything more than a casual, because the amount of dedication, you have to have a lot of dedication. You have to have a lot of, like, you have to be able to stomach losing over and over and just getting back in the seat and trying again, because it's like, yeah, you have to weather. It's like they call them downswings. You have pro players out there who will just lose tens of thousands of dollars and be like, well, we gotta keep trying.
Just keep winning.
Yeah, it is what it is. Because then obviously if you weather the storm, it's all averages, right? Think about it this way. If you're a winning poker player, you are maybe winning 55% of the time. But what does that mean? You're losing 45% of the time. It's like, oh, that's rough. So
Doesn't make you feel good in the stomach.
that's true. I do still maintain, though, I think, like, if let's say I won the lottery or something, like, you know that position where it's like, you win enough so you're comfortable, you don't have to work anymore. I think it would be fun to just play poker at low stakes, just as, like, my quote-unquote job. Like, because that way it's like, if I lose some money, I'm not gonna be upset about it, but I also would not gamble away all of my million. It's like, no, I'd have enough set aside to live, and I'd gamble with like $100 at a time, you know.
And not be worried about it at all, you know.
Yeah, and literally, it's just like you're there to have fun and chill and you know, play cards
and drink.
Yeah, true.
It's drinking if you want to live longer.
True. That is also tough. Like a lot of pro poker players avoid alcohol like the plague because the more you drink, the lower the worse your inhibitions are, and the worse you're playing.
That's why.
That's when you start losing money if you're drunk.
You do silly mistakes.
Yeah, true. Now, a lot of times they will be polite. Like that guy that I showed, Brad Owen, he'll have like a beer if a buddy buys it for him or something, but he does not like just sit and drink at the table nonstop because he wants to play to win money, right? He wants to have his wits about him.
Beer's depends on the beer, but I think beer doesn't do too much compared to some people, unless they're really lightweight.
A beer doesn't do much. 10 beers will.
God damn.
Yeah.
15 beers
So.
at Chitlins.
So true.
We actually have another. I think you're at time zone ahead of me.
No, I've gone for 2 hours.
Oh well, we have Shuhan at midnight.
You shut off at midnight?
No, we have Shuhan at midnight.
Oh, shoot. Oh, okay, got it.
He's in Central Time.
Yeah.
Too,
Well,
so.
that means you guys got an hour to kill.
Oh, you don't want to play?
No.
All right.
You want to watch me play poker for an hour? No. That sounds terrible. Especially against those bots. They're so retarded. They're the worst.
Bet it all in black.
Right? Yeah, the online poker also never really did it for me. Like, I played a little bit of online. That's a tough one as far as regulation. Like, you have to be in a state that allows you to play for cash, and that's pretty few and far between. So some poker sites are out there that let you play for like quote unquote play money, but then you can redeem the play money for like gift cards and stuff, and even that's just like I don't know. I don't like online poker that much.
Yeah, well, part of it's you're there for the experience.
Yeah. Oh, I love hosting stuff. Like I'll have I'll do like a little poker game at my place. I'll invite over like 5 or 6 buddies, and like I said, we'll play for like $20 or something, and just have fun. You know, just hang out, listen to music, put on a movie or something, and just kind of shoot the shit and play cards. I don't think I've won. I think even with my friends, even with being the guy who knows a little bit of poker, I think I've still lost. It's like, well.
It's like, okay, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Again, across a big enough amount of time, if I played with these same friends for months and months, I would be profitable in the long run. But I'm also not I'm not hanging out with my friends and playing poker with them to try to fleece their money. It's like, I just want to have fun and hang out.
Listen, the money I win is gonna buy us a case of beer.
True. Yeah, that's a way to. Well, just have them give me their money, and then I don't buy them a case of beer.
Yeah.
I think that seems fair.
I mean, you could just play for beer, honestly.
Ooh.
That's your legal loopholes. You just play for beer.
Oh, Fatso poker. Play for Oreos. And then
Tell me why it wouldn't work.
Why wouldn't it work?
Because you keep eating your chip stack.
Oh my god.
You have to play tactically. You have to ensure you have enough
Wait.
stock.
We got full circle on the snoot mod.
My god.
I didn't realize what Bear said to me when we respawn.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I can't play poker this week. I'm on dialysis.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry, guys. We have to do diet Oreos this week. I'm on dialysis.
I wash myself with a rag on a stick.
It's fucked.
God damn. God motherfucking damn. Who ate my chips?
Oh.
Who did it?
Wait, my $10.
Anyway, how's everyone else
that
doing?
cold?
How's your night?
I'm getting loopy.
Good.
I've been loopy since 3.
Good shit.
Yeah, I can tell.
He didn't get his afternoon
This is
nap.
self-inflicted, by the way.
True.
I have been hightailing it all day.
Same. This is a problem.
I hope in my loopiness I didn't make myself look like a clown for anybody.
Nah.
Uh-uh.
I've just been breathing and still feeling the high of seeing the Broncos win today. I am ecstatic.
I don't watch football.
Damn.
So I
Me
couldn't
neither.
appreciate that at all. I'm gonna be honest.
Maybe like the Cincinnati Reds winning for me.
I'm happy for you, or sorry it happened.
Oh gosh. More expectation.
Yeah.
No, Broncos fan. You'd be suffering for another decade.
Yeah.
No,
10 more
20
years
more
for
years.
Chiefs.
And then I wonder. I could probably see where Shuhan is.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
This picture made me sad.
Pictures.
Honey, I found coal.
Found coal, yippee.
Yep.
I don't know if it's part of the mod that I added, because I did add one because I had coal. But this is kind of unusual. It's in an ice cavern with fossils.
I still want a little mission here. Have funny image.
Every time I do an action, the light flickers. I don't trust this.
It's I feel
It's
like
that
doing
cold.
something in hightail is not affecting the lights in the house.
House, you call it a house.
I do need to use the restroom.
Well, you know what I mean.
So I'll be back in a little.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Have fun with
that.
I'll try.
Don't fall in.
Don't have too much fun though. Don't make it weird.
Oh my.
If I hear you taking a piss and going, too much.
The piss was too much.
Look, Ma, no hands. It's where you just helicopter and make a real mess of things.
Oh my god. I found a green flame
Helicopter, it's it.
in a dark temple coffin. Okay, we're in hell, aren't we? We're in ice hell.
Oh, you're in zone 3.
I think there's no way of telling it's a zone.
Well, tell me, is it grass, sand, ice, or actual hell?
Ice
You
and
can look with your map.
oh, there's a toad. I'm gonna go back now. Gizmo's complaining.
What are you complaining about?
He's kind of just sulking next to the. He's sulking next to the closet door.
Poor boy.
Why is he sulking? Is he okay? Is silver good? I need to ask.
Well, you can't do. There are certain things you can't do with silver. Like you can't use them as weapons or armor or stuff, but you can use it from like alchemy and stuff. I think.
Okay. What do you mean you think? Huh?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into the alchemy table too hard.
Oh, there's an ice zombie thing. I like how the goblins are all the same. Like in each biome, they're just the same. Oh, it's blue in here. You know what that means?
Okay, are you telling me the cave is icy?
Yes.
Then you're in zone 3, honey.
It's hell in here. What you looking at? There's like moss in here. There's a there's a magma snail here for some reason. Makes absolutely no sense.
You okay?
Is he okay? Is he okay? Look at this place. This is what I found. Look at this Swift.
Okay. Those two.
Yeah, they're scary looking.
Yeah.
How have the other presentations from today been going?
Oh yeah. The
Oh,
yeah.
Encore one was actually really good.
Yeah.
Nice. Wow.
It was interesting learning about EDM too. And of course, it's always fun talking about game optimization. How, yeah, good fucking god, they just do it retarded.
Yeah. I would have liked to be on for some other ones today, but I had it was the pre-release for the new Magic set this weekend. I did a pre-release last night. I ended up going undefeated, and then I did one today, and I got my ass kicked. So
Nice.
well, the one of them went well, the other one went bad.
Yes.
Guess what I got?
What'd you get?
I got the deluxe edition.
Oh.
Now, this is a very important question.
Yes.
Are you ready to kill more xenomorphs?
You know what? We got an hour to burn. Let's wait for the goose to come back, and that's what we'll fill it in with. Everybody gets to watch us suffer kill bugs.
Oh yeah.
Fire. Team.
Elite.
I'm so sorry.
Whoa.
You're starting to get better at being in the larger VC, I notice.
Who?
You don't notice it. You.
Huh? Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought that
I mean,
was
these
you
are all-
leaving for a second. After I pointed that out, that would have been funny.
Thank
You're getting better
you
about
to his
these.
Plant Jam's PC again.
Damn.
PS.
Piss.
The piss. Oh, what the hell are you? You look
Just 'cause
evil.
It's quiet downtime.
Oh, he
That's
found the
why.
water.
If it
That's
was
too
something like
bad.
earlier, I would have actually disintevaporated.
Yeah, no, you would have been reduced to abs if you're in there for the second Meister spot, Muriel.
Like I came in earlier and I thought about standing over here like everything, but I was like, no, I'm gonna curl up now. Because I popped in once or twice, maybe I can do it. No, I can't do it.
The combined power encore was too much for him.
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
And apparently I missed when things got really funny.
I only came in later when it was almost the end.
Me and
Do 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 do
do
do.
Get out of this place. I lost my butt.
Oh, hello, Goose. We figured out what we're gonna do for intermission.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
Did I drop
We
something?
figured out what we're gonna do for intermission.
What are you doing for intermission?
Yo.
Watch me
Play
invest
hardtail, I
and
don't know.
suffer in Fireteam Elite. That's what.
I mean, he says he'll be.
Oh my God!
Me
It's
Vax
Jack
and
Pass.
just
We have our
10
third.
Fireteam Elite bed.
That's what he said to me, was he's gonna be home in 10 minutes.
Sorry,
Dead
Mom.
mittens.
And then we got 10 minutes
Jack.
to do horde mode, baby.
Jack, you want to know the funny thing?
Oh, what's up?
His headset was off, so he didn't hear any of us.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my headset times out after nothing happens on it for like a half hour, and I go through my like desktop mic. So
No worries, Start Man. I've had that happen too, where I don't play music. I kind of just like listen to what everyone's saying, so that my thing times out as well.
yeah. So yeah, if someone asked me a question and I just didn't respond, I was not being a dick. I literally didn't hear you.
No, my question was literally just like, if you ever played like poker in Red Dead, and like, did you ever like immediately after winning the whole game get shot in the face for winning that much?
No, I heard like Red Dead Online or something. I played a little bit with like the offline version, but in that I don't think I ever got to the point where they started shooting me or anything.
Question. Do you play Mahjong?
Do I play Mahjong?
Oh no.
You play Mahjong? I have not. I'm very interested. I'm very interested in Mahjong. I think it's cool.
I'm trying to grasp it in Yakuza. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
Have
It's
you seen
not
those
all,
automated
like,
mahjong tables?
I've not.
Oh,
Yes.
they turned
Those are
Mahjong
very cool.
into button pressing simulator, haven't they?
No, I mean like it like makes it makes the decks for everybody to use.
I don't know where I'm at. This is crazy.
Also, the first I've already got claimed.
Always press the M key.
Because the EDM stuff. Because the samples that were in the like the EDM examples, it already got claimed by like 3 accounts on the same person.
No.
Then that's false claiming. That's false claiming. Because you
WMR.
can't. Yeah. That's the thing about it. You can't claim samples because they're already copyrighted material.
Like
It's
fucking
something
Warner
a lot
Media Group.
of copyright claim scammers do. Well, he'll some from Warner, yes. Otherwise, it's usually scammers who are just trying to mooch off YouTube's
I
copyright
don't know
ID
that
system.
Warner Brothers owns all 3 of those fucking samples.
Alright. Jack.
Yo.
I need you to tell me if this is drip or drown.
Drown.
Alright, let's see what we got.
Damn.
Alright, you got the dual filters
Drip or
on
dry?
there.
Oh,
You got
very
this
drippy.
South Mass.
Very, very drippy.
Look like you're from a Tom Clancy game.
Exactly. I'm straight from Six Siege.
Exactly. You're
Real.
mute. That's what you are. You got the little gas mask on too.
Motherfucker, mute. Anyways, let's do this one because it's fun.
Let me switch over to Gunner. And I'm actually going to try this shotgun that I bought.
Shotgunny.
Yep.
There's a leak in Katanga's cisterns. We're gonna
Let's see.
bypass it. I'll walk you through the repairs. There's
Money.
a lot of Xenos in the area.
Money.
Okay.
With is gonna bring waves of them down on your heads.
Oh, let me get a different skin for this thing real quick.
Yeah, 66% chance.
Give me.
Money.
We love money.
I gotta say, I was surprised to see this on sale for $6.
Yeah.
Yeah, same here.
It's been out for a pretty long while.
Yeah. No,
Which
it
game? I love how
has. It's just I
Steam
kind of,
likes.
I just kind of forgot about it after a while. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's a cool thing.
Yeah, I remember watching Rubik's Raptor play it back when it released, and okay, this is cool. I'll definitely play it later. Like 5 years later.
Yeah.
Oh, here I am.
Yep.
I forget what
Same here.
channel I watched it on, but it was like when it first came out, and I was like, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah.
I want it.
Exactly.
Well, like that was back when I wasn't allowed to play shooters, so I was pining for something I couldn't obtain. Now I'm a grown man and I can play whenever I want.
Exactly. When I was little, my mom would be like, "Oh, you played Halo 2," and Johnson would like start cussing, and she's like, "I'm not too sure you should be playing those kind of games." And I was like, "Oh man, I need to get through this scene fast."
Do you like
before
my
she sees the other ones.
ODST cosplay?
Nice.
I remember this game was a breath of fresh air, especially
I'm gonna start
considering
it up.
the. This game was like a breath of fresh air,
Are you ready to
especially
be a
considering
sentry
the
again?
poopy butt that was
Sierra.
Aliens Colonial Marines that came out before this.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Like, this one's
The
way
one
better.
Yeah,
This
it
game's
just
very
feels like
fun.
Gears of War.
Like, I've already sunk 3 hours into it, and that's in counting.
Yeah.
Grabbing ammo.
Let's see.
Rearming.
Never hurts to have some sinners.
Mine's out.
Just the fucking convergence of laser fire.
Exactly. I mean, I'm just happy to have a rifle that actually has a better rate of fire.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Type 88 was a good like assault rifle for heavy fire, heavy shots and damage, but it's just slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got this little like tactical shotgun that just reloads after.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that shotgun's really good.
Yeah. Just like one whole
Alright, we
magazine.
have to go upstairs.
I can fit in there. Don't even have to like load it in the chamber for every shot. Like I say though, my xenobiology's a little weak. I only know like prowlers, crushers, a Praetorian, and a drone. That's about it. I don't really. I've seen the spitters around, yeah, but I don't get to see like the crazy hybrid stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about it. You're only missing the What's its face? The yeah.
Exactly.
Oh.
Juhan's about in. And we're gonna it's just like late night delirious fic reading.
Yeah, I know he's got the soju ready to go.
Yeah.
Come join us as we read
That sounds
funny
like fun.
fics of funny nature.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, we
stick
can
around
also
for-
buy like sentries and mines and stuff.
Yeah.
I forget what the
How
the
to use the
cabinets.
fabrication ones though? Is there like something I can
What do
spend?
you mean?
Like,
Oh yeah,
you know how you
Red
say
Point, you can go to one of those
That's cabinet.
kiosks and buy turrets and mines.
Perfect.
Yep. And damn cheap VADs.
Oh, hi.
There was a little bunny at your feet.
Yeah. There you go.
Oh, hi. Smart gun face.
Yeah.
Here comes the spitters. I'm sorry, bursters.
Fuck ton of them. Oh, Crusher. All right, now you see them, and now you don't.
Let's go.
Or well, you know, still takes a bit because these guys are fucking awful.
Sure, that pretty well. Did you already use your? Actually, you gunner? Like, oh no, Sierra's the
I'm
one that has
Lancer, so I'm Sentry Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. Your special ability, your ult, that's the same one I have, right?
I sit in place, I shoot.
So
Excellent.
Lancer
You need good
has
tower defense.
Lancer has an ability that he can just tap it, and he never runs out of ammo for the duration. It just keeps feeding from his internal. He doesn't have to reload.
Yeah,
he gets more
feeds from my
damage. He gets more
reserve
stability.
until it goes out. And ups
Yep.
my damage, but as a downside, lowers my fire rate, which doesn't really matter.
Come in. Oh, come in, Shuan.
Hey,
It
Shuan.
really
Yo,
doesn't.
Shuan.
Shuan.
Yo, Shuan, you're early.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Am I early?
No man, it's gonna go past my
No, I'm kidding.
The wizard is never
You're
early.
so early. Get the fuck out of here.
He arrives precisely when he means to.
You're not allowed to be here anymore.
You gotta honk.
Or is he early?
Okay.
Oh, Warrior.
Sorry, I was under the impression it was midnight center. It was 1 o'clock my
listen,
time,
no, it's just
midnight your time. My
I'm
apologies.
going to die.
No, you're fine. We're
My apologies.
Yes,
okay.
Oats is fading from the moral coil as we speak.
It's true.
I'm just trying to get through.
I'm so
Rest
sorry.
in piss.
That's fair. That's
Oh,
fair.
shit,
Okay.
behind.
All right.
One dude behind.
No pressure.
No pressure, obviously. Okay. Dad.
Pressure.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello. My name is Shuhan.
Hello.
Warrior.
I've been around here, and I figured why not this time at least just end off the night easy for Oates since he's already passing out. We could just do an easy little read of something that I've never read myself, so this is going to be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. I figured as much that'd be the best type of thing. I had several people in the server pick out a few fics, and one of them that just sounded so interesting to me at the moment was Anon narrates out loud. Can only imagine what that means. So, without further ado, before Oates completely decides to shuffle off, Well, why don't we start off? Oz, did you want to help me with this?
I can definitely read. I think.
Absolutely. I read enough to know that at least Fang and Nasser are in this as well as Anon. Did you want to read Anon's parts?
That would be a very poor idea with how much Anon is definitely going to be talking.
Oh, probably. It looks like this is from Fang's perspective, but we can see where we go from here.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So we'll just start this off. It is a fan fiction by Talos Lives, a very
Reputable.
well-known author, very reputable author. So this obviously is going to be very good. At least I can hope. Many people would ask Fang why on earth she would ever date a guy like Ganon. He wasn't particularly handsome compared to some of the supermodel humans or dinosaurs Fang had seen in her life. He wasn't super bright, even if he had the skilled intelligence in various fields. Athletics? He couldn't do 10 push ups to save his life. And his father wanted to send him to the army? He wouldn't have lasted past basic. He didn't have the greatest of personalities or past either. So, what was it about him that made Fang fall in love with that bald headed human that changed her in ways she never thought possible? He was the first person to ever actually listen to her. Everyone had told Fang what to do about it with her life, her parents, friends, teachers, and more. It seemed like everyone was steering her in different directions on what to do and who to be. From her mother wanting her to grow up to be a housewife, to Trish wanting her to be some edgy, non binary rebel rock star. Nobody listened to Fang on what she wanted to do with her life. Anon was the first person to do that. He was the first to listen and to support her rather than try to change or control her. Make her see what she really wanted to do. Did she love making music? Yes. Did she hate the direction the band was going in? Fuck yeah, it was terrible. Was she a girl? Yes. She had to admit that a whole non binary thing was not who she was. But she didn't want to say it was a horrible experience. Fang was as much a part of her as Lucy was. And Anon was the one who taught her that she could be both. He was empathetic to her. He comforted her. He helped her find her true self. And she would forever love him for it. This is why she was concerned when her boyfriend texted her that he was going to act weird today. Why? Apparently, he had some condition he never told anyone about. A condition that required medication, which he just ran out of. And it wouldn't be until tomorrow that he could get it. After getting reassurance that it wasn't life threatening, Fang wondered what exactly it was. All Anon said was,
You'll see.
"You'll see." And left it at that. You'll see.
So,
So
he
he
never told you about
never
this
told you
condition?
about this.
I can read Nazer. So he never told you
That's
about this
right. That works.
condition?
Nasser asked as he drove them to school in the NASCAR. No, this is the first I've heard of it, Fang admitted with a huff. She wasn't a big fan of people keeping secrets from her, but she knew how Anon felt embarrassed about himself. Poor guy had self-esteem issues due to neglectful parents and a bad experience at rock bottom, where he was bullied so badly he had to cross country to escape it. He really did think the worst of himself, which was why Fang did her best to make him think otherwise. She might have had a problem, but she wasn't the only one with them. Everyone was fighting their own battles, after all. At least that's what Spears was always talking about. She just wished Anon could help open up a bit more about his thoughts and feelings.
Well,
As an answer.
whatever it is, I'm sure we can help him with it.
Nasser said as he parked the car. The students of Volcano High were already arriving in droves, and most were talking about the upcoming graduation ceremony in a week or so. It was hard to believe that Fang would soon leave high school and become an official adult. It was even more surprising that she was actually going to graduate. All of those study sessions with her friends for finals paid off. Sorry, excuse me. Sure, she wouldn't win awards with her grades like Nasser did, but her parents were still proud of her. More importantly, she was proud of herself. Fang spent a few minutes looking for her dweeby boyfriend before noticing him make his way towards the stairs. He was doing his best to avoid everyone and looked worried. Fang tried to see if anything was wrong with him physically, but there didn't appear to be. They still had the same skin and no hair, and their eyes were fine despite being smaller than most humans. He wasn't coughing, sneezing, or looking like he was about to drop dead. He was muttering to himself, but that was normal for Anon.
Doesn't look like anything's wrong with him.
Nasser pointed out upon seeing him. Well, we'll find out, Fang said as she walked over to him with Nasser and called his name. Hey, Anon, so what? If Oates doesn't want to do Anon, does anybody here want to do Anon?
I can theoretically do it. I turned
Mhm.
around
You
to
want to-
spot the love of
Oh.
my life greeting me for another day at
You're good.
school. As I look upon her beautiful amber eyes that sparkle in the sunlight, I keep asking myself how a loser like me ended up with an angelic goddess whose soul I have become enraptured with and whose beauty is like none other than the God-given earth.
Anon said in a monotone voice.
No other woman, dino or human, can have the amazing beauty that Fang has. She's like Aphrodite coming to life before me, and her smile is the dawn that gets me rising from my bed as her light shines hope in a dark and pitiful world of despair. God, I love her so much. I think as my heart beats like a drum.
Fang's face was pure red in an instant while her wings flared out to their fullest extent. Nasser's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Few other dinosaurs who had heard this snapped their heads to Anon in disbelief. Fang's heart couldn't stop beating from what Anon had just said out loud about her. It wasn't that it was terrible. It was actually heartwarming that he thought of her as so divine and loving. But did he really need to say that out loud in public? Fang could already see the snickers and giggles, while a few girls looked slightly jealous that she had a boyfriend who could speak of her in such a poetic way. Shaking her head while forcing her wings to relax, Fang struggled to say something. She was unsure if she could smack her boyfriend. She should smack her boyfriend from saying such an embarrassing thing, or kiss his mouth in thanks. Hang on, what?
Hey, Fang, I said to her while nervously rubbing the back of my head.
Anon said while doing the action he was talking about doing.
You got my message, right? I asked.
Uh, yeah? Fang muttered as she and Nasser looked at each other. Both were clearly concerned for their human friend who was acting very weird even for him.
Dude, you okay?
Nasser asked as he stepped forward, only that this made Anon focus on him, and he started rambling again.
As usual, Nazer was being overly concerned Nancy he'd always been for those he cared about. I swear, sometimes he's trying to be the replacement for Raptor Jesus, burdening himself with everybody's problems, and trying to act like the savior to us all.
Anon said aloud. Nasser grumbled upon hearing himself being called a Nancy, while Fang couldn't help but snort since it was true. Nasser looked ready to say something, but Anon continued.
But he had a good heart. In many ways, I consider him my bro, my best friend, a brother in all but blood. Fang has no idea how lucky she is to have such a loving guy like Nazer for a brother. He's done so much for everybody, and he practically is like Atlas holding the world. Sometimes I wish I could ease that burden. Thankfully, with me and Fang going out and her being better mentally and emotionally, I think it's working. Still, if there was something more I could do for the man, I would do it in a heartbeat. Because I owe him a lot. Nazer's a good man. One I trust with my life.
Now it was Nasser's turn to blush, but something in his eyes was different than Fang's reaction. There was also a sense that he was deeply touched by what Anon had said about him, how he trusted and cared about Nasser as if they were actually brothers. Looking at it now, Anon had done much for Nasser by helping Fang out. He was mentally and emotionally better off now that things with his family had calmed down. Fang couldn't help but smile at Anon at how deeply he thought of her brother. He's such a dweeb, but he's a good guy. Those watching this exchange were now nodding their approval. One T-Rex with sharp crimson hands was crying and saying that this was so badly, while one yellow-feathered Archaeopteryx,
Archaeopteryx.
Archaeopteryx, woo, yay, whispered that this was gay as shit before getting punched in the shoulder.
Anon.
Nasser whispered in awe as he got a little teary-eyed.
I had no idea you.
A second later, Nasser was hugging the surprised human.
You're a real bro, dude. You're my best friend too, always. I slowly hug him back and sigh. Darn my condition, but sometimes it has its moments.
Anon says as he wrapped his arms around Nasser. Okay, mind telling us what's going on? Fang asked while folding her arms.
I sighed before answering. Like I said in my text.
Anon explains.
My medication ran out, and I'm not getting a new one until tomorrow. Until then, I'm pretty much going to sound like a visual novel protagonist.
What?
Funny.
Fang asked in confusion.
Oh, I get
we
it.
got Stella. Stella in the background that nobody noticed until now, said as she waved her hand.
Anon's going to be narrating his life. All his thoughts, feelings, and emotions.
Oh, Fang said as she wondered where Stella came from. But then again, the Terra Girl was known for just appearing out of nowhere sometimes. Well, at least it wasn't antipsychotic medication.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the last thing anyone needs is a psycho version of me. I tell Fang with a deadpan expression.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, Naomi cheerfully stated as she walked over to the three. How are...
I mentally groan upon seeing the usual diabetes bubbling pep girl known as Naomi arrive before me. The strawberry menace who has been on my ass since day one as her unknowing partner in crime. Naomi might act like the cute, perfect little schoolgirl, but hidden in all that sugar is a sour witch who manipulates those around her for her own benefit.
Anon said, which made everyone stare at him.
Despite the joy of Fang as my girlfriend, I am still pissed off that Naomi manipulates and tries to get the both of us together as a mean to fix Fang and get Nazer's attention more focused on her. Not to mention how easily jealous she can be when the attention is not on her. How Nazer can be so blind to his girlfriend's actions is beyond me. Thankfully, Fang and I both agree about our feelings resulted from the actions, and not the so-called Queen of Volcano High, whose counterpart I consider to be the wicked Queen of Snow White.
Everyone, including Nasser, slowly turned to Naomi, who looked like a little girl who got caught with her hand in a cookie jar. Her eyes were wide as dinner plates, and her mouth dropped so loud a fist could fit inside. Oh, today's going to be fun, Fang said with a smile.
Hey, my turn. So, Anon's gonna be narrating his entire day?
Reed asked by his locker, while Nasser went to have a very personal talk with Naomi about what he had just learned. Fang took Anon to their lockers while trying to help him with his little problem of voicing every little thought and action in his head, all while explaining the situation to Reed and Trish. Pretty much, Fang said, while keeping one wing over Anon's mouth. You should have seen what he called Spears when we walked past. He called him a living Terminator who probably drinks tiger tears while battling dragons on the weekends.
That's epic.
What did he say?
Reed asked. He said that Anon was only half correct. He battles bears on the weekends.
Damn.
Reed whistled before a thought came to him.
Hey, Ann, can you tell me what he thinks about me?
Are you sure? He's going to say some pretty honest stuff, and some of it can be brutal too, Fang warned. We have a Trish? If not, how brutal? Trish asked with a raised eyebrow. He said that Judy and Schizo seriously need to get laid. Damn, Trish and Reed said in surprise. In general or each other? Trish asked.
Yes.
Anon said, removing his mouth from the wing.
Okay.
Reed pointed his finger guns at the human.
Fire away, dude. Tell me what you think of me. Honest points.
The girl stared at Anon, who looked at Reed and shrugged.
My thoughts emerge. Reed is the kind of guy you don't think you can rely on at first, but he's smarter and more empathetic than he lets on. The guy seems to have everything in his life planned, and I'm honestly not worried about him. Out of all my friends, I think he will do okay. He's a chill dude and someone I trust. In fact, it's because of him that I even got to meet Fang, since he's the one who invited me to lunch. That day when we switched backpacks, I can't help but wonder what would happen if we never did occur. Even when I was looking for an excuse not to stay then, he would never let me go. And he's been a real pal since. Nazer might be my bro, but that doesn't mean I can't have a second bro in Reed.
The Pink Raptor smiled as he rubbed the back of his neck and his tail wagged back behind his back.
Bro, thanks. I thank you.
That being said, there is one thing I'll always be a bit pissed off about.
Anon says, which gets everyone's attention. He sighs and looks down in frustration.
Reed's smarter than he lets on, and can tell what people think and feel. He's helping Trish out and helping me understand her reasoning for doxing me is proof of that. So why the hell did he do nothing for Fang when it was clear she was uncomfortable playing double bass playing the double bass idea for the band? Especially when it was clear that the dumb thing wasn't working.
Reed's jaw dropped as the girls looked at each other with worry before staring at Anon. It was still going on.
I mean, even I could see that Fang hated the idea, but her two best friends couldn't. Trish gets the excuse because it was her idea and she wanted it to work, but Reed, the guy could have done something long before I backed up Fang to give her the courage to change things. There was going with the flow, but sometimes that flow leads to a waterfall with sharp, pointy rocks.
Damn.
Reed whispered as he looked down in shame. Hey, Anon, come on, Fang said with worry as she put her hand on his shoulder. I get what you're saying, but that's too harsh.
No.
Reed said to their surprise as he looked up with narrow eyes.
He's right. No, I wasn't being a good friend.
Sighing, Reed turned to Fang and looked wholly sober and serious for the first time in a long time.
I knew deep down that you were comfortable with the whole double bass thing. To be honest, I even thought it was a bad idea, but you never said anything, so I assumed you were okay with it, even though it was obvious you weren't. You weren't.
Reed, Fang whispered in surprise.
I was just worried about us fighting and all. You two, my best friends, my family. I just thought things would work out, but Alan's right. I should have done something sooner. Maybe a lot of bad shit would have been avoided.
Reed said as he held his hand out.
Can you forgive me?
While I admit I was pissed off, felt alone with no support, Reed. I don't blame you for it. Fang replied with a smile as she pushed the hand away and hugged him. I was just as much to blame for this as I was. I should have said something. I was afraid of losing you guys as my friends if I did. I should have had more faith in our bond. No, it's my fault, Trish said suddenly as she rubbed her eyes. Nobody knows she had been getting teary until now as she held her hands comfortably. I was the one who started this stupid double bass idea. I was the one who was so controlling and dominating that it made you both feel like outsiders. It was supposed to be our band, but I made it my band. I almost lost you both because of it. I guess we all fucked up in one way or another. Fang chuckled as she motioned for Trish to join them in the hug. Maybe it didn't work out, but we're still friends. That's what matters. Yeah, Trish whispers.
Golly.
Yeah.
I stare at the hugging scene and feel moved by it. Even if this is a bit cheesy, I can't help but want to get in on the hugging too.
Anon said out loud, which made the others chuckle. Fine, get in the hug, Skinny. Trish beckoned, and soon Anon joined in the collecting hugging time. After a bit of squeezing, the four separated. I am curious to know what Anon thinks about me.
Are you sure about that, Trish?
Reed said with an alert face.
You two kind of hate each other before prom.
Relax. Anon and I are cool now, right, Spear Chucker?
Yeah.
Trish said with a grin.
Yeah, we're totally okay, I told her.
Anon said with a thumbs up.
Honestly, Trish isn't that bad. For all her faults, Trish at least cares about those she loves, even if it was misguided. She genuinely thought she was helping Fang.
See? Trish said with a chuckle. Nothing but...
Though, considering the kind of bitch that she was before then, I can't say I miss the old Trish. I mean, seriously. No wonder nobody ever asked her out to prom. And she was all by herself.
Damn.
Anon said nonchalant. What did you just say?
Honestly, I can't blame him. Trish's ass is too small and her attitude makes her look like a Reddit user had sex with Twitter's SGW to form an unholy abomination that was filled with more rage than the Hulk. It doesn't always help that she puts up too much makeup, which makes her look like a walking disaster that not even Mary Kay could fix. But the worst is her attitude, such as the rage-filled face she's giving me right now, as if she's about to explode like a volcano. Reed and Fang are already backing away, and I can tell that. I woke up sometime later in the nurse's office.
Oh, okay. This is good. I'm glad I didn't read ahead of this. Throughout the day, Anon was forced to give out his honest thoughts. Some of these were interesting.
I wonder if Rosa has ever considered professional wrestling. She's got the build and the strength of one. I still remember what she did when she did a pile driver on that guy who let his dog piss on the rose bush, despite several signs saying not to. Not to mention, she hurled the dog out for the school farther than any of the track team's discus players could do. She could call herself the Spiked Rose due to being an ankylosaur.
Okay. I like it. Gracias, Anon. I shall see my tío this weekend and see if he can train me in the ways of lucha. Others got him in trouble.
I seriously don't understand a single word coming out of this teacher's mouth. It would make more sense if he were speaking Japanese instead of trying to sound like he was trying to speak English. For an English teacher, he's kind of a disgrace to the field. The glare he was given it was also sort of it also sort of spoke to me of staying after class to get yelled at for my actions. I wonder if this would also be in Japanese.
I'm not even attempting that.
I mean,
I'm
Gong and Daw. There you go.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. More than one was funny.
I wondered what I should write for literature class, and when I thought about my dream where the dinosaurs lived in a civilization without humans, Fang and Nazer were somehow Arabic descendants living in Canada. Trish wasn't a bitch and collected bugs. Reed was a crappy Dungeons and Dragons dungeon master. Rosa was transgender, and Stella was fat. No way. They also hung out with this transgender microraptor named Sage, who I don't think comes to the school. So I must have made him up. Oh, and Naomi and Fang got into romance while the meteor was coming to kill them all, so they hosted a concert before they all died.
Oh my god.
That's the worst, Anon. That's the worst story I've ever heard, and you should smack yourself for even dreaming about it. Fang said to him in class.
Oh.
There's there was one or two embarrassing ones.
Seeing Fang bend over to pick up her guitar pick gave me a great view of her thick ass. My God, I don't mean to be a perv, but oh my mama! But how her rear end is curved makes me think about plowing it like we did last week. Her tail wags like a cute little puppy as I resist the urge to pet her like my own dog while holding Dino Nuggets for treats. Anon, you are the luckiest son of a bitch to have this girl as your lover because she's a 1 in a million to the hotness scale.
A few minutes later, Anon was back at the nurse's office.
It's peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
Because he had the song in his head for some odd reason. Everyone stared at him as he stood next to his locker looking up a video on his phone, saying the lyrics out loud with a neutral facial expression.
Where he at? Where he at? Where he at? There he go. Now there he go. There he go. There he go. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. How to help your stemming.
Fish looked over at Reed, who was dancing to the lyrics. Why?
I like the song, Sue Me.
Oh, hi.
He answered before joining Anon in singing.
The peanut butter jelly.
The peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with the baseball bat. Do the peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly with the baseball bat.
I want to die. Thankfully, school was finally over, and Anon could go home. The group, along with Nasser, made their way towards the school building. Fang couldn't help but ask, "So, what's going on with you and Naomi?"
We're taking a break.
Nasser muttered with a deadpan expression. "You totally broke up with her, didn't you?" Fang asked.
Shut up, or I'll ask Anon to tell me every pet name you have.
Ripley Aaron seemed to be here, arms folded and giving the aura that made the other students avoid him like the plague.
Sorry,
he was clearly here for a reason, and based on... No!
Yeah.
No.
Do I need to back up?
Right after shutting up.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'll restart that. The five of them exited the school only to be greeted by a sight that both surprised and terrified them. Ripley Aaron seemed to be here, arms folded and giving the aura that made the other students avoid him like the plague. He was clearly here for a reason, and based on how he glared at gulping Anon, it was clear why. A horrible thought then hit Fang as she realized that with Anon in the condition he was in now, he would spill his honest thoughts in front of her and in front of her father. Already she could picture the funeral plans that they'd have to come up with for Anon after Ripley was done with him. Probably would be cheaper to go with an urn funeral because Fang doubted there would be anything left for a casket. Dad, what are you doing here? Fang asked. A slight grin with ill intentions appeared on the giant pterodactyl's face as he looked at his daughter.
Reed posted an interesting tweet. Something about how his human friend wasn't able to hide his thoughts due to a mental condition he has, or he has to self-narrate his life, and how he can only say the truth in his mind out loud.
Fang and Anon gave Reed such a death glare that he nervously tried to back away while making his own funeral plans.
Sierra?
Hold on. You stole Jack's line. I had to sad react that.
I didn't know you followed me.
I follow everyone my daughter's friends with. Makes it easier for me to make sure they're not doing anything funny, or to track them down if they do.
Ripley stated as he then turned to glare at a nervous Anon, who was looking best to not piss his pants.
I could tell this was not going to be a good thing, I thought to myself.
Anon said as Fang blushed the hell and held out her hand. Dad, no. Come on, he's already done with the day. You just need to.
Naturally, I was terrified of the man before me. It was like seeing the grim reaper of death coming to claim my soul. I was trapped, and I felt that things would grow sour. I almost asked Trish to knock me out again. Maybe I should narrate about how much her double bass ideas sucked so hard that Coldplay would be telling her that they're more creative than her.
I'm this close to doing so, Skinny, Trish growled.
All right, Anon.
Ripley demanded as he lowered himself eye to eye with Anon.
What are your real intentions with my daughter?
Fang held her breath as Reed shook his head, wishing his bro goodbye mentally while Trish smirked, and Nasser made the sign of the cross. Ripley Aaron didn't once move and kept his focus on Anon, who was doing his best to not speak, but finally, his voice could be held back no longer.
It doesn't take me long to think of the answer in my head.
Anon says.
I think about how I was doing everything I can do to make myself worthy of this girl who has changed me in ways I've never imagined. How I, a loser who was selfish and cared for nobody, managed to win the heart of a beautiful pterodactyl who had been struggling for years with her own issues that I helped it play a part in fixing. I saw this wounded dove, embraced her, and helped her to fly like the eagle she deserved to be. Every moment I spend with her is like a piece of heaven itself. I so desperately love Fang that I would marry her if I could, treat her like a princess, help her achieve her dreams, and maybe have a few kids to be part of a happy family. Because it's what she deserves. She's everything to me. And not even big scary Rip here could keep me from feeling that.
Everyone just stared at Anon in stunned yet moving silence. Fang, with a big smile and tear in her eyes, dived into Anon's embrace and kissed him on the lips. You silly, heartwarming dweeb. God, I love you so much. Ripley stared at Anon wide-eyed before slowly moving back as if he had just been whiplashed.
I see. Well, good to know. Anon, you...
He sighed and shook his head.
You're all right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you're a real bro.
Nestor said with pride, happy that Fang had found a guy he could trust to treat her right. I guess he's not an idiot if he can see that Fang is amazing, Trish muttered, but she had a smile on her face.
Oh, yeah, I thought we were gonna blab about all the sex you guys had.
Reed said, which quickly got him stared at by everyone.
Lar.
I think about how Fang and I would go to my room and...
An hour
and
later.
we had to replace those windows the next day because of how hard screamed Fanged after she blew both our loads.
Anon finished. Needless to say, a growing crowd of dinosaurs, both students and teachers, have stood there for an hour and learned more about the mating cycles of humans and pterosaurs than they ever thought to know.
Oh dear God.
Such knowledge was both eye-opening, scary, forbidden, and disturbing. At the end of it, Fang was as red as a tomato, while planning to kill Reed later. Trish looked both shocked and a little bit jealous at the same time. Nasser had turned pure white and looked as if his soul had escaped his body. Ella, who had appeared in the grown group of observers, had been blushing with a nosebleed and also writing down notes on a notepad for research purposes. Everyone was more focused on Ripley, who had been staring at Anon for a long time. However, he wasn't moving or saying anything. Curious, Anon touched him and he tipped over, frozen solid.
I think he's in a state of shock, I tell Fang.
Anon said.
Or having a stroke.
Then let's get out of here before he wakes up or gets medical attention, Fang said as she grabbed Anon by the hand and ran. Should we do something? Trish asked as she began to poke the frozen Ripley Aaron. Should we call an ambulance?
I think we're gonna need a Budweiser truck because Dad's gonna need a lot of booze to forget what he just heard.
Nasser sighed.
I know I will.
Just one fig grapefruit inside a butthole.
Reed asked as he scratched his head.
Pterodactyls one's really that wide.
Reed, for the love of God, shut up.
How does
Okay.
How does this make you feel?
Okay, yep, there you go. How does this make you feel? Ripley, how does this make you feel about how...
I'm gonna kill that goddamn monkey.
Ripley, I am having a heart attack.
A sheer heart attack has no weaknesses.
He's too old for this.
My eyelids feel like they have 100-kilogram weights attached to them.
100 kilos.
The actions. They certainly do have consequences.
They sure do.
I made a choice. I only got to, I don't listen. The guys I was at the party with, I only get to see like maybe once a year.
Fair.
Fair.
How was the party though?
Yeah.
Booze.
Booze.
I don't remember.
Okay.
More depressants.
PSA.
I don't remember. That's what terrifies me.
Oh.
So if only you could narrate your own life.
Exactly.
I mean, if only that would be.
I
did that
still
already.
can't get over the ending.
I did
No,
already.
no, you know what? Should have seen that was coming.
Yeah.
Should have seen that.
No,
that makes me glad that I didn't read this ahead.
Yeah, you too as
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Darman Duper.
Anyway, I'm afraid that I might have to go to bed now because I'm exhausted.
Well, that's fair.
All right.
This was supposed to be your your bedtime reading, so there you go.
Wind down.
Yup. You read funny.
For everybody who
What's
came
the
out
movie?
to the roundup, I heavily appreciate
Yeah, especially you.
Your good work will not go unpunished. We'll have another one of these in about 3 months, as per usual.
Yeah.
Also,
Sensei
I'm gonna
Ninja
be
Dick, if you're in here, come on.
I'm gonna be relatively quiet until the 27th. The last thing to do is say, "See you, Space Cowboys." If you need me,
All right,
you know where to find
Before
me.
we do, I will say thank you everybody for coming out. This was one of our best roundups yet. I hope to see you all next time. Peace.
Peace.
Peace.